Hey, hey. We will see if I can stay awake long enough to see the new year. Possibly. I'm not sure. I got a few things planned for this stream. Probably, like, none of that will end up happening. We'll see how we go. But we're going to start off with some MSFS. Because the We Love VFR add-on was updated. So we should no longer have clipping issues at Pripyat, at least for the Duga radar array. Maybe there'll still be some of the power plant itself, I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out very shortly. As well as that, I grabbed some scenery for Kyiv, so we can do a bit of a buzz around there. Since the last time I flew over, it was all auto-gen, so we might see some nice stuff there. I'm not super familiar with Kyiv, so I'm not going to be able to name landmarks like I could around Moscow, for instance, but it'll be nice. We can explore the city together. With DCS, I do want to get some actual, like, you know, gameplay as such in, but I also want to talk through a couple things, demonstrate some of the issues that the MiG-21's currently having, and why I think they are issues and probably shouldn't be doing what it's doing. I kinda want to bring up the charts for the Viggen's thrust versus drag and a few other things and do that on stream, but I don't think we'll do that today because I'll have to actually set that up. I'll have to open up the actual flight manual for the Viggen, like the real flight manual for the Viggen, because that has the loadouts, which groups the loadouts are, and then the drag for each group. Because they fixed the negative drag, so thanks Heapler, that's a good fix. It's been needed for a while. So they fixed that, that's good, no more negative drag, at least not on any of the loadouts I tested. The issue is that just the aircraft's drag in general is still far too low. Except with Group 4, which is the really draggy loadout. So Group 3 and Group 4. Group 3 is things like a full load of ARACs, the rockets, and a belly tank. Group 4 is a full rack of, or a full loadout rather, of high drag bombs. So, you know, SB-71s. And a belly tank. So Group 4 is more draggy at low speed, but as you get into higher speeds, around sort of transonic, Group 3 becomes draggier, and they kind of cross over. So you should be able to just get above supersonic with Group 4 and not be supersonic with Group 3, and it's the other way around at the moment. Group 3 is well and truly supersonic. It'll go up to like Mach 1.1. It'll go even higher once the rocket pods are empty. And Group 4 will not get to Mach 1, it'll do about 0.98. So they still got to do some tinkering with the drag. I would imagine that's probably a Lovecraftian nightmare to actually get right, but hopefully they can do that at some point. They fixed a lot of my issues with the cockpit functions not working, which is good. I'm glad that that's finally been fixed. It helps me enjoy flying it a little more. I think we are good to switch scenes here. Hang on a minute. It's been like a week and a half and I've forgotten how to stream. What? Bro, what are you doing? What is my camera doing? Oh my god. Hang on, chat. I literally configured the camera specifically so it wouldn't do this. Oh. Why did it set itself to -7 exposure? Huh? Fucking thing. Alright, well, there we go. Now you can see me. Right. I need chat open so I can see you guys. My microphone's actually on today. That's a good start. That's usually helpful. Now, we need to see if I can start this thing or if it's going to be a bitch again, because for some reason the Yak 18 does not like starting up. Well, it does like starting up. It doesn't like rolling. So, I need to... Okay, the parking brake was on. Probably don't want all of this actually on at the moment, but... Oh, mags help. No, mags are on. prime it. That's what helps. Don't know how many times I need to actually prime it. We'll try 5. Throttle's cracked. Those are all on. Fuel valve should be open. Yeah, it's open. Hello? Might want a bit more priming. There we go. Just a little more priming is all she needed. So, the lore for this one is that my Spitfire is still being inspected after I fucked the engine last time I flew it. I don't actually think I fucked the engine, it's probably carby ice or something. But we've left that behind in the hangar to be checked over, and we are going to take the Yak-18 out, if I can get the thing to roll, which is a big if. Also, I love how it parks me pointed at the fuel. Good thing these have no collision. Going to remove the parking brake. We're rolling, that's always a good sign. Okay, this is a little more concerning. We stopped rolling. This is the same issue I had last time I cold started this thing. You guys remember that? I bet you anything it thinks that there's a parking, like a separate parking brake or something like that. But I cannot think what would be holding it back like that. So that's the parking brake there, which we released. She just doesn't want to turn. Open up the coolers before I blow the engine out doing this. There must be something else holding it back. It's not the parking brake on the passenger side. So that switch there, that's the oil diluter, we don't need that. What we will do is we'll come over here. Taxi light, we don't really need it. It's broad daylight. I like to have the panel lights on though. Those are the flaps there, so it wouldn't be that. There's something holding it back. Let me just check, because remember with the F-104 we had this issue. And it turned out that it thought that there was a wheel brake when there shouldn't have been. Keyboard, brake, toggle parking brakes is Control B. Okay. Oh no, shit, that's not what I wanted to do. Fuck, I think I just broke my bones, whatever. Control B. No, see, that operates the parking brake. It's really odd. Like, I can run the power all the way up. Don't mind that. I can run the power all the way up. I'm at takeoff power now. And she ain't moving no matter what I do. Chief, remove the wheel chocks! The Chief's told me to go fuck myself and gone out for fucking breakfast, I think. Do you need to reverse your toe brakes? This doesn't have toe brakes. But also no. I am curious. I should probably read, like, the manual for this thing. That would probably be a good idea. that might explain my woes. I'm just looking around the cockpit trying to figure it out, and I can't see anything obvious. Unless... No, it shouldn't be that. Surely it wouldn't be that. Yeah, it's not. In fact, how do I... There we go. Very annoying. But you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna... we're just gonna cheat. Same as I did last time. I just hope it saves my weather settings, because I set them up by hand. The weather over Ukraine at the moment is fucked, like it was last time. It's also snowing. Quite deep snow. But I don't want to be flying with that, because it's going to make it kind of obnoxious. We'll just depart... Oh, for fuck's sake, yeah, it's gone back to live weather. Go real time. We won't go live weather. What we'll do is we'll take the snow preset, and then I'll move this up, like, there, and then this up to, like, there, I guess. We'll tweak with this more once I get in game and I can see what it looks like. I want something that looks pretty, but... like, isn't shit to fly in. The other thing is... I don't want actual snow, because I want to show you guys something, actually. We'll turn the temp up a little. Okay, let's go with this. This should do it, I think, I hope. Side by side, Yak 52. It's a Yak 18T, so it's similar to the Yak 52, but it's a little different. This is more of a general aviation type plane. It was also used as a trainer, but it's more of a general aviation type aircraft, whereas the Yak 52 was very much a military trainer and an aerobatics aircraft. Like, the Yak 52 was built from the ground up for aerobatics, whereas this is aerobatic rated, but it's not specialized as much as the 52 is. How reliable is the Russian fuel cutoffs for their pumps in case of an emergency? As reliable as any other, I suppose. What has it done to my weather? Bro, no, this is not what I told you to do. Right. No. Okay, snow depth, 0. Precipitation we're gonna turn way down. That's probably what it is, actually. This boy... Hang on, we'll thin this one out. Oh, that's like a haze. Okay. Interesting. We'll get that up there. Let me bring this back down. And we'll thin it out. And we'll put it up around... up around there. That looks nice. And we'll take this way up to high altitude. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was grabbing the wrong thing. We'll move these up. I don't want them to be super stormy. There we go. That looks pretty nice. I don't want it to disrupt the sightseeing, so we don't want it to be too dense, right? Temperature will bump up a little. So I want to show you guys something actually before I do take off. Let me just hit the parking brakes. We'll get the coolers open. Actually, no, we won't, because I'll probably overcool the engine. But let me show you something real fast. So I'm going to go into the external view. And I'm going to point myself towards the lovely city of Cherkassy. Yeah, about this direction is where we want to look. This is default in this area. I don't use the Google add-on because A, it's a little sketchy trying to redirect shit through that means, and also B, if they get a cease and desist, my sim's gonna stop working. So The other issue with it, which is more of a sort of a personal reason, like a personal taste reason, I guess, is that the Google imagery is sharper and is usually more in date, but it doesn't have all the post-processing done to it to make sure that it matches colors and tones and things. So with the default scenery, yes, it's lower res, yes, it's older, but you also have color matching so that tiles don't contrast each other too much. It's not noticeable, whereas with the Google stuff, it really is. And also, if it has buildings on it that didn't exist when the Bing data was retrieved, it's not going to show those buildings in-game, so it looks kind of like shit. No, they can't cease and desist you while you're in-game. It's more like if something is done about the fact that you can do that. You know, if they take down the server or redirect it somewhere else, I'm going to fire up my sim one day and all my scenery is going to be gone. You know what I mean? It's just not worth it, in my opinion. Watch this, okay? So I'm going to move this over a bit. This is generic. But this is the general area, right? You see this? This is normal. Now watch what happens when I play with the snow depth. We'll just put in a little. See, it's patchy, and look at where it applies. This is really cool. They're probably doing this via AI. It looks for specific colors and specific tones of those colors and puts the snow there first. Because grass isn't going to turn white with snow until the snow is reasonably deep, right? But look at this. The fields where this is probably meant to be wheat, or something of the sort, but because it's brown, the sim has interpreted that as being shorter than grass, and so it snows up first. It also snows up concrete before anything else. You'll notice here the road, obviously the runway. You'd think the runway would be not snowed up, but whatever. But yeah, you can see it here, and then as you increase the snow depth more and more areas become snowed in, and it starts forming on the trees. Now, because I guess they haven't implemented a way of clearing roads yet, or it's just not done for this area, the roads become completely snowed in. Like, this is not how winter works in a place that's prepared for snow. They clear the roads. But the sim doesn't represent that yet. But you can play with the snow depth to make it completely snowed in, or just a little bit snowed in. Max snow depth, 197 inches. You'll also see partial freezing of lakes and rivers. Although I was playing a little while ago and found the Great Salt Lake was frozen over, which I'm pretty sure does not happen in real life. You know, salt tends not to freeze very well. So it's not 100%, but it's pretty neat. It's a cool feature. Alright, let's get our aircraft configured here. I'll get my lights on. May as well put the taxi lights on, I guess. Let me see. Navs, panels. We won't bother with the strobe. Pitot heat we do want. I think that should be good enough. Cockpit lights are on already, I think. They're just really faint at the moment. The Great Lakes are mostly freshwater, but they're brackish towards the entrance of them. But the Great Salt Lake is salt, as the name might suggest. So the Great Salt Lake does not freeze, because salt water doesn't freeze. Hello, man from future, are you in 2022 yet? No, I have 5 more hours until I'm in 2022. Some kind of scientist or something? Yeah. One of them eggheads. Alright, enough waffling. Let's get this thing off the ground. Now this thing is no Spitfire, so it's going to take us a little while to get where we're going. I also don't remember what I set the wind to, but it shouldn't be too bad. Whoop. Very pitch sensitive. There we go. And we actually do, praise Jeebus, have a working slip ball now. Which is nice. It took a long time for that to be fixed, but it is now fixed. I'm gonna zoom my view out a little. I also got a new chair for Christmas. I'm now officially a gamer. I have a gaming chair. My parents got me one so that I wouldn't destroy my back as much. And it's also just generally a little more comfortable and a little more sturdy than my 20-something-year-old office chair that my dad nicked out of a dumpster behind his old office, you know, fucking 20 years ago. What games do you even play? I know, right? Well, I was thinking of packing it in with all this flight sim shit and becoming a Minecraft streamer. Just, you know. So, if you guys saw my last MSFS stream, you've already seen this, but this is Cherkassy. It's a reasonably sized town. Quite a bit of industry here. I can't remember what specific industry. I know there's a few really old factories here, and certainly a few Soviet-era ones. I don't remember what they built here. I'm sorry. I don't remember which, you know, what every city in the former Soviet Union builds, but they build stuff. It's an industrial town. All along the Dnieper River are industrial towns. A lot of steelworks, a lot of mines, coal mines in particular. Several nuclear power plants. This is, you know, a sizable river. It's basically the heart of Ukraine. So remember I said we shouldn't get any conflicts up by Pripyat? Well, we are getting conflicts down here. The TV or radio tower, whatever that's supposed to be, is from We Love VFR. But the monolith is from the default MSFS scenery. So it's interesting, from what I understand, the add-on for We Love VFR suppresses the default scenery objects within a certain area, like within a certain radius of an object. And so if you're using a custom add-on, like say I am for Chernobyl and Pripyat, it's not going to work. It's going to conflict with it because both sceneries are trying to overlay the same area, but if it's just default scenery, it should work. Now, there it hasn't. I don't know why. It is a mystery. Maybe it'll be updated to fix that at some point. It's not a big deal. 2 out of 10 tour guide can tell me about it. Look, okay, I can do that in some cities. I can't do it in every city. Not in every city. We're sitting at reasonable cruise settings right now, I think. I also forgot, since I restarted the flight... Why am I so light? Why is my invisible passenger so light? There we go. We'll just crank these up, because I did originally do that on the ground before I cold started, but you know, then I had to respawn the plane. We're going to tell ATC that we're going to change frequency, just because... then it'll shut him up and I don't have to worry about him anymore. Why is he processing that as my call sign? That's weird. A weird question: when the Soviets were drawing up their strike plans for the nukes, did they consider the US highway system? I don't know about their plans for a strike on the US. I only know about what they planned with Europe. What they planned with Europe was fairly spicy, but also very practical. But yeah, this song is quite commonly remixed. It's interesting, you know, like, I'll be watching, you know, somebody stream or whatever. Like, I was watching Hardest's stream many, many years ago, back when he still streamed World of Tanks. I was like, why do I recognize this song? It's some, you know, dance music, which is what he usually had running, and I realized it was because it was a remix of this. So we're gonna head more or less north up the river. back up to Kyiv.
WTII greeter, WTII greeter,
Oh god.
WTII greeter.
Cheers for the prime sub, Ink. Can't even read today. Appreciate it, man. In Europe, yeah, it would have been major troop concentration areas, major, major transportation hubs. In Northern Europe in particular, there were plans to hit most of the major cities. There was also a plan, although I think they did ditch it at some point, to basically blast a fucking channel across Norway. Was it Norway or Denmark? It was one of the two. They were going to blast a channel across it so they could just take a shortcut with the entire navy. Is the AN2 out yet? I don't think so. I don't actually know. So I don't really keep up that much with MSFS module development, to be honest, until something catches my eye, and I haven't kept up with the AN2, but I should check up on it, because that is something I will definitely be getting, I think. Interestingly enough, there's a few of those out here. You'd think Australia would be the last place on Earth you would find an AN2, but a couple of enterprising individuals went over to various Eastern Bloc countries in the early 90s and bought them up and brought them out, because they're quite good for agricultural purposes. So they're quite popular here. It's going to be a bit of a flight before we hit Kyiv. It's about 60-70 kilometers. So, and then another 100 kilometers roughly between Kyiv and Pripyat. So, it's going to be a nice cruisy flight. So we'll probably do a couple of hours of this and then we'll swap over to DCS. So for those who haven't seen this before, this is the Yak 18 by Nemeth Designs. It's got a couple of kind of persisting issues. They're pretty minor. It's things like the sounds for the flaps and the gear are the wrong type of mechanism. Like, it's basic stuff. A few of the instruments don't work properly, so this is meant to be my pneumatic pressure gauge. Left side is main system, right side is emergency system. If you've seen me fly a MiG, you know what this gauge is. This is my brake pressure. And it's non-functional in this. It should be showing near full for both systems. And next to that we have an accelerometer, but for whatever reason the accelerometer is sitting at 0, and then if I pull the nose up it goes into the negatives, and if I push the nose down it goes into the positives, which is really odd. So it's obviously, like, it's coded correctly, it's acting as an accelerometer, but the problem is that the scale is wrong. The needle's in the wrong place, so it seems like it would be a pretty easy fix. If I was more proficient with modifying these things myself, like what Rush does with flight models, I would actually fix it myself, but hopefully Nemeth can get that sorted at some point. It's a little thing, but it is kind of annoying. And for a long time the slip ball was not functional. So this one, I think, is your rate. This one should be your rate, but this is a slip ball, and it is not acting, or was not acting, sorry, as a slip ball. It now is. Yeah, add code to invert the results, and then move the default position over by 1, because it's sitting at 0 on the default. Should be reading at 1G. Because even when you're flying straight and level, the accelerometer is still under the effects of gravity, right? So it's always going to read 1G, even straight and level flight or parked on the ground, but yeah, they need to invert it and then move its default position. Overall though, I'm pretty happy with this. It didn't cost a whole lot. It looks really nice. The sounds are okay. They could be better, but they're okay. They're passable for what it is. It's just such a neat little plane. For those of you who are not regulars on the DCS airshow circuit on Twitch, one of the display teams, French team that fly Yaks, they actually have one of these in the works for DCS. They showed it at one of the air shows last year, well no, this year, about to be last year, earlier in the year I think it was. It's the cockpit's still incomplete. It's missing some textures. The footwells were see-through, but they have a functional Yak 18 in DCS, and it seemed like it had its own flight model too, which is quite cool. I assume it's probably going to stay a private thing. A lot of the aerobatic teams have private mods just of the aircraft they fly, which, you know, it's understandable, but it would be nice to actually have one of these as a public mod, or even a full module in DCS. I know people complain about, oh, there shouldn't be any non-combat planes in DCS, and fuck that. DCS is really, really good for any kind of aviation, except long-range stuff, and even that should be fixed once they get the whole world in. But, like for display flying, any kind of aerobatics, DCS is fantastic for that. You know, it's really, really good for it. And I don't think it hurts anyone, especially if it's a third-party dev. Like, if it's ED, then okay, I get it. But if a third-party dev decides to make a non-combat plane, fucking let them. Like the big uproar about the Kristen Eagle, it's a cool little plane, it's fun to fly. And not only that, but it was a proof of concept. Like, I get that most DCS players, like, don't understand how shit works, considering they don't understand how their own airplane works half the time. But, you know, you need, like, a low-risk, low-expense proof of concept to make sure you actually know how to do something before you try and tackle a World War II carrier aircraft. You know, if they just dive straight into the Corsair with no experience doing prop aircraft, it would be a fucking disaster. Unless they got very lucky. So they learnt by doing the Kristen Eagle, and now they're doing the Corsair. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, like the DCS community's expectations get away from them. I know the way they did tease it kind of led people on a bit, but really, you know, it's like Razbam. So you know how Razbam are supposedly making every plane under the sun? They're actually not. Usually what happens is Ron will go in the Discord because he's bored, and he'll be like, hey guys, do you want to see some renders for stuff that we were working on? He'll either say it's not for DCS, it's AI only, or they're not sure if it'll make it into the game, but maybe. He always gets with some, you know, some variation of this isn't an announcement, although he does kind of coyly hint towards things sometimes. But he'll come into the Discord and he'll post these renders of stuff that they made for like fucking FSX or something, or they made for Strike Fighters, like all this stuff that Razbam has made throughout their history. And then people be like, oh my god, Razbam just announced this, or they just announced that. Like, what? No, they didn't. You know, like, the community hypes themselves up to a ridiculous level. And then on the other hand, you've got the situation where Kate literally said that they were doing a MiG-29, and the English-speaking community still doesn't think they're doing a MiG-29. Like, they're still, oh, we're probably not going to get a MiG-29, but it's nice to dream. Like, what? Like, they have everything so backwards, it's really odd. Like, I don't know how the other language communities are, but the English language community in DCS is really bad for it. They're notorious for it. I have a great big smudge mark on my glasses, so forgive me for a minute here. Get the old windscreen wipers going. Ah, yes, that has made it much worse. Excellent. Like how Heat Blur does it, not a single word. If you haven't been paying attention for too long, sure. What actually happened was Heat Blur announced an AI Draken about 5 years ago, and the AI Draken has yet to materialize because Heat Blur also hinted they wanted to maybe make it flyable, and they've done the exact same thing now with the Intruder. So they reveal it and they're like, oh, we want to make an AI. To make an AI in DCS, you need a fairly simple flight model. You know, basic, you don't even really need basic sensor or weapons programming because you just use what's already there in the game. You tell it to reference other code. Which is incidentally why the MiG-21 and MiG-19 spot things way beyond their actual radar range, because they're using the MiG-23 radar for the AI. So you got a simple flight model, simple systems coding, usually referencing another aircraft that has similar systems, and then an external model. You're done. That's an AI. So what I would have done if I was them, and I get they've been tweaking the model since, they just actually recently posted they'd done some corrections to it. I think they got out and done some scans. But at the same time, I would probably have just said fuck it and release the AI model like ASAP, and then go back and revise it later to make it flyable. Like, I'd rather have an AI now than not have an AI or a flyable module because they decided to not release the AI until the flyable module was done. So I'm not a fan of that. The intruder, at least externally, looks pretty close to done, so I'm hoping it will be less of a wait for that than it was with the Draken. I sleep because it's 3 AM. If I don't wake up in time to say it, Happy New Year. Cheers, man. Sleep well, and I may see you in 2022, depending if I can stay awake that long. I didn't get much sleep last night, and I woke up reasonably early this morning, so we shall see. Favorite ones when they open that Japanese site, people like Razbam F2 confirmed. Oh, yep. That was hysterical. Like, my dudes, it's like a storefront. It's marketing. Please, what are you doing? I don't know, man. The DCS community, like I said, especially the English-speaking one, is bizarre. There's like a whole subreddit devoted to fucking tea leaf reading about which modules are coming out next. It's like, I get that people want to feel like they have some understanding of what goes on, but no, you don't. You really don't. So much of the conjecture from the DCS community about what's happening, if you have even a little bit of inside information, it's like, it's so off base. Like, I'm not even talking like sign NDAs level stuff. If you know a dev, you'll already find out stuff that it just, like, the general public have no idea. ED confirmed C-130. I mean, the two competing theories are Afghanistan map or C-130. I would take either. I prefer an well, it depends. If it was a C-130H or earlier, I'd be all over that shit. If it's a J, I'm a bit less excited. It'd be cool, don't get me wrong. I'm just less excited because I'm not really into the more modern stuff. I'd fly an old school fucking C-130 all day. I love that shit. Afghanistan would be really cool though. I know I've said before on stream I'm sick of deserts, but that's a desert I would actually not mind having in DCS because it actually has some historical context to it. You know, like Caucasus, yeah, it has some. Badly needs an update though. Persian Gulf, like, I don't know. Syria obviously has a lot. Syria's got context to the fucking nines, but Persian Gulf's kind of weird because it does cut off Iraq. It's like your major conflict in the region is all going to come from that area, and you've cut it off the map. Like, whole parts of Iran cut off the map. Like, I don't know. It's not a bad map, I'd just rather have a bit more north or northeast. Since said Crimea is something I don't want to do because of politics. Well, two problems there. First of all, Crimea is on Earth, and if you want to do the whole Earth, the whole ball, so to speak, as I put it in the interviews, you kind of have to do Crimea. Unless you just put like a big exclusion zone around it, which would be a bit silly. So they're going to have to do Crimea at some point. The other thing is, if Crimea is political, fuck me, what is Syria? You know, like, every other map is extremely spicy. The Caucasus map has unrecognized international boundaries in it that only Russia recognizes, and was, you know, the whole Caucasus on fire thing. The fucking Abkhazia war was horrific. Like, there was a lot of genociding going around by everybody involved. It was not a pleasant time. So if that's not political, and Syria is not political, especially now it's got fucking Cyprus on it, then I don't know what Crimea would be. I feel like they probably were using the "it's too political" as a handy cover to avoid revealing the world plans too soon, maybe. Because they're going to have to do it one way or another. And you know what? If it's still a big issue of contention, you know what you do? You don't, like, you know how DCS maps boundaries, so you'll have international borders or even unrecognized borders like Ossetia and Abkhazia? Just don't put any on Crimea. Simple. Just don't have any borders there. Or have, like, have a little asterisk next to it that says this is not international. Like, who gives a shit? Really? I get that people in that part of the world will, like, go fucking ape over the slightest fucking perceived provocation because, you know, nationalism removes about 30 to 50 IQ points immediately from any person it fucking affects, but I don't see why it would be a big deal. France is the most political map in the game. The French, actually, this is funny to me, the French still censor their air bases on Google Maps. So you look at, say, the airbase at Orange, it's just pixels. I think Sweden does the same thing. I don't know if they do it for their air bases, but I think it was Saab's headquarters is pixelated out. It's like, you know what's there. You can drive up to the building. Like, what is the point of censoring satellite images anymore? I don't understand it. Like, sure, I can get on Google Maps and I can find a SAM site or an early warning radar, or I can find, like, a military base. Military bases are fucking ridiculously easy to find. But I don't get why people care anymore. Like, we know where they are. You can't keep it secret anymore. That time is gone. That time went long ago. Where the fuck am I? Imagine navigating. Hello, can I get my VFR map? The Greeks probably do as well, yeah. We got a long ways to go. Holy shit, I should just cut the corner. Yeah. I would not be surprised about the Greeks doing it, considered that one of the Arma 3 devs got arrested for taking photos on... was it Lemnos, I think? Altus IRL. Or was it Stratus IRL? I can't remember which island it was. I think it was Lemnos. Can't pixelate it. Yeah, exactly. Like, at worst, you're going to minorly inconvenience open source intel. You're not going to stop open source intel because the fact you have pixelated it tells people there's something interesting there. When I see something pixelated or blanked out, I immediately know there's something interesting there, and I'll go looking for more information on it. And it's not hard to get that information these days. Oh, this is pleasant enough, hey? So it is going to be a longer flight just because the yak is not very fast, and also I'm not going, like, full tilt for this thing. I'm throttled back quite a bit just to save fuel and go easy on the engine. Probably be a nice, pleasant warm-up flight, I think. And it also gives us a little bit better sightseeing capability. You've got more canopy framing, but... cabin framing, I should say. It's not canopy. But we're slower, so we can circle over things a bit easier. Streisand effect, yeah. The Who effect. Yeah, who's that? Who's this Streisand person? But yeah, that is the Streisand effect, when you try and cover something up and it just draws more and more attention to it. It's part of why, like, generally my policy with things that I think, you know, shouldn't be super public knowledge, or that drama that I don't want people getting involved in or whatever, I won't go out of my way to shut down any discussion of it. I'll just be frank about what's going on to what extent I can be. You know, if it involves other people, I'll try and keep them out of it, but that's what I do. It's easier just to say, look, this is what's going on, this is my perspective on it. It is what it is. Shit sucks. Because then people are just like, oh, whatever. Or, you know, oh, I remember when I went through something like that, and they just don't care. But if you go around trying to, like, fucking memory hole shit and cover it up, and no, you can't even mention that person's name in here. I've seen that at, like, different communities where if you mention someone's name, you get put in the fucking naughty corner, because they've tried to memory hole that person because of some stupid drama that happened long ago, and it's like, I'm really interested now. I'm gonna go talk to that person and find out what happened. Just dumb. Pointless. Kashmir map would be interesting. Oh. Could you imagine, my dudes? We've all seen how good the average DCS pilot is with adverse conditions. Could you imagine DCS players trying to fly in a fucking, like, Himalayas tier environment? Same with Afghanistan even. The Hindu Kush are really quite high, especially around the border. That would be hysterical. Because I bet you anything, probably a plurality of the community don't understand the effects of altitude on aircraft performance. Bet you anything. Walleye Seeker was classified as top secret till like 2008. Well, you know, for such an advanced weapon, clearly you don't want the Russians getting their hands on it. To be honest though, with a lot of classified information, it's not because it's sensitive, it's just because no one's bothered to put in a freedom of information on it. That's why it's still classified. Like, there's a lot of shit that is still classified and will probably be classified for another century, just because nobody gives enough of a shit to put in a freedom of information for it. And also the process to get stuff released is enough of a pain in the ass that if you want to get something, it has to, like, you have to present a good reason for it. It has to be something you have a legitimate reason for. So you can't just say, oh, while I'm here, actually, could you also declassify this, this, and this? It's not going to happen. Hey, Izzy, cheers for the Prime sub. You can actually watch now with your amazing speedy internet. Just did a full pirouette, dance off the Sugar Plum Ferry in front of half of Enigma's server in the F5. Best takeoff ever! Beautiful. Beautiful. Hubby Safaris on a mountain map would be more pancakes than I hop at 3 in the morning. It would. It'd be fucking so funny. It'd be so funny. Like, see, yeah, Angola. Angola would be fucking brilliant. With the F1 coming very soon, don't ask me when, I don't know, I'm not privy to it, and even if I was, I couldn't tell you. But it looks like it's coming soon. I suspect they haven't finished the radar yet, just because they haven't shown it. But everything else looks pretty well complete. It looks really impressive. Also, for the sharp-eyed people, the detail, the attention to detail even, where they have made different liveries add or remove antennas based on the variant that country used. That is next level detail. You can do that quite easily through livery files. I don't know if you guys know this, but even the F104 mod, for instance, this is a mod. The F104 mod has at least 2 arguments in its livery file I'm aware of. One is for the ventral fin, and one is for the gun. There are a couple of other modules that do that too. I don't know if Razbam could do it for the MiG-19's tail fin. I'm gonna butcher this. Quetzalcoatl, the Polish guy that flies it, and also the 21 at the virtual air shows, he's been hoping that they do a variant with the shorter tail, like I think it's less tall, it's like more squared off, because that's what Poland used. I wonder if they could use it for that. It might be too major of a component though. I think if it's a minor component that's only visual, you can do it, but if it's an actual major structural piece, I don't think you can. F1 versus Cuban 23s, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I would love to see. With the F1 coming soon and the 23 in the works, that would be a really good setup. And the 21 BIS could go there as well, because the Cubans also did fly the 21 there. So you got 21s and 23s against F1s, and what's the South Africans use that we have? The NB339 can stand in for the 329. Trying to think. There are a few other things that we could probably... I wonder if they use the Caribou, because the guy that was working on the Caribou for DCS has started posting on Facebook again. Didn't the 23 outperform the F1? That's going to be interesting to see, because the 23 is faster. The 23 also out-accelerates it. The 23 out-accelerates everything. But turn performance could be interesting. The 23 has the better radar, at least in most situations. Well, the MLA just has a better radar, full stop. It has better missiles, but the F1 might have some tricks up its sleeve. We'll have to see. The F1's biggest stumbling block, I think, is going to be that it just doesn't have any power. It's like the F5, it's really underpowered. It's got really quite a poor thrust-to-weight ratio, but it's got quite a lot of mechanization on the wings. You got slats, you got flaps, you got spoilers, you got all sorts of fancy shit on them. So I'm curious to see what its turn performance is like, and how easy or difficult it's going to be to maintain your energy in a dogfight. Because if you maintain your energy, even the F5's a monster in a dogfight. You know, that's the biggest skill in the F5, I think, is learning to maintain your energy, because once you can do that in the F5, you can easily win against MiG-21s. I haven't set my radio nav up, but it is actually doing something. That's quite neat. I'll have to learn how to use this. I don't really do much radio navigation, and what I do use radio navigation for is basic bitch stuff like the ARC set in the MiG-15 and 19, or the RSBN in the MiG-21. I suspect we will get a Mirage 3 at some point. I don't know when. Probably not anytime soon, but I would put money on a Mirage 3 eventually. Raspberry were working on an AI one for the South Atlantic, wrong ocean, for the South Atlantic add-on. I don't know if they're going to see about making it into a module, or if somebody else will pick it up or what. Which is another thing too, like, a lot of people are like, oh, Razbam's laying claim to this, that, or the other. If you look at it, they originally wanted to do the A7, but they didn't have time, so Flying Iron picked it up. It's not like the third-party devs are, like, you know, greedily clutching at aircraft to make. If they aren't in a position to make it and someone else is, the contract just gets passed over to them by the looks of it, so... I don't know, there's, like, I feel like there's so much more drama in DCS development than there needs to be, and most of it comes from the community. Like, most of it isn't coming from the developers. I know a lot of the third-party devs is in the individual developers themselves. I know a lot of them have opinions about who is or isn't the best developer, like, you know, whatever. But as far as the business side of things go, they're all very professional about it. They don't shit-talk each other. They don't seem to really be belligerent towards each other. It's good. It's good to see. It's the way it should be. Crowdfund an F-106. Not the first person to have an idea involving the F-106 recently. Like P3D. Yeah, look, the Civi Sim side of things is kind of the Wild West. Because you don't have any real QA coming from... in P3D's case, Lockheed Martin. In this Microsoft, fucking X-Plane Austin's not sitting there, you know, vetting every single... No one has time for that, no one cares. Whereas DCS, and I think this is something DCS does really benefit from, being a smaller sim with a really committed dev. Like, I know people have their issues with ED, whatever. The more I've learnt about ED, the more my position towards them has become... the more it's softened, like, the more I understand what's going on. Which isn't to say that they're without issues, but one of the good things about having ED so tightly controlling what goes into the sim is that there's a lot stricter quality control. Now, occasionally something slips through that shouldn't. Again, every dev has their own issues. Like, you know, one of the things I bring up is, you know, this or that dev might have problems with not getting stuff done on time, or they might not be good at optimization or whatever. The Hawk, we don't talk about that. But, you know, like, there's still issues, but they're relatively minor. So, you know, as much as I might bitch that Heat Blur aren't very good at optimization and their flight modeling is a bit optimistic sometimes, their stuff looks really good. It sounds fucking amazing. Heat Blur, I think maybe this explains part of why the community hero worship them, aside from the fact that they're really good at marketing. Their modules have soul. Like, you can't feel the aircraft shuddering before it stalls, but you can hear it. You get those audio cues, which some other modules have, but not as... they're more subtle. Now, is it realistic for your aircraft to sound like somebody just, like, pushed a fucking trolley full of bolts off a cliff? No. But you would realistically feel the aircraft buffeting, and you can't through a sim, so they've done the next best thing, which is an audio cue. It's immersive, right? So that's really good on that part. Heat Blur are hands down the best at that. Whereas, you know, optimization, they could probably go a little better with that. My big bugbear with them is I wish they'd stop using custom code that breaks all the time. That's like most of the Viggen's problems come from that. And I'm hoping at some point they'll migrate the weapons over so that they don't despawn when you die anymore. Magnitude. I'm not sure if you're watching at the moment, Novak, but please stop forgetting patch notes. It makes my life so much easier when I know what you meant to do and what you didn't mean to do. So I just had to bug report something for the MiG-21, was it yesterday, I think. And I don't know how much of it Novak did deliberately, and I don't know how much of it he did accidentally. So, we'll see how that goes. For those that didn't know, the MiG-21 had two major changes, two major intentional changes I know of last patch, which were not in patch notes because Novak forgot the patch notes. So, or they didn't get to ED in time, whatever. The net result's the same, no patch notes for the MiG-21. There are also two bugs I know of, one of which is the sound bug, which did get caught, so that was in the patch notes as a known issue at least. But the other one is, like, really severe and will kill you if you don't know about it. And that wasn't in the patch notes at all. I'll demonstrate it later, but that one, I'm like 99.9% sure was unintentional, and it slipped through. And I didn't know to look for it because it wasn't in the patch notes. So, you know, Magnitude, they forget their patch notes sometimes. Razbam, when they release stuff, it can be a bit rocky, but they'll always go back and fix it later. So, you know, I feel like they kind of maybe they're putting too much pressure on themselves to get something out the door, like they feel like they're overpromising, and at least with the modules they already released. We'll see how the Strike Eagle release goes and how the MiG-23 release goes. They're both looking pretty good at the moment. So maybe they've turned that one around. But each dev has their own little sort of quirks and foibles. ED have theirs as well. But overall, the quality of the sim is really good and fairly consistent. You know, the issues we have, like me bitching about the Viggen's drag, or people bitching about the MiG-21's low-speed performance or whatever, they're problems, but in the grand scheme of things, they're mostly problems for PvP players, because in PvE you wouldn't even notice. Like, it's not a big deal. In PvP you notice because if you've got two pilots of similar skill, it will come down to whose plane is less broken. Or more broken, as the case may be. Viggen was on sale and I have a hard time buying, mostly because I'm such a knob, but I'm like, you have a Viggen but no Tornado. The Viggen was the second module I ever bought. And although it drives me up the wall sometimes, I don't regret it. It's such a cool plane, and it's a lot of fun to fly. It is a lot of fun to fly. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Even with all of the bugs, even with the fucking negative drag bug before they fix that. It is fixed, by the way. Negative drag on the Viggen, at least for the loadouts I tested, gone. So, thank you, Heat Blur. Even with that bug, though, it's still less buggy than a lot of Civi-Sim stuff, and, you know, it's more important for it to not be buggy because you do have the PvP environment, whereas in this there is no PvP, so it doesn't, you know, if somebody's plane is broken, it's only an issue for the person trying to fly it. Whereas in DCS it's an issue for everyone, and so ED are much more strict about enforcing some sort of standards, and the whole sim benefits, which is like something I could have said in 2 sentences and I've somehow turned it into half an hour. But yeah, you don't see any of that in the Civi Sims, and I think it's a shame. You know, I don't think that they should be locking out new developers, but I think maybe there should be some sort of program to encourage better development habits. So maybe the really high quality stuff gets promoted directly by, you know, Asobo or whoever. They have done that to an extent, but even with the thing is with the in-game marketplace, you still get a lot of stuff being promoted equally as much as an amazingly well done module. You still get a lot of stuff that's basically, I'm going to take like a model off Turbo Squid and give it something approaching a flight model and then call it good. You know, like there's still a lot of that in the marketplace. And I feel like encouraging people to actually put a bit more effort in before they call something released. I think that would be good for the sim and good for the community, good for players. I know that the Civi Sim guys have much lower standards than us snooty combat simmers, and I know that we're not real popular with some of the Civi Sim guys because of it. But you know, I don't think that you should lower your standards just because it's a civilian sim, you know. And I don't like seeing the Civi Sim guys get ripped off to the tune of enormous amounts of money for the kind of thing that we would expect for $40 in DCS or less, you know, like, just doesn't make sense. Yeah, that is true. The Xbox community won't know the difference. And that is the thing, I suppose. The big barrier to any kind of curation is that in the long run, it does kind of hurt their bottom line. Even for the third-party stuff, because they are taking a cut, especially if it's in the marketplace, right? That's Kyiv off the nose. So we're nearly there. Still got tons of fuel. I'm not sure what the actual endurance of this thing is on full fuel. Probably something I should have looked up, but it's probably quite a lot. It's a Vedenev M14 engine, same as the Yak-52. She holds quite a bit of fuel. Most of the add-on planes from MSFS like Kinder Egg toys in terms of flight models. Some of them are. So some have really good flight models, like approaching reality. Some have pretty good flight models, but they're not quite right, or they have some egregious flaw, but you have to like deliberately do something silly to notice it. So for instance, Aerosim Gaming, Rush, he's an Australian flight sim streamer, and he's also you know, an engineer that works on light aircraft, and I think he's an instructor now as well. He was going through and looking at the DC-6, and the DC-6 is really nice. It's really well done, except you can just do silly shit with the rudder. Like, you can boot the rudder over and the aircraft will just snap roll like crazy. So he found some potential issues with the flight model there, and that was kind of its big flaw, was just that the rudder was too effective. Some other things, you know, the engine might be a bit overpowered, or they're not modeling some or other peculiar quirk of the aircraft. But generally speaking, the basic flight model in this game, like the groundwork, so to speak, is really good. The foundational flight model of this is really quite good. The issue is you have to know what you're doing with it, and a lot of the developers so far don't, or they're still learning, or in some cases they can't be asked, and so they just use the legacy flight model, which is basically the same as FSX. PvP is a propeller, it sure is. DC Designs is set on a forum that enough people complain about Stearman's ground handling, they'll change it even if it makes it less realistic. I don't like that shit. That's one of the things I'd like to see changed about the DCS MiG-21 as well, is the rudder is too effective on the ground just to give people an easier time taxiing. Fuck that shit. Make it realistic. Because it actually fucked me up. I got so used to using the 21's rudder to taxi that when I got the 19, I was going off the taxiway because I was underestimating how much braking I would need versus how much rudder. Hey Chris! Been lurking a lot here, and I gotta unlurk and wish you the best for the incoming year. Might not be around PC to tell you in the actual proper moment. Hey, cheers! Hope you have an awesome new year as well. I hope you had a good Christmas. And hopefully 2022 will be a bit less shit than 2021 and 2020, and 2019 wasn't real fantastic either, now I think about it. Hopefully we'll be on the up and up. Civvy Simmers just want to be an airline captain as long as the aircraft has a good FMC for navigation. Yeah, I wouldn't say all of them, but a lot of them do. But something kind of unique about this sim compared to the older iterations of the series, and kind of compared to X-Plane and P3D as well, this sim is really optimized, I feel, for general aviation. So lighter aircraft like this in this sim are just... Whereas the airliners are, you know, you can do that in any sim. Yeah, you can see the whole world in this one, but, like, you know, you're not going to be really enjoying the flight model of a fucking fully loaded 7A, you know what I mean? So anyway, welcome back to Kyiv. A little bit less cloud this time, and a little bit more actual scenery. So there will still be a lot of auto-gen here, but I do have a landmarks pack installed. We can already see some landmarks starting to appear, which is nice. It will conflict, so you can see there we've got doubled up chimneys. It is going to conflict with We Love VFR for the same reasons that Pripyat did. It's kind of unavoidable. I'm not sure if that's something I can edit myself, or if the actual original mod creator has to do it. He did explain what was going on flightsim.to, but I can't remember, because it was a while ago. There is a multiplayer folder inside the tracks folder for DCS, yes. So we can see that's custom scenery, and so's this bridge. I'm not going to fly under it, just because I don't know if it has, you know, a realistic collision model or not. Can I not break the plane, please? It is rated for aerobatics, but it's very sensitive to negative G, so I gotta be careful. Little bit of stutter because this is a heavily built up area. And it is also about 40 fucking degrees in here. Or maybe not, 30 something maybe. It's pretty warm, put it that way. I still haven't got my air conditioner hooked up, so I'm boiling to death. What plane is this? This is the Yak 18T. The older, bigger brother of the Yak 52. Actually, is it older or is it newer? I'm not sure. But yeah, it's a basically a general aviation kind of general aviation aerobatic capable plane. We'll put it that way. We've got the perfect song playing for this as well. Should be a good game for me, just flying for chill. Yeah, it's really good to just relax. I think that's probably one of the best things about this sim, is I can just load up a plane, load up wherever I want to fly, and especially if it's somewhere I got some scenery for. It looks beautiful, it runs reasonably well for how impressive it is. You know, it's stuttering a bit now, but that's because I'm streaming. When I'm not streaming, it runs really smoothly. even though I'm on max settings. But yeah, like I just grab a plane, do a bit of flying, chill out. You know, some of them have really good flight models, and I can do some aerobatics or put them through their paces. Some of them basically don't have flight models. They're just pretty to look at, but... In general, the default stuff, the flight models aren't really on point, but they're good enough. Like, if you don't know roughly how the actual aircraft handles, they're close enough, for the most part. See a little bit more clipping there. Again, that's the We Love VFR add-on, kind of conflicting with the Kyiv scenery. So I have to figure out if there's a way I can sort that out later. It wouldn't be a flight sim stream without scenery conflicts. Yeah, and like even in the space of one patch, after sim update 6, it would take me upwards of 40 minutes for the sim to load. And then sim update 7, the sim loads in 5 or 10 minutes. It's like incredible. Huge performance boost in every respect. Did you get to Romania ever or plan to in-game? I was actually going to be flying really close to it later. Like not today, but... So I'm doing this grand journey all around... we started in the Caucasus, we went across the Caspian, then we went up the Volga, then we went from Moscow down Minsk, then down the river here, stopped off at Pripyat, and, you know, now we're at Kyiv. I was doing it in the Spitfire because that's easy to fly, it's good for sightseeing, and it's fast. But I had a bit of a run-in with some bad weather last time, and I may have run the engine a little rough. So we've left the Spitfire down at Cherkassy, and, or not Cherkassy, sorry, Cherkassy. Cherkassy is in DCS, it's completely somewhere else. So we've left that down there, and we're just doing a bit of a fly around in the Ark. But I probably will get to Romania at some point, because I was going to go all the way over to western Ukraine in the Carpathian, so I might hop across the border. You can see what a difference it makes having even just a little bit of custom scenery. Like, most of this is still default scenery, but they've just replaced a couple of distinctive buildings. That's all you need, really. You know, just a few buildings here and there, and it's identifiable as Kyiv. Aileron roll it lower. I kind of did next to that bridge. It doesn't like it. It really doesn't like it. You lose a lot of altitude. Seems like it'd be a fun little plane to own. So, the airport I used to fly out of, Bathurst, it had a couple of... they're built by Nanchang, but I can't remember the designation for them. It's basically a Chinese-built Yak-52. They had a number of them operating out of the airfield, and I think 1 or 2 actual Yak-52s. But I never saw a Yak-18. CJ6, that'd be it. They're really popular here. Maybe already covered. I'm looking at it, and I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence. It looks really nice, and I know in the P3D version they modeled a lot of really cool stuff, like bird strikes actually physically shatter the windscreen and leave bird bits all over your plane. So that's encouraging, but then I look at the thing carrying fucking R-13s on the centerline pylon, which should only be for fuel tanks, a jammer pod, or a nuclear bomb, or carrying R-27s. The MiG-21 never carried R-27s. No MiG-21 ever carried R-27s. The R-73s make sense because Cuba upgraded their MiG-21 bis to carry them, but like the R-27s, the missiles on the centerline pylon, I see shit like that. The UB-32 rocket pods on the outboards, I see that and I'm like, oh, I don't know. Like, if they don't model that correctly, what else do they not model correctly? You know what I mean? I'm tempted. We'll see what the pricing's like. I might have a moment of weakness and buy it anyway, but I'm still kind of deliberating on it. I do want it to be good though. Like, I do really want a good MiG-21 for this sim, because then we can park the Spitfire somewhere, and, you know, we've done a huge journey in that thing. I haven't measured it out, but we have flown a very long way in the Spitfire so far around the former Soviet Union. We can leave that to, you know, to retire to greener pastures and grab the MiG-21 and get around a bit faster. Quite a bit faster. Also, it's a little more thematically appropriate than a Lend-Lease Spitfire. At least I got the Lend-Lease skin for it, so that's something, I guess. 21 with R27 ETB, top meme. Not least of which, because the R27 is like half the length of the entire fucking aircraft. Yeah, there's a Mark 1 and a Mark 9. There may even be more, but the Mark 1 is Airplane Heaven, I think. And it looks like... It has some interesting features, but it looks like it was largely ported from a much older version of Flight Sim. The Flying Iron Mark 9, I know it was brought across from X-Plane, but shall we say, it looks more up to the times. So I think they've given it a bit more intensive of an overhaul. Got another scenery conflict here, but whatever. We'll head back towards the city itself. We're kind of out on the outskirts here. Hang on, Lumber, let me check that link. If I do it on my PC, it'll open my browser and the world will end, but I'll do it on my phone, and it should be okay. $27,000. Yak 18T. Don't tempt me. Don't fucking tempt me. I've already tried the, we need an agricultural helicopter ploy on Dad. I've hit him with that one a few times. Like, Dad, we should really get a helicopter. You know, just write it off as a farm expense. Like, the fuck do we need a helicopter for? It's like 100 acres. We need a helicopter. Obviously. I want my Kamov 26. And I don't care how long it takes me to get it. TACView should have an icon in DCS if it's been working. Yeah, if TACView is properly integrated with DCS, it should give you special options for it in the DCS menu. And then it should save the actual track files to, was it My Documents? No, is it My Documents TACView or is it Save Games TACView? I think it's My Documents TACView. It saves into there. Bought myself 21 for DCS. Might be my new favorite module. Yes! Another one joins the ranks. It's a lot of fun. It always has been my favorite module, and I think we'll see when the 23 comes out, because as a plane, I do like the 23 more. The 23 is my favorite jet, but we'll see. It might end up being that I still prefer the actual MiG-21 module. Which is probably a minor blasphemy for me to say, considering I have a bit more invested than in the MiG-23 at the moment. But we'll see. We'll see. I will love them both. It's just a case of which one I love more, I think. But it really does, like, it's the same with the MiG-19. I really love the MiG-19, especially since the flight model is fixed. Like, that thing is a dream. But there's just something about the 21, you know, just something about it that's special. Even with all the things that aren't modeled right, or a buggy, or whatever, it just... it's still so good. And the more realistic it gets, because the more things are fixed or changed to be accurate, the more it will be my favorite module. Like, the more fun it'll be. I'm hoping that the 17 comes good and does get official status, yeah. Some of the stuff they've been posting recently looks really promising. You know, it's good to see them start, at least appear to start taking things a lot more seriously. That's a good sign, you know, that's good. I was a little worried at first. I was like, oh, they're trying to claim that the 17F could carry missiles. Nuh-uh. But they've done their research. They've got actual documentation now. They've been speaking to SMEs. Good shit. Good shit. Replica Yak 9 for 100k. Yeah. Yeah, so what happened, as I understand it, is... What a bizarre fucking place. What a bizarre fucking place to put a stadium. What the fuck? it's a giant roundabout. What the fuck? Anyway. They found the actual factory still with the original... they don't need to park, Nev. They have public transport here. This isn't the fucking third world. This isn't Dodgers Stadium. But yeah, like, they found the actual factory with the actual tooling, and they were just like, oh, cool, we can start building these again, and they did. They just put Allisons in them instead of Klimovs. Where is this? This is Kyiv, Ukraine. The sun's a bit brutal, hey? Yeah, there was some kind of technological disaster, so their update got delayed. I'm curious to see what's in it, though. I'm really curious to see what's in it. This is quite... Like, this is just auto-gen. Aside from the landmarks, obviously, because I've got a landmark scenery pack, but, like, all of these, this is just auto-gen. This is all default scenery down here. It looks really, really good. Yeah, the carrier is looking really, really, really... Oh. It's a pretty big sprawly city. I'm trying to figure out where the actual, like, city center as such is. I think I've gone past it. There we go. There we go. I think I spy a statue, which reminds me, I need to check and see if there's Volgograd scenery. The artist formerly known as Stalingrad. Because having the Motherland Calls rendered as a giant fucking apartment block... Well, no, what was it? It was a giant round apartment block, just to add insult to injury. That is not on. Not on at all. I've also, for those of you that remember my flights over the UK in this sim, I did get some scenery for Dover Castle. However, it doesn't colour match very well with the default scenery, so I might need to do some tweaking there. Is there a better cap for this or X-Plane? Not that I'm aware of. Maybe for X-Plane, I don't know. I don't have X-Plane, but for this, not that I'm aware of. Here we go, this is looking more like it. our scenery's doubled up. There's actually two of that tower. One of them's a bit more detailed than the other. So yeah, I'll have to find out if there's a way I can manually suppress the We Love VFR stuff from spawning in the same place as the landmark pack. There probably is a way to do it, I've just got to figure out how. And that should solve that issue. Yeah, the Bearcat's pretty obscure. It's one of those planes that me as a, you know, as a kid I loved warbirds. I didn't even know the Bearcat really. Well, I knew it existed, but it was kind of one of those things I didn't really think about. You know, it was a plane I knew existed, but on a daily basis, if you asked me what I thought of the Bearcat, I'd be like, it exists, I guess. The Tiger Cat as well. There's quite a few late war piston engine aircraft that are in that kind of grey area, dwelling in the shadows of the Spitfire and the Mustang and the BF-109. Now, somewhere around here we should have the oh, there we go, grain elevator. Quite nice. VAO's list of 30 planes. Fuck me. I wasn't like I couldn't play DCS. Fucking words. I couldn't play DCS when the VAO thing happened. So my only connection to DCS was watching Ralphie's videos. And so I was only dimly aware of the fact that there was going to be a Hawk and there was lots of hype, and then there was a lot of not hype when the Hawk actually released. And it kind of quietly faded from the public conscience. At least that I saw, you know, obviously being outside the community looking in. So I never really understood the full extent of the VAO debacle until recently. And oh boy. Oh boy, was that spicy. Oh shit, hello, what's this? Some kind of giant fucking mall or something? Yes, a giant mall. Praise capitalism, I guess. Sky Mall, ah. The interchange? Yeah, just fly a bit closer and see if we hear distant sounds of gunfire and scavs yelling at each other. Just build it in the middle of the fucking river, I guess. Just chuck it on some random fucking sandbar island in the middle of the fucking Dnieper. Who cares? I mean, it's a weird place to put a mall, but I guess if you've got the land and you've got nothing else to do with it, why not? It's an odd choice because it makes it inherently difficult to get to. Oh, hang on, I gotta... There we go. Actually... There we go. Mayak, by the way, is a... or was, I think he's moved on to a new project now, but the guy behind Mayak is Ukrainian. Make some gas hands. I have not played Tarkov in an age, dude. I try to get, like, keen to play it, but it's just like, I'm really bad at it, and the gameplay is really skewed towards gear whoring. Like, I don't want a gear haul, I just want, like, a basic bitch setup. I want to run around roleplay like an angry Afghansi. Or Afghaniets, I guess, singular. That's all I want to do. Give me an AK-74, a fucking 6B3, and a fucking tin pot, I'm happy. And then I get fucking head-eyes by some shithead with, like, armor-piercing ammo and more body armor than a fucking Abrams. Black Cobra, cheers for the follow, welcome to the stream. We are flying around lovely Kyiv at the moment in a Yak 18. Now, one of the few things I do know about Kyiv is somewhere around here, and I think it might actually be near that tower, because it's on a hill. There's like a fucking reservoir, with a bunch of stormwater drains and stuff running off it, because Shai did a video when he went to Kyiv. Him and Anton and one of their mates got into it and went exploring all through the storm drains and sewers of Kyiv. And I think it's around this part of the city somewhere, but I don't think I'll be able to find it in the sim. So, ironically, I know more about the underbelly of Kyiv than I know about the surface part of it. So watch out for the guy wires holding that tower up. I don't know if they have collision in the sim, but I'm going to assume they do. So like I said, I'm not real familiar with Kyiv, so I can't tell you what most of these buildings are. And I don't think we have any Kyiv locals in chat at the moment. If there are any of you in there, feel free to speak up. Give us a bit of a guided tour. Alright, let's head back to the waterfront and we'll follow the river. Because we're going to head back up to Pripyat and check that out, see if that conflict with the scenery has been solved up there. It should be at least for the radar, if not for the whole area. So, fingers crossed. Finance someone to attach R3S to a Yak 18. There is that photo. I think it was just done as a prank, because I think it would put the aircraft over max takeoff weight. But there is a photo of a Yak 52 with GUV pods under the wings. It's an interesting building down there. Yeah, I don't think it would fly in that configuration, and it wouldn't be wired for them anyway, but it's pretty funny to think about. Aha! This must be our main avenue here, because there's a lot of custom-made buildings along it. Man, that sun is a bit much. The same Yak 52 with S5s. Mm-hmm. That's for when the instructor gives you the shits and you decide to go give him a nasty wake-up call. Big stadium up here. This isn't the only Ukrainian city I got scenery for, by the way. While I was getting the scenery for this, I also found scenery for Kharkov. I think a couple of others. I can't remember which now, but I did find a bunch of scenery in a couple of airports. So it should spice our journey up a little with some custom scenery. Oh no, who stole my frames? I think it might be Steve, yeah. It's about the right size for it. What's that pink building over there? Grab a look at that. Yeah, there's a lot of custom buildings all through here, so this must be kind of downtown. Oh wow, yeah, look down there. Hang on, let me... Yep, this'll be the city centre, so to speak, or like the historical area. Let's look at all of these. Looks like an old palace or something. Probably like a government building or art gallery or something now, a museum maybe, but it would have been a palace back in the day. Give her a little bit more revs. Quite a nice looking city. So at the moment, if I was using live weather, you would not see shit because the whole place is shrouded in storms. Not ideal flying weather, so we're not using that. That looks like an old fortress. That is an old fortress, actually. Interesting. Yeah, we're not using live weather because live weather right now is unflyable, in this thing especially. But, if we were to use live weather, thunderstorm notwithstanding, there's also a significant amount of snow on the ground. So we would have our little winter wonderland to look at. The issue is we wouldn't really be able to see much detail on the ground. So I just set it to not be snowy for this flyover so we can see a bit better, see a few more details. There was, oh, what was it? The PR1C, I think. It was, or PR1... No, the PR1D, I think, had the deepened oil sump under the engine. The PR1C, I'm pretty sure it was. It was a Spitfire Mark I, modified for photo reconnaissance, but it had, they'd done a world speed record attempt, and it had a modified wing. It wasn't the typical Spitfire elliptical wing. It was still an elliptical wing, but it was a little different in plan form. And they converted it to a photo reconnaissance Spitfire, and it went like a fucking, like, it went like the clappers, right, for a Mark I. That would be interesting to fly. After the war, it ended up as a runabout, like a personal runabout for, I think, somebody at Vickers, because Vickers Armstrongs was the parent company for Supermarine. I don't know what ended up happening to it. I think it eventually either got written off in a crash or scrapped. I'm pretty sure it doesn't exist anymore, but I got photos of it. In my big book of Spitfires. It's quite an interesting looking aircraft. Looks just like a Mark I, except the wings. I'm really glad I actually did install this scenery pack. It's pretty lightweight. You know, it's not like full-on photogrammetry for the whole city or anything. It's just a few landmarks, but it only takes a few landmarks to really pretty up an area. Yeah, that is a fortress, I was right. That is very clearly a fortress. That's a ramparts out there. Interesting shape, though. Unless there's... Oh, it might be... Yeah, it's probably meant to go down to where the those other buildings are. Looks like it's part custom scenery and part autogen. Because normally you'd get a star shape for a fortress like that, especially at that age. It's really pretty. It even looks like maybe that the autogens just better than I expected for some building types, but it even looks like some of the warehouses and factories have little details on them. You know, like some of the older brick ones have little details. It's really, really cool. Really, really, really cool. Now, someone remind me, because I have the memory of a goldfish, remind me, is the big statue of the motherland in Kyiv or Kharkov? Because I cannot remember. I think she's in Kyiv. I think. But I could be wrong. Or they might both have one. Maybe. Because she's somewhere along the banks of the river, I think. But I think we would have seen the statue already. Like I said, my Ukrainian geography is not fantastic. My Russian geography is a little better. Kyiv? Where in Kyiv is she? Because I have not seen her yet. Countdown to her being directly on my nose. I bet you anything. Like, oh, I've just flown past like 5 times without seeing. That would be standard for me. That is a really cool spot for a stadium. Right on the bank of the river like that. That's a really cool place to put a stadium. I suppose the more pertinent question is she on the east or the west bank? Because that would narrow it down significantly. Oh, I wonder where the statue is, guys. There she is. There she is. We'll go around to the left, do another pass. Right there against the sunrise. That's beautiful. Let's not fly into the church. You know what, actually? I'm going to do one more pass because I want to get a picture. I want to get a screenshot. So we'll do one more. We'll try not to overstress the plane. I don't know what the G limits on this are. They're probably like -4 plus fucking 6. I think that's pretty standard for aerobatic stuff. So I'll do one going this way, and then we'll get one off the left side. I'll have to visit Kyiv sometime, if the Ukrainian government will let me in. Beautiful city. Sorry about the frame rate. My PC does not like me more specifically, Steam doesn't like me taking screenshots. Because there's so many in the folder already, it takes forever to write. Yeah. And tower cranes, apparently. Oh man, that is fucking glorious. Alright. Can't do too many more screenshots or I'll blow my PC up. We'll have to come back some other day for a photo pass, I think. But I'll chill out with them for now. I think we're good on fuel. I was gonna say, I kind of want to sit down and grab a drink because I'm sweating half to death here. But I don't know. We'll keep flying. It doesn't have an autopilot, but it is pretty stable in flight. I'm just worried about hitting a pocket of turbulence or something. The Nazis basically flattened Kyiv before they fled. I actually don't know how much damage they did to it. I know they did a lot of damage to it, but I don't know if they flattened it or if they just, like, badly fucked it up. There were a number of places they did genuinely, like, basically raze to the ground. The famous example of razing to the ground being Warsaw. But Kyiv, I don't know. Yeah, they flattened Minsk. There's enough old building. Well, the thing is, though, a lot of old buildings got rebuilt. So I don't know. I might have to look that up after the stream. Find out. My World War II Eastern Front history is kind of missing the civilian perspective, to be honest. The military perspective, you know, I know a fair bit about, but not the civvy side of things. Which is kind of... I kind of feel like the fucking... I like history starter pack is being able to fucking memorize shit about some obscure battle and, like, not knowing the first thing about what the home front was like. I know what the home front was like, just not for this area. For the fucking UK, I certainly do. Watch the World at War series from the 70s? I think I saw part of it, but it was a long time ago. Trim this thing level. It's a fucking stadium, man. Or is it a stadium or is it a mall? I think it's a mall, actually. It's kind of... It could be either with that shape, to be honest. I think it's a stadium. Stadium or maybe like an ice rink or something. Alright, well that's Kyiv. A beautiful city. We're going to head up to the Pripyat River, to the town which gives its name to that river, or more accurately the town which was named for the river. The river existed first, and we're going to check out and see if the scenery conflict there has been fixed, or if I need to figure out how to do some tweaking myself. Stadium is covered. No, the ICBMs are further south. The Museum of Strategic Rocket Forces is, I think, like a couple hours south or southwest. I want to visit there. I really want to visit there. It's a decommissioned R-36 silo. There's a lot of dams and causeways all along the length of the river. A lot of hydroelectric schemes. Same as the Volga. The Volga's dammed up in a number of places for hydroelectricity. It was part of the grand scheme of electrification the Soviet Union undertook in the 20s and 30s. And it continued post-war too, because the big dam at, now called Volgograd, but it was Stalingrad back in the day, the big dam there was actually built post-war. It wasn't there during World War II. I'm not sure when they built most of these. Some of these might actually be more modern. What aircraft is this? This is the Yak-18T. Give me a moment, we'll line up a little better on the river, and I'll give you an external view. That is... Oh! I'm dumb. I know what that is. Those are fucking pipes. That is actually like a hydroelectric scheme right there. That's a dam that flows into the river. That's quite cool. Have you flown a sea otter? No, I haven't. Not yet. Okay. Please trim level. Close enough. So this is our trusty steed, the Yak-18T. Powered by a Vedeniev M14 radial engine. I think it's a 9-cylinder from memory. Same engine that powers the Yak-52. Like the Yak-52, this is also aerobatic rated, but it's a little differently built, a little wider, so you can get some nice side-by-side seating instead of tandem. Beautiful little plane. Yes, it is. It's from Nemeth Designs. It's, from memory, it's relatively cheap. I don't remember how much I paid for it, but it wasn't much. It was like fucking 30 bucks Australian or something. It's pretty good. I can't speak to how accurate the flight model is, but I have seen somebody that's flown the real thing say it's pretty decent. You know, maybe not perfect, but pretty decent. Some of the instruments don't work right. My pneumatic pressure gauge doesn't work at all. My accelerometer isn't working correctly. But the most important flight instruments all work. Controls work as you'd expect. It's a nice little plane. Try so hard to like MSFS 2020, but just can't. It's too annoying, especially the key binding is awful, yeah. There are actually, I think there's more than one. There are things that can help you with that. Lazy Seal knows the name of them. I can't remember it. It's like an external app that helps you bind up different things to different modules. But for sure, the vanilla binding process is miserable. It's also very limiting for the third parties, because a lot of the third-party aircraft require custom functions. So, for instance, the F-104 I have, the radar controls. There are no radar controls in MSFS, at least not for a fire control radar, natively. And so they had to reuse, like, propeller pitch and, like, tube liner autopilot controls, you know, just to use bindings that the F-104 doesn't need. But I'm not going to go bind up all this random shit just for the F-104 and then fly, say, somebody releases a nice Soviet airliner and I go to fly it and find out half my fucking systems don't work right because I bound them for the F-104. You know what I mean? Like, it's just dumb. DCS has spoiled me. DCS has really spoiled me when it comes to control schemes. It's annoying the first time you play DCS to bind up every aircraft individually, but the more you play DCS and the more you play other sims, the more you realize that it's just the best. There is nothing else that competes with it in terms of how easy it is to set up individual binds for individual aircraft. If a particular aircraft has a different... Like, this is the thing, right? A Spitfire has an 80 centimeter stick extension. That's the Spitfire, right? 80 centimeter stick extension. Imagine how much extra leverage that gives you. And then you fly the Hornet, where you don't have a stick extension, basically. Or the F-16, where it's a fucking force-sensing stick with no extension. And these, you've got to use the same peripheral for these two aircraft. Well, how do you reconcile that? You use control curves. And you can set them individually for those aircraft. Like, it's just... It's so much better than this system. And I wouldn't say MSFS is especially bad. All Civi Sims are set up like this. Even IL-2 is set up like this. They have shit control schemes, and they could stand to learn from DCS. Do you fly missions from viewers? So I don't do a lot of single-player stuff. I do occasionally fly missions with people from the stream, so Saber and I have flown together in a few different missions. I've actually made, I'm still working on it, but I've made a Skyhawk mission, which I might run at some point on stream, and you guys will be invited to come along. There's only a few slots, it's not a huge mission, but you know, if people want to fly along, they can. But if you guys want to fly with me, I mostly play PvP multiplayer, so just jump on the server I'm on, you know? So I'm happy to fly with viewers, I'm just not really into DCS single player because the AI is not there yet. Once the AI improves and is a bit more fun to fly against, a bit less predictable, I'll probably start flying more single player, and then I can fly more often with viewers, you know, directly. What do you fly in DCS? MiG-21. I fly a bit of everything, but I primarily fly Cold War Soviet aircraft. But with that said, I own almost every module. I think I don't own the Gazelle, and I think that's it. No, Gazelle, 109, both 190s, and I think the P-51 I don't have. I have the TF-51, obviously, and the Jug. But I got the Spitfire, I've got the I-16, I've got the Ak-52, I got, like, all that stuff. I don't think I have the Kristen Eagle, although I'm kind of tempted to get it, because it's just nice to fly. How the Apache work, doesn't it? So there's an AI that they're going to release with it, kind of like Petrovich and the Hinds. But also you'll be able to multi-crew it. It will be multi-crew capable. The modern stuff doesn't really do it for me. Like, I have issues with glass cockpits in general. I cannot fly with glass cockpits in real life. I have really bad ADHD, and if there are two pieces of information on the same, like, physical display, it's like my brain just short circuits. I can't handle it. So, MFDs, can't do it, don't like them. A lot of the modern systems I find kind of boring. It's just like point-and-click adventure games. If I wanted to do that, I'd go play a point-and-click adventure game. The Cold War birds are a lot more rugged and brutal to fly. The systems are very janky and intensive to use, so... Sound like CCM, do I? Well, it's because CCM, like me, has good taste in aircraft. What can I say? I do fly the Hornet from time to time. I have the F-16 as well. I didn't buy it, but a friend bought it for me. Also, the Hornet was bought for me by Gordo, who is like the patron saint of DCS streams. Very generous man. So I do fly them. I do like them. I just don't like their systems. And, you know, in terms of handling, they're alright to fly. They're nice to fly, but they're not exciting to me. You know... For me, I get excited when the plane has some bad habits or some quirks. So things like the F-14, the Viggen, the MiG-21, the MiG-19, I like those planes because they are fun to fly. Should love the A7? I'm expecting to. I'm really expecting to love that thing. Should be a lot of fun. And I'm really glad that it's going to have the film-based moving map display. That thing is so cool. So cool. Yeah, Flying Iron, who made a Spitfire and a P-38 for this sim, are making the A7 for DCS. Here we see one of Ms. Fizz's little kind of niggling issues with scenery generation, where it can't quite tell the correct elevation for a body of water, so it forms like a step. There is an A6 intruder in the works as well. People are working on that one. It looks like it's reasonably far along, at least externally. We'll see if that turns into another Draken where they're like, no, we're going to finish it before we release AI, or if they release AI first, which I think they should. If I were them, that's what I'd do. I'd release an AI and then go back and work on the flyable stuff. Surprised the A7 had a night vision HUD. That would have been a later update. So the A7E we're getting looks to be a sort of mid-80s era one. Same with the A6 Intruder. The A6 we're getting is 80s era. It has the tram update. It has NavFlare, and it projects it onto the HUD. Navfleur. It's, I don't know, it was probably a bit after your time, maybe, Dave. It's something the Hornet has as well, and the Harrier has it natively. It's a forward-looking infrared system used mostly for navigation, not really targeting. And it will project that directly onto the HUD. On the Hornet, I don't know... On the Harrier, I think it's its own separate thing tied to the DMT, but on the Hornet, the switch that actually activates the Navfleur is the old nuclear consent switch, because they didn't need the nuclear consent anymore because they weren't loading B61s onto the things, so they rewired the nuclear consent switch to be the Navfleur switch now. So if you want to turn your Navfleur on, although I don't think it's implemented, maybe it is, Pom would know. Like I said, I rarely fly the Hornet, but if you want to turn the Navfleur on, you reach up under the left-hand canopy rail about level with your shoulder and you flip that up. So, it's a good demonstration of... It's not just the Americans that do this either, everyone does it, but it's most noticeable in the American aircraft. They will, when they add or change a feature, they'll go and change part of the aircraft's wiring. So, like the HOTAS setup, for instance. The Hornet has a bunch of HOTAS functions that are conditional on what mode the aircraft is in, and that's because they were added later on in development. And so you've got this logic where, you know, the nose wheel steering button does this if it's in this mode, or does that if it's in that mode. And you get these successive upgrades where button functions change, even though the physical cockpit does not change. And that's a really good example, is it went from nuclear consent to Navfleur. The Soviets did that too. The MiG-23 got a kind of an interim countermeasure system. So before about 1980, sort of mid-70s to early 80s, most tactical aircraft didn't carry any sort of countermeasures at all. They might, well, particularly the US ones carried ECM. Some Soviet ones carried ECM, mostly if they carried it was in a separate pod. But they didn't have chaff or flare dispensers. That was the realm of bombers, right? Or specialized ECM aircraft would carry chaff dispensers and create curtains and corridors. Well, the US realized in Vietnam, and the Soviets realized in Afghanistan, that maybe that wasn't the best idea, and at the same time, air-to-air infrared missiles were starting to get quite reliable, as opposed to the older ones, which were kind of shit, and you were lucky if they hit even in optimal conditions. And so around that time, the sort of mid to late 70s, is when you start seeing countermeasures appearing on aircraft. Even the early F-15s didn't have them. You know, the first F-15As, the pilots would stuff bundles of chaff under the air brake. That was their countermeasure dispenser. But the Soviets, as an interim solution on the MiG-23, which, like the F-15, was built without countermeasures, they took the centerline pylon, which is usually used for either the fuel tank or a nuclear bomb when it's serving as a fighter bomber, and they actually embedded a 12-shot countermeasure dispenser into the centerline pylon. And so the pinky button on the stick, which is normally your centerline fuel tank jettison, that was now a dual function button. So if you had a fuel tank on, the first press would jettison the fuel tank, and then successive presses would fire the countermeasures. And you can tell if like for instance, if you have a MiG-23 stick, like I do, real subtle flex there, but if you have one, you'll be able to tell what was fitted to the aircraft, because mine, for instance, just says Sprosbaka, fuel tank jettison, whereas Egg, from my Discord, has one from a MiG-23 ML, and that one did have the countermeasure dispenser on it. It wasn't an MLD, that had a separate button, but the ML had the dual mode button, and so it's not just marked Sprosbaka, jettison fuel tank, it's marked Odstrel KDS, which is the abbreviation for countermeasure dispenser, I guess, like fire countermeasures. Need to make sure I'm flying up the right part of the river, so we don't get, oops. Here we go, yeah. We want to take the left branch up here, the left fork. This thing that looks like a lake, not a lake, that is the cooling pond. So we'll head back up that way, and we'll see if that scenery conflict has been resolved. Hopefully it has. But if not, we'll do a bit of a buzz around anyway, because it's an interesting area to fly over. Someone's done a midway circa 42 scenery for MSFS. Yeah, there are some really interesting ones coming out. Unfortunately, I don't think they've found a way around it yet. There is a limitation that carriers can't move if you want to be able to land on them. So if you do get any scenery with an aircraft carrier, it's going to be static. But there's some really cool stuff. So I have scenery for Hong Kong prior to the closure of Kai Tak. So I can fly into Kai Tak like it's still the 90s and it's still open. And the scenery on the other bank, or like on the other side of the bay, doesn't really matter because it isn't in the flight path, but it removes all the buildings that are in the flight path and puts back in buildings that should be there, and things like the checkerboard and obviously the airport itself. So I can fly into Kai Tak if I want. And I think I did try it on stream and it ended in disaster, as most of my Kai Tak approaches do in airliners. I can do it in a Spitfire easily, I can't do it in a fucking airliner. It's a really hard approach. Really, really hard. Especially for someone that doesn't know what they're doing in an airliner. There's some other scenery as well that I have which is time frame specific, and I'm really hoping that becomes a more common thing. I'd love to have more scenery which focuses on a particular time period, and I'd love to have the ability to turn it on and off easily. You know, obviously in the sim you can go into manage your downloaded content and disable or enable stuff, but having it like so that a piece of scenery has, oh, I am from such and such year as a variable, you know, like you could have it so that you have a slider for time period, and then as you move that along, I'm departing into the realms of fantasy here, I know, but as you move that along, it goes, oh, well, this is the scenery file that corresponds to this time period, so we'll load that one. That'd be really cool. Really, really cool. X-Plane controls that up. I have not played X-Plane. I was really close to pulling the trigger on it when this released. And then I figured, to get X-Plane up to the same kind of standard this is just, you know, by default, like this is vanilla MSFS with a paid add-on plane and some free add-on scenery. All that scenery that I had just there in Kyiv is free. Modders made it. Including the We Love VFR stuff. That's free, that's a mod. The Kyiv landmarks, free. To get X-Plane up to the same level that I have this sim, just natively with a couple of paid planes and mostly free scenery, would cost me hundreds of dollars. And I don't have that kind of money to sink into a sim that I'm not going to play that often, you know? Like, the main draw of this is that I don't need to mod a whole bunch of shit to get it looking and flying decent. So X-Plane has some planes that this doesn't, which I really, really want, and I've heard good things about X-Plane's flight model. On the other hand, I've also heard it doesn't model some things because reasons. You know, no flight model's perfect, but I feel like if X-Plane, if X-Plane 12 gave me more incentive, I would maybe buy it, but apparently Austin is very much of the opinion that people should generate their own ortho. Like, bro, I ain't got fucking time or hard drive space for that. I'm not gonna sit here generating my own fucking ortho. I'd rather just have this. Like, this looks pretty fucking good, you know, seams in the water textures aside. And this is default. Like, I'd rather have this, you know? You know, this sim is certainly not without its faults, but if you are not, like, a hardcore fucking... Like, I say this in the most loving way possible. I don't mean to offend any people that spend a lot of time in city sims, but if you're a hardcore no-lifer fucking tube line guy, it makes sense. If you're not, it makes no sense. Yeah, your screenshots look really good, Lumber, because you put the work into it. Like, that's what I mean. If you put the work into it, it looks really, really good. But I don't have the time for that. As it is, like, I like to play this sim a bit, but I don't play it that much. You know, I mostly fly DCS. I don't even fly IL-2 that much these days. As much as I'd like to, I get hooked on DCS, right? That Cold War itch won't scratch itself. So I don't have the time to be doing that for X-Plane. I really don't. Yeah, it is interesting the way that's kind of switcherooed. And not just flight either. Like, you had tank sims back in the 90s. You had all kinds of strategy games back in like, the 90s were the decade of simulation and strategy. Like, so many good games. Oh my god. And then it was just like, it died off. And all of the military-oriented stuff became really gamified, and meanwhile you're getting, like, fucking Train Simulator. Not to shit on train sim. I'm a train stan. I see you, my fellow train stans. But, like, you've got Train Sim, Forklift Sim, fucking Farm Sim. My little sister, if she's still here in chat, she has Farm Sim 2022, and our dad has bought... It was like a year ago now, maybe a bit more than a year ago. He went to a clearing sale for a farm and bought himself a skid loader, because of course he did. And Dad has just, like, Dad's entire life has become oriented around this skid loader ever since he bought it. Like, to the point Mum was threatening to go, like, commit arson on the shed because she was so sick of hearing about it 24/7. Well, my sister has started playing Farm Sim 2022. She's made her character look exactly like our dad, and does nothing but buy skid steers and talk about skid steers. That's it. That is how my sister plays Farm Sim 2022. Skid sexual. Yeah, to be fair, he has put quite a lot of work into that thing. It was like... It wasn't a complete wreck when he got it, but it was not functional, and it was like the interior looked like a fucking rat's nest, basically. It's quite nice now. I told him the only thing left to do is paint the interior a nice shade of turquoise, and buy another HIS 1M, and put it on like a janky mounting bracket somewhere inside the cabin. But it looks really nice. It's got it set up quite well. So I'll give him credit where credit's due. Like, he's put his work in on it, but god, if he doesn't speak about anything else. Did Dad ever visit Sunshine Coast next year or get him an excavator? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, please don't encourage it. Don't encourage it. Oh, shit! That's the other thing I got scenery for. Sorry, my brain... Oh, I'm going up the wrong fork of the river. Oopsie daisies. I thought we should have seen the power plant by now. I'm like, maybe that's why. I got another piece of scenery as well, which I didn't have last time. Fuck, what is it? I'm gonna say it wrong. Raskova? Raskova? I don't remember which one it is, but it's the vehicle graveyard. I got scenery for it. So we'll overfly that. I'm sorry, what? In which universe? I have this problem with the Yak 18. I'm cruising along minding my own business and I overstress it. I probably oversped it. We're gonna just slew over there. I'm not flying all that distance again. I can. I'm not sure how good it'll come out, because there was a scenery conflict between We Love VFR, which obviously tries to model any kind of tall aviation hazard, and the actual scenery, which models the array in full detail. So we'll see if that's been resolved. Oh, it's reset the weather! Oh no! Hang on, I gotta redo everything. So this is what the weather in Ukraine is actually like at the moment. It's fucking awful. We're gonna get rid of the precipitation. Oh my. We've got a raid too. Conti! Cheers for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had a good Christmas too, man. And a preemptive Happy New Year. Snow depth is already gone. Let's get this up a bit and thin it out. Let's get this way up there. Yep, that's nice. Let's just go with that. A little bit too much rudder there. The nose wheel steering on this is pretty sensitive. Up we go. So I've got to figure out why I'm overstressing it. I think I oversped it. But it keeps happening when I fly this thing. I'm a little too careless. It's usually when I'm mid-rant, I end up overstressing it. MJ Daiso and Flying Basil. Cheers with all those guys. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. I'm sure you are, considering you just came from Conti's stream. We are all the way back in Cherkassy, so I'm going to have to slew this for quite a distance. Now, I don't think I've actually used the slew function in this sim before, so I'm not even sure if I got it bound correctly. We're about to find out. Conti ran out of beer, his keyboard drank it all. Yeah, mine might be joining that club a bit later on. I don't have a lot in the house, but I've got enough. Okay. So slew, I think, is Y? Yes. Now, how do I move it? It's not the arrow keys. Ah! 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 Yeah, fucking whatever. As I whiz down the fucking river at Mach 1 million. Does anyone know? I guess it's... Oh god, no. Oh no, no, we don't... Fuck, it's a bit sensitive, hey. Good grief. Which way is Kyiv? It should be that way, I think. Can I... the roll slew is like absurd. Oh my god. I'm sorry for anyone that I'm giving like seasickness by doing this. I just want to get wings level. Of course there's no key to automatically center it. Fuck it. We'll just go with this. Can I open my VFR map? Of course not. Why would I be able to do that? Yeah, we had an accident, Pom. We overstressed the aircraft somehow. I don't even know. How do I go up and down in slew mode? I feel like that's an important question to ask, otherwise I'm going to be a bit low when I unslew. Just the 18-month resub, by the way, Pom. Okay, we found the river at least. This is a start. I think, before I unslew, I'm going to quickly just nip over to the fridge and grab a drink as well, because I am dying. It's kind of warm. And my PC is a very efficient space heater, as it turns out. Okay, well the sun's over there, so... Kyiv should be off the nose somewhere, I think. I mean, it would have probably been faster to go back to the world map and just, like, restart the flight from a nearby airfield, but we don't do that here. That would be the sensible thing to do, and we do not do anything sensible on this stream. Hey, at least for those who missed the tour of Kyiv, we can give them the express version. Right? We'll give them the fucking cliff notes of the Kyiv tour. That should be the city off the nose. F4, F3, F4. Those will work for the camera, but they appear not to be working for slew. Anyway, there's the statue of the motherland. For those that missed it earlier, pretty cool statue. Right, let's go. So we did like a, what, 2-hour flight around the city. It's default scenery, but with a couple of free add-ons. So I've got the We Love VFR add-on, which is why you see 2 sets of chimneys and 2 sets of towers everywhere. It's conflicting with the other scenery. So I got We Love VFR and Kyiv landmarks. And then I've also got... Oh, fuck, we didn't go to fucking Giuliani. I've got scenery for Giuliani Airport too, which I actually landed at in the Spitfire when we came to Kyiv in that. So that maybe once we go up to Pripyat, that'll be where we go next. We'll land there. Fixed my throttle, got a bent cable, but it's a hack job till my return. Leave tomorrow, so last stream will be in an hour or so. Won't fall asleep for it after you're done. I'm probably going to be going for quite a while myself, so I'm going to switch over to DCS in a bit, and maybe we can fly together somewhere. I checked out 4YA, and unfortunately they have a ping limit, and I'm just over it, so I can't bully the children. Okay, so that's not the branch we want. The branch we want... At least I don't think it is. The branch we want should be... Is it? No, it's not that one. It is this one, I think. Alright, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick, and then we will unslew. Bear with me, chat. Oh. I actually have significantly less alcohol in here than I thought. That's a bummer. Should pay to visit to Uncle Dan's while I had the chance. Oh well. Okay. Here we go. We're not dead. That's always a good sign. We are out of trim. There we go. That's not bad. Now I've got to configure the aircraft again. Oh, and I've got to get my track IR going. Because it turns it off automatically when I get out of my seat now, which I absolutely hate. I wish they would disable that feature or give me the option to disable it. Yeah, everything except the strobe. Now we can open the VFR map, so we will get some idea of where we actually are. Okay, we go in the right direction now. I'm going to recenter my track IR as well. There we go. Yeah, it is kind of a weird change. And I kind of understand why they've done it, I just don't like it and I wish they made it optional or hadn't done it. It doesn't break it, but what it does is if my track IR leaves the field of view of the camera or in any way gets paused or disabled, the game will turn track IR off up here, so it'll just automatically do that and go back to default. So if I get out of my seat and usually set my track IR down on top of my stick, or set my headset down on top of my stick so I don't knock it off my desk like I usually do, yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Are you not on the hotfix beta? It fixed it? Oh no, I'm not. I'll have to get it then, if it fixes that. Made their problem the user's problem? Always. Always, that's the way, right? Well, I can already see that would be the power plant, not the city. So we got the city of, or town really, of Chernobyl itself, off the nose, close. And then further out, that's the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, named after V.I. Lenin. And on the other side of that, to the northwest, is the town of Pripyat. And timing on the music bot, the music video for this song is drone shots of the city. Application of Lockheed took 8 months to get turned down. You should have got Womack to pull some strings for you. That's where Womack works. Womack works at Lockmart. Should have got him to pull strings. So for those who arrived recently and haven't seen a good view of our wonderful little Yak 18, instead of me slewing around, I'll give you a nice little exterior shot here in a second, as soon as I get it kind of trimmed. It's a little difficult to trim it hands off. And I don't have the luxury of an autopilot. There we go. Beautiful little aircraft. So it's using a Vedenev M14, same engine as the Yak-52. Like the Yak-52, it is aerobatic rated. But you can carry some extra friends with you. It's a little bit larger. Actually, you know what? No, it's not large. It's fatter. I don't actually think it's significantly different in size, because the Yak-52 is quite long. So this kind of small city, large town, whatever you want to call it, that we're passing over now is Chernobyl itself. The city gives its name to the power plant, which in turn gives its name to the whole zone, but the town that serves the power plant, where all the workers lived, is Pripyat, up there next to the plant. So Chernobyl is still inhabited. It's mostly kind of a base where scientists working in the zone live. It's much smaller than Pripyat, and kind of a lot less fancy. It's not quite as not quite a model city like Pripyat was. There's some beautiful murals though. It won't have them in the sim because there's no photogrammetry for these buildings. Or I think there's some. We'll go have a look. But in real life, it has some quite beautiful murals and mosaics on the buildings. Mostly related to atomic science. You know, for better or for worse. In what universe? We're gonna air start it. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't think I was putting it under too much negative G. It's an aerobatic aircraft. It should tolerate like -4. But this is the issue I keep having with the Yak-18. I'll try and push the nose down a little, and I don't know if I'm overspeeding it or what. It just shits itself. So let's... Rasocha. That's it. Rasocha is the graveyard. Oh, it's further down here. Okay. So from Pripyat, we want to go south. So the radar... that's the radar. So if we just fly south from there to the radar and then kind of kick west, that'll take us there. Alright, let's air start. I'm gonna say that almost looks like somebody made an airfield, but what that probably is, in fact, I can tell you what that is. That's the power lines. That's the clearance for the power lines. And if you watch Shai's video of him and the guys going through the zone, that's where they're crossing that power line. And then that river, which I forget the name of, is the one that they swam across. Airborne 1500 feet. We're going to set it to real time. We're not going to have live weather. We're just going to go, what was it I had? Snow, and then move this layer up to like 15,000, bring it down to about 30%. This layer goes up to fucking here, and we just leave it. And we also get rid of the snow. I think this should, and warm it up a bit. I think this should be good. I think this is roughly what I had before. Hopefully it remembers my weather settings here. Hopefully. We might need to quickly pause it and change it. After flying the MiG-21 taxi in the F5 is giving me anxiety. I'm expecting to run out of air. I have not run out of air taxiing the MiG-21, to be honest. Don't overcorrect. Don't get carried away with the brakes. Just give it a tap here and there. Don't hold the brake lever, tap it. And where you've got a long straight, get up to about 70 kilometers an hour and you should get rudder authority. Well, in DCS, because they made the rudder way too effective, you'll get rudder authority at like 20 kilometers an hour, but in real life it should be about 70. And it's fucked me on the weather, so we're just gonna quickly hit active pause, and... Hello? Am I paused? Yes, I think I am. The prop's still turning though, which scares me. Okay, we're gonna... thin this out. Oh, we got a rainbow right in front of us. We're gonna move it up to about there. We're gonna yeet that up into the 40s. There we go, and we're gonna make it a little bit warmer. And get rid of the precipitation. There we go. Now, if I can avoid breaking my fucking plane this time, that would be nice. So there's that power line allowance I was talking about. That's what that is. Because, you know, a nuclear power plant has some pretty substantial electricity coming out of it. I did try it. Unfortunately, artistically speaking, the model is from like FS9, so she ain't real pretty to look at. And flight model wise, it's about on par with the DCS Gazelle. Let's put it that way. I mean, it's a free mod in a sim that doesn't natively support helicopters yet, so there's that. But with that said, it's a cool little toy, but it's not really gonna be very much like flying a Me-Too. Hopefully the flight model will improve with time, but we'll see how that goes. I don't know. I'm trying not to set my expectations too high. So I need to figure out, because this happens every time I go sightseeing in this thing, I always overstress the plane at like the worst time. I need to figure out what it is I'm actually doing and then stop doing it. I think it's just I'm giving it rapid, not even much negative G, just rapid negative G. Or overspeeding. Maybe I'm overspeeding. It must be overspeed. I don't like this. And this is something that they'll never do a proper damage model in this, right? Because then people will do silly things like crashing into towers, which they definitely don't want. But it really does need a proper damage model rather than just kicking you back to the menu. Like, I know a lot of people fly with the damage model off, which is fair enough, but I want to still have some limitations imposed on me. I just want them to be sane, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. It needs some sort of damage modeling, I think, regardless. We'll throttle... Whoop. Don't want that. We'll throttle right back. And hopefully that will avoid the same issue. Look, I mean, people are going to do it anyway, they just won't get a satisfying explosion out of it. You know, if people... the argument of it being insensitive or inappropriate, whatever, I get that. I disagree with it, but I get it. But the argument, oh, people might use it to train to do it again, you can fucking do that anyway, come on. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you know, it's just dumb. Dumb, asinine bullshit. Give me a damage model. Right back. Joystick recommendations. If I had my time again, I'd probably buy a Virpil Mongoose T50. Especially because I mostly fly Red 4 stuff. If you fly Western stuff, I don't know. The Warthog's okay. I have issues with it, but it's okay. As long as you get one that's built properly, which I didn't. The Windwing stuff looks alright, but I have no real experience of how their build quality or customer service or anything is. But Virpil seem really solid. Really solid. Like I said, if I had my time again, I would get Virpil stuff. I've heard good things about the RealSim force sensing stuff as well. But that's a bit more specialized and it's also extremely expensive, so I would only really consider getting that if I was a hardcore F-16 stan. Want to avoid Thrustmaster? Ah, yeah, you had the problem I did, where the fucking quality control was non-existent and your shit broke. Yep, I gotcha. Yeah, in that case, I go for Virpil. VKB I've heard mixed things about. And also because they are based in Belarus, it can be kind of difficult to get stuff sometimes. Just due to shipping and the looming threat of embargoes. But yeah, Virpil seems to be a pretty solid choice. So I don't think there's any custom buildings down here in Chernobyl. At least not that I've noticed. So we don't get to see any beautiful Soviet-era scientifically themed mosaics on the buildings, sadly. But we will see those a little further down the river. Okay, I am actually going to give her a few more beans here. You know what I think it is? I think it's overspeeding if I go past 250 k's an hour. Even though that's still yellow arc, it should only be overspeeding at 320. And even then, I doubt it would catastrophically fail if I oversped it at 320. Unless I pulled hard. And this is something that comes in with DCS as well, the argument of whether something should break the aircraft immediately or whether it should be a delayed onset. And in DCS you have the additional factor of you have to try and avoid people min-maxing, and you have to deal with the multiplayer situation where people are spawning in an aircraft, flying it, then respawning in a different one, so there's no long-term effects. So, you know, you could make overstressing the aircraft increase the chances it'll fuck itself up in the future, but that's not going to matter if somebody's only playing on the server for, you know, 2 hours and they reslot twice. You know what I mean? So there's a fine balance to achieve between realism and consequences. And I think in some situations it's... Like the MiG-21, for instance, the way the engine dies on you if you overspeed it, it doesn't damage the plane, but you have to relight the engine. It's a consequence. It's dangerous if you don't know what to do and you don't respond correctly. I think that's a good limitation, because it prevents people abusing the fact that it can get that fast. It prevents people from cheesing it and abusing the fact that it is a game. Yes, I said it. Whereas if you modelled it, you know, instantly blowing up the plane because the compressor just shits itself or the turbine yeets a blade through the casing, that's not really realistic either, unless you badly exceed the limits. And even then, it's just frustrating. So, like, for instance, like, with the whole overspeed thing with the Viggen, with the MiG-21, with Over-G, with the F5 now with Over-G, I think it's important to have some wiggle room before there's a consequence. And I think as much as possible, the consequence shouldn't be plane explode. Unless you do something truly dumb, like pull 13G in an F5, in which case you get what you had coming. But, you know, like, for instance, with the Viggen overspeed, I kind of like the MiG-21's model of dealing with that, where it just kills the engine. Because relighting the Viggen engine is fun, put it that way. So I think they could probably get away with using the same limitation, actually. And it would, you know, it would still be reasonably realistic. Like, it's a bit gamey, but it's enforcing a realistic limitation, if that makes any sense. I'd just like to point out, this sim is so fucking graphically detailed, I'm getting real-time reflections of my instruments on my fucking console. Meanwhile, in DCS... like, I know DCS is an older sim on an older engine. Like, I get it, but it's just... it stuns me how graphically advanced this sim is and how well it runs for that. Here we have the fateful power plant. Chernobylskoye atomnoye elektrostancie imeni Vladimir Ilyich Lenina. These are the cooling towers, which were never completed. The cooling towers are not for the functional part of the plant. They were built for units 5 and 6. So this is, I forget which is which. One of these is unit 5 and one is unit 6 under my nose right now. They were half built. One of them, unit 5 was nearly complete. They are also RBMKs. They're the same type as the main plant. They're just separated out physically from it. I think that's unit 5. And I think that might have been 6 over there. Or actually, no. I think they're both part of the same building. So, yeah, no, they are. They're both grouped together in the same block, I think, like the other units are. So, here we have a turbine hall, this long building. This is the turbine hall. That, if you actually look, I'll fly over it again. If you actually look on the other side, there's piers and there's water there, because there's a fucking river next to us, so the water table is like an inch below the ground. This is a swamp. But this is turbine hall right here. This is the actual power block. So one half of this will be unit 5, one half of it, that'll probably be unit 5, and that'll probably be unit 6. So, like units 3 and 4, unit 5 and 6 are paired together, I think. So this here, this would be the other half of the turbine hall. They got the piers in place for the foundation, they just never finished building it. And then your water flows in and or out through here, back into the cooling pond up there, and then your cooling towers over here. If you go on YouTube, look up, Susanen's channel, I think, is Super Sus. If you look up his channel, he's got a video of him and his mates in a fucking rubber dinghy rowing around the inside of units 5 and 6 and the old turbine hall for it. And BioNerd23, if you're into the whole Chernobyl thing, BioNerd23 is a must follow. She spent a long time in the zone, and she's got videos all throughout the power plant, throughout the cooling towers, throughout Pripyat itself, throughout the outlying parts of the zone. She is a nuclear physicist, so she actually has a reason to be there. And she does a lot of experimentation where she goes looking for fuel fleas in the environment. She looks around some of the abandoned laboratories. Like, there was a kindergarten, for instance. I don't remember where exactly in the zone it is, but it's an old kindergarten, which in the late 80s and early 90s, because you got to remember that there were liquidators here until the 90s, and there's still scientific people who work in the zone today. Like, this is like a giant scientific experiment these days. You know, they figure out what kind of radiation levels different crops can tolerate, things like that, how long it takes till they're safe for human consumption. But BioNerd went to this lab which was set up in a kindergarten, and it was a soil sample laboratory where they took soil samples from throughout the zone and figured out whether that area was still heavily contaminated or whether it was remediated enough to be safe or what. Fuel fleas. Fuel fleas are small pieces of actual fuel material from the reactor, which, because of the explosion, were basically aerosolized or fragmented and thrown long distances. So you'd be going along in the environment and you've got your Geiger counter out and suddenly it spikes off the charts because you found a fuel flea. And if you look hard enough, you'll find a little small piece of uranium or something. Because you've got to remember the explosion that this went off with was fucking substantial. Like, it wasn't a nuclear explosion, it was a steam explosion. I tell you what, man, people roundabout, you probably know, but most people dramatically underestimate the fucking power of steam. Like, holy shit, steam is not something you want to fuck with. And it was purely a steam explosion, and it was enough to lift a 2,000-ton upper biological shield and the fuel rods and fucking hurl it. The upper biological shield, Object E as it's called, and the fuel rods and control rods all bent and twisted are called Elena's hair. The upper biological shield, which weighs 2,000 tons, is upside down, kind of at an angle, in what used to be the reactor core. That explosion had enough force to pick it up, throw it through the roof, and then it fell back down and landed on the core. It's really, like, the amount of power is just insane. It's incredible just how relatively little damage was done. I just waved my arm in front of my track IR. Thank you, Ms. Fizz. There we go. You're quite knowledgeable at... a bit. There are people who know more about it than me, but I find it interesting. Really interesting. Oh, that kind of looks like an unfinished reactor casing. But I think that is 5 and 6 together. I'll have to check the schematics for the site, because I'm pretty sure that's a double block and then that's a turbine hall for both, because where would you build a turbine hall there? Anyway, this is the main part of the plant, which, the accident-involved plant. Stalker players will recognize a lot of this because the game is quite faithful to the real area. It just moves some things for gameplay reasons. This is the admin block. There's a big statue of Lenin somewhere down there. We got a nice mosaic there, another mosaic there. The Soviets love their mosaics. Hey, Clixie. Welcome to the stream. So, this is the actual main body of the power station. This long building, the long building on my side, this is the turbine hall. It runs the entire length of the station. That's block 1, block 2, block 3 and 4 are paired off and they're under my tail now. So 1 and 2 are separated. Each of these things, this is the reactor. This is the condensers, the drum separators, all the support equipment for the reactor, but this is the actual reactor warehouse. RBMKs were built in a warehouse-style structure, not a containment structure not a containment vessel like a Western power plant would be, because the RBMK was a very unique reactor. It was built with the dual purposes, yes, again, because I think we fixed the scenery. It was built with the dual purposes of delivering an enormous amount of power for very cheap, and also an enormous amount of weapons-grade material. So you need a reactor that you can refuel while it's running to get the weapons material out, because it's breeding material the whole time, right? So you need to be able to refuel the reactor without shutting it down. To do that, you need a really impressive fuel handling machine. The fuel handling machines for these are fucking incredible pieces of engineering. But it runs basically on a gantry crane along the length of this warehouse-like structure, which is what the reactor's built in. It's literally a warehouse, right? It has the biological shields and the spent fuel pools, all the stuff you'd expect, but the actual building is basically a concrete warehouse. And so each one of those is a reactor. This is the new safe containment. So this was built over here and then slid into place on these rails. And the old sarcophagus, which people my age and older will remember, is underneath this. You can kind of see part of the end of the sarcophagus because it extended onto the roof of Unit 3. Now, I can't remember which sequence they shut the units down in. One of them had an accident in the 90s. It wasn't serious, but because of I think it was 91 or 92. Because of it was 90 or 91, because the Soviet Union was still a thing. it wasn't a bad accident, so to speak, but it was enough that it was politically inconvenient, considering this had happened at the same place, so they shut it down. Then I think was that Unit 1 or Unit 2? It was one of those two. And then they decommissioned a second one in the, I think the 90s, mid-late 90s. And then they finally decommissioned the last unit, which I actually think might have been Unit 3, next to the accident-involved area, in 2003. This was an operational power plant until 2003, because it just was too big to close down. This provided so much of Ukraine's electricity supply, as well as a large part of Belarus, parts of Western Russia. They couldn't really shut it down until they had a viable replacement. And so it was an operational power plant for a very long time after the accident, and that's why there were still people in and around Pripyat. Now, the workers for the plant, as well as some of the scientists, were moved to Slavutich, which I flew over last time I did this part of the trip. Slavutich is a model city. It's built kind of similar to Pripyat, but it's a different layout. The buildings are different, but that's where the people from Pripyat got relocated from, or relocated to. It's across the river. It's about 50 kilometers that way. There's a train line that runs through to Yanov Station. That's how they got in. But there's also people that stayed at Chernobyl, mostly scientists working to remediate the disaster, who stayed in the area. So in 2003, the plant was shut down. There are still staff there. If you have the appropriate credentials, say you're a nuclear physicist or a student with, who's working in the field, you can get a tour of the power plant by the staff that are working to decommission it, because decommissioning a power plant, even a coal-fired one, takes decades. Decommissioning a nuclear power plant, let alone one that blew up, takes a very long time. And so there's still staff working in the plant. And like I said, if you go to BioNerd's channel, she has videos from inside the plant. And one of her friends, who's also a nuclear physicist, did a full-on tour of Unit 2, which at the moment they're using to breed... what was it? Silicon, I think. It's a specific silicon isotope they need for different electronics. They breed it in Reactor 2 by putting it into the core of the decommissioned reactor, because there's still enough activity in there to do this. So it's quite something. Just buy a tour for $50. Seriously? Fuck, I really want to get over there, man. I really want to visit Ukraine sometime. I need to organize the logistics of it, and when I finally had the money to fucking travel to Europe, COVID hit. I'm so pissed off. If COVID had hit at any other point, I would have been fucking over the moon. Don't have to go near people for like 3 years? Sign me the fuck up. But the one time I actually want to travel and have the money to do it, no. But yeah, that's the plan. It's a sad story, because it was such an unlikely accident to happen. Like, it relies on a bizarre design flaw of the RBMK, it relies on incompetence, it relies on lack of communication, it's just bad luck. Like, this accident was so unlikely to happen that there's basically no chance of it ever happening again. It was one of those things, like, it's not even 1 in a million, it's like 1 in several million that this actually happened in the first place. It's just a really sad story, but it's a really interesting one too. And it's sad to me. I'm going to go on we're going to get political here for a minute, but it's a shame that nuclear power has been so effectively maligned and sabotaged by the fucking fossil fuel lobby. I understand environmentalists not liking it, but you know who doesn't like it the most? The fucking oil cartels. The reason nuclear power has such a tarred reputation is not because of the accidents, because there were relatively few, and in the grand scheme of things, Chernobyl caused less damage both to the planet and to people than living next to a coal power plant over the course of a decade would. Like, fossil fuel fired plants cause so much damage to health, to the environment, to everything, that nuclear is a massive threat to them, and so anything they can do to sabotage it, they will. There was an ad from, it was an American newspaper, it's the Long Island newspaper, I don't remember which one, back in the 70s, I think, around the time 3 Mile Island happened, and it was this great screed against nuclear power and how terrible and dangerous it is, and if you look down the bottom in tiny print, it was paid for by the Long Island Oil and Gas Company. Like, I'm not saying that we should power everything off nuclear power, but you've got to look at the reality of it. Renewables are good, but they're just not there yet. We don't have enough of them. They have environmental issues of their own. Like, lithium mining is horrendous, both in terms of the fact it's mostly done with bad labor, like child labor or underpaid workers with no safety, and also the fact it's just bad for the environment. And you know, like, lithium-ion batteries are horrible. You know, like, solar power towers have a number of issues still. They have to use coal or oil power or gas power in the mornings to spin the generator up, so they're not wasting half the day just to get up to operating temperature. So they're still using huge amounts of fossil fuels just to get working. You know, like, they set birds on fire. I'm not saying we shouldn't build them, but I'm saying they still need some time to mature, and we need some time to work through their issues. Here we have not quite a silver bullet, but fucking close to it, that will enormously slash the damage we do to this planet just long enough for us to figure out better electricity. You know, we don't need to keep nuclear, we just need a stopgap to get us across the line for the next 50 to 100 years until we don't need it anymore. That's all we need, is a stopgap. But everywhere, especially in Europe, because, you know, like, look at fucking Germany, where the environmentalists, or so-called environmentalists, are closing down nuclear plants left, right, and center, and they're importing coal-fired and gas-fired power. Fucking one step forward, two steps back. Like, is it ideal? No. Is it perfectly safe? No. It's safer than fucking coal. It is safer than fucking coal, it's safer than oil, it's cleaner than either of them. Like, even with the problems of nuclear waste, it is still a better solution than fossil fuels. There is absolutely no sane reason to be closing down nuclear power plants and opening new coal-fired plants, other than the fact that some people stand to make a lot of fucking money from it. Funny how that works, isn't it? Now break down the Middle East conflict. Oh, my opinions on the Middle Eastern conflict are, like, almost tailor-made to offend every single group possible. We might touch on that sometime, just for the shits and giggles. I'll just have to be careful I don't get banned off Twitch. I'll say this much, and I'm going to pull my I'm an ethnic minority card here. I am going to say this much. I'm not going to go out and say that Israel should be destroyed, because of course I'm not. I have fucking cousins over there. However, I am going to say that it's very convenient to not only Zionist interests, but also to foreign interests, like, say, the Europeans and the Americans, that they have a strong ally in the Middle East who are very sort of nationalistic, but also not very safe because all their neighbors hate them. It's very convenient that you know, people who had lived together for thousands of years suddenly now hate each other's guts because of basically the final last gasp of European colonialism. You know, let's take a bunch of Ashkenazis who are basically Europeans and have always been in Europe. They might be Jewish, but they've always been in Europe for thousands of years, or hundreds of years, whatever. Let's take them and dump them on the Middle East, so that they fight the Palestinians, they apply all the lessons they learnt from us about colonialism, and the closest thing they have to brothers hate their guts. Like, could you imagine how much of a nightmare it would be for the world powers if the Israelis and the Palestinians realized they have common interests and just decided, hey, fuck this fighting each other business, let's turn all our guns outwards. That's why it doesn't happen. That's why the peace process keeps failing at the 11th hour. Funny that. I will also say it's also very funny how Zionist organizations seem to have no problem with stirring the pot of anti-Semitism by doing just morally reprehensible things, so then it blows back on the rest of the diaspora, and then because our lives are made so miserable, it's like, fuck it, I guess we have to go to Israel now. Funny that. I have very strong opinions about Zionism, and I'm not a big fan. Because, like I said, it fucks over the rest of us. Absolutely fucks over the rest of us. Anyway, now that I'm probably going to get banned on New Year's, let's continue with our tour. Stalker players may recognize this cement factory down here. That is actually in the game, but instead of being near the Jupiter factory, it is actually part of the power plant. If we head over this way, we have the infamous Bridge of Death, whose reputation is played up. The whole Bridge of Death thing is basically an old wives' tale, but it is the bridge that you use to get to the power station from the city. And we also have the city limits kind of "you are now entering" sign, which is which corner is it? It's down here because it comes off Ulica Lenina, which is the main axial north-south street. Actually, no, it's the main axial east-west street. I'm all kinds of fucked up. That, by the way, that is Yanov Station. Right there. That's Yanov Station for all you stalker guys. All you stalker guys. It's not a very well-constructed sentence, is it? Yeah, I've been watching Shy for years. It's really cool to see him get into it. Really cool. Especially because, like, with BioNerd, you see a lot of the actual buildings and a lot of the scientific stuff, because she is a scientist, but with Shy, you get to see what the actual zone itself is like outside of that. There we go. It's kind of hard to... I don't want to overstress the aircraft for the fucking, what, 4th time, but... Oh, there's somebody else flying around here. Whoop, power line. Occupational hazard near a nuclear power plant. There we go. Pripyat, 1970, which is when it was established. Whoop. I fucking hate the way that zoom is done in this game. It's really disorientating. There we go. Badger! Cheers for the follow and for the Prime sub, by the way. Hope you're enjoying the show. I'm gonna build gas plants? Yeah, I know. It's fucked. It's fucked. The whole situation is fucked. It's funny too. You look at all the fucking startup green energy shit. It's a bunch of fucking tech bros jerking themselves off about reinventing a less efficient version of technology that's existed for over a century. Like that fucking the gravity battery thing they're building in Switzerland. We've had those for like a century. You know what they're called? Dams. You put a fucking turbine on one side and a pump on the other. When you have excess power, you pump water from the bottom dam to the top. When you don't have enough power, you let the water flow down and run the turbine. Oh my fucking god. It's 90% efficient as opposed to that fucking thing. You don't need concrete, which is a massively... Like, people don't realize how environmentally destructive concrete is. River sand is shit for concrete. It's too smooth. It doesn't stick. You need sea sand. So you dredge the seafloor for concrete right near the coastline, and then that erodes the coastline, which is already a problem. Never mind the fact we're going to be 20 meters underwater in a century. Concrete's really bad. Like, the less concrete people use, the better. And they're using it for these fucking Jenga blocks to build this stupid fucking tower. They want to put it around wind turbines, right, to store the energy from renewables. Nothing says, good idea to me, like building 6 fucking tower cranes playing a perpetual game of Jenga in a high wind area, which you need for the wind turbines to be useful. What the fuck, man? Like, it's just... But it looks good to investors because investors aren't fucking engineers or scientists. They don't fucking know their ass from their elbow, so they'll pour tons of money into it. It hits all the right chords with the fucking inner city greenies who don't actually go outside. It's the perfect solution, right? Except it's fucking stupid, and it's not going to work very well. And it would be easier and more environmentally friendly to just find a valley somewhere, build a small dam, build another small dam below it, and run water between the two. This is the hospital off the left wing. So this is the primary hospital that received... There's another hospital up north in the other part of the city, but this is the primary hospital that received casualties on the... or at the time of the accident. It's also the maternity hospital. That's it. It's got the maternity wards and stuff. There's a neurological section too. Quite a large one, but not large enough, unfortunately. All down there, and you can actually read the slogans on the buildings. That one's Bogatstvo Narodu, what was the other one? Something Krajny. Oh, it's a Me Too. Holy shit. Like the health of the people is the well-being of the nation or something like that. These are garages. So, Soviet-planned cities and micro-regions in general would have tower blocks, and then within 5 minutes walk, they'd have garages. You did not park where you lived, you parked 5 minutes from where you lived. So that's what those are. I'm not sure what that building is. I'd have to double check. I don't think it's part of the hospital, though. Down there should be the Waterfront Cafe. That building right there. Unfortunately, there's no custom scenery for it, so I'm hoping the guy that made this puts out an update with the actual Waterfront Cafe, because it's beautiful. It's quite beautiful. It's got the most incredible stained glass windows. They're not actually traditional stained glass. They're individually colored rods of glass. Like thousands and thousands and thousands of colored rods of glass formed into a mosaic. It's just incredible. Like, just on its artistic merit alone, this place should be a fucking World Heritage Site. Let alone the historical context of it. You know, for all the memes about commie blocks and Soviet cities and you know, the irony of fate where old mate gets drunk and goes to the wrong side of the country and finds a place exactly the same as his. For all of that, the little touches on Soviet cities like that are just beautiful. Like the mosaics, the paintings, the frescoes, they're incredible. And it's a little detail I didn't know about until... Like, I knew it had stained glass windows, but I didn't realize they are literally individual rods of colored glass. And some absolute heroes have taken it upon themselves. This is illegal, by the way. They could get arrested for this. And if a foreigner did it, they could get deported from Ukraine for it. They are sneaking into the area and restoring it themselves, even though they aren't legally allowed to be there. Like, what absolute fucking chads. Those are the kind of people we need in the world. Break the law to preserve some sort of, you know, important heritage. That's not a very well-constructed sentence. Someone could take that somewhere dangerous. But you know what I mean. Like, break the law to save historically interesting items. I'm not encouraging you to do that for legal purposes. Please don't ban me for which. I'm just saying that those people are good. And I agree with what they do, but don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not telling you to do it. So over here, we have... That's a kindergarten, but it's not 3D for some reason. That's probably a grocery store. You can identify the buildings by their shape, because they always look the same. Standardized buildings, right? That's the swimming pool. That's the Lazurny swimming pool that all the photos are taken of. That's it right there. And that was open into the 90s. The liquidators and scientific staff are still swimming there into the, I think, 1995... No, 98. 98, I think, is when they stopped using it. There's the infamous Ferris wheel. That's the bumper cars are there. That's the House of Culture, Energetic, and the Policia Hotel next to it. So a lot of restaurants and stuff along this avenue. So the main axial east-west is Lenin Avenue, Ulica Lenina. Then the kind of triangular one that runs up to the waterfront is Friendship of Nations Avenue, Ulica Druzhby Narodov, and then this one is Ulica Kurchatova, named after Kurchatov, who was one of the main Soviet nuclear scientists. Oh, that sculpture's even modelled. That's so cool. This is like service buildings, workers' dormitories. Those two are workers' dormitories with cafeterias between the wings. And then over here you've got a laundromat, as is represented in Kula Pripyat, interestingly enough. That's the laundromat there, I think. Or, yeah, there or there. One of those two is the laundromat. There's a butcher somewhere around here. That, I think, is a... Is that Kolosok? Or, no, that's the Univermag. That is a, like a Universal store. Which is also represented in Kula Pripyat. The bookstore is somewhere around here as well, I think. By the way, a lot of these little buildings, those are like heat exchangers and pumping stations for central heating. Because when the Soviets built a planned city like this, they had a thermal unit attached to the power plant usually, and that would deliver centralized heating to the entire city. Workers and resources players will know. because you want to make sure you have enough power to keep those things going when winter hits. It's such a beautiful city. It's like, it's a shame that it kind of got its natural life cut short. It was like 50,000 people that lived here. It was mostly young people. I think the average age of Pripyat residents was like 25 or 30, because they were all working at the power plant or at Jupiter, which is over there, by the way. That's Jupiter, which was an electronics factory that produced both civilian stuff and military grade stuff. Military stuff like radar sets, radio sets, robotics. During the cleanup operation, it became the main kind of headquarters for a lot of the scientific work, because it was equipped for it. It had the equipment to build these robots that they needed to get into certain areas. So that is Jupiter there. Me, Mr. Far Cry 2, how are you today? I'm going good, thanks. Hope you are too. But this is like, I mean, aside from the whole nuclear power plant exploding thing, this is a masterclass in how to do urban planning. They're so well laid out, these cities. I mean, say what you will about their architectural merits, I happen to like this architectural style, but in terms of actual livability, this is god tier. You don't need a car to live in this city. Everything is within 5 minutes walk. There's plenty of housing. The housing is good enough. It's not a mansion, but, you know, it's enough space for a family. Like, if I fly between these housing blocks, you'll see it. Every block or every second block has either a grocery store, a kindergarten, a high school, some sort of public services building. Every block or every 2 blocks. That's the Prometheus Theatre down there, which has some beautiful mosaics of its own. We'll do another fly past on the other side where it's more visible. Hotel Policia. You can read the fucking signs on these. That's, like I said, that's energetic. That's the House of Culture. That's a restaurant. There's the infamous tower block with the Soviet coat of arms overlooking the main square. So that's a kindergarten right there. That's a kindergarten. And you can tell, like I said, because they're generally the same shape. That's a small grocery store. That's another kindergarten. There is the high school, which I think is a little further northwest. Stalker moved some of these... No, that's a high school right there, sorry. That's the high school. Stalker moved some of the buildings around for gameplay reasons and to kind of get more of a pastiche of the city in one district, but it's pretty close. Like, Call of Pripyat is pretty fucking close as far as it models the city. It's such a beautiful city, though. Like, you can imagine when this was just built, before the trees started reclaiming it, like, it's really overgrown now. If you want to go there and see it, go in winter. In summer, you won't see anything but poplar trees. But when it was freshly built, it was a beautiful city. So yeah, it's very, very near the top of my list of places I want to visit while I still have the chance. So yeah, that's the city. You can even see, if I get close enough, we'll do one more pass. You can even see if I get close enough the... Oh, I was going to go past Prometheus again, sorry, we'll do 2 more passes. But you can even see on the residential towers the slogans on the way in. This one's Slava Trudu, I think, Glory to Labour, except some of the... Is it this one? No, it's further down. Some of the writing's fallen off the buildings. So there's energetic there, and you can actually see the mosaic through the front of the building. The theme park, or fairground, whatever you want to call it, and then the Prometheus Theatre will go around. Makes me want to get MSFS. It's worth it. It's really, like, whatever limitations or issue the sim does have, it's worth the price of admission, I think. Well and truly. This is, Soldiers at War. Grey-haired boy. Doing Lodule. I have not played Foxhole in forever. I need to play it again. It was a really fun game. I was just so clueless. I had no idea what to do. To find some friends and get together and play it. Oh. The playlist is just going for the throat here, hey. Really going for the throat by playing this. That's the Avant-Garde Sports Stadium there. What's my fuel doing? About half. A little less than half, actually, I think, because it doesn't meter the entire tankage, it only meters part of it. Kind of like the MiG-15 and MiG-19. I can't remember what that building is, and then the KBO is, I think, 1 or 2 blocks over. You can see there's still some autogen buildings, like that clearly does not belong in this city. What that should be is another one of those tower blocks like there is at the river. Actually, another one of those is what that should be. So it's not perfect, but the guy that made this did a really good job. It's really... The attention to detail is quite amazing. There's just a few little things that I think still need some tweaking. But all in all, this is a really good add-on. And it's free. It's free. If you want this, go on flightsim.to and search for Chernobyl. Dubai is kind of a letdown. Maybe it's improved since I last flew over it, but it was kind of a letdown. There's more garages, like I said before. So they're not in the city, but they're on the periphery of it. Within walking distance, but because most people in the Soviet Union didn't own a car, or if they did, they didn't need it that often. You'd only use your car to go to your dasha, for instance. You wouldn't use it to get to work, because work is 300 meters from where you live. But, like, this is what I mean. This is god-tier urban planning. You live near the place you work. You walk 5 minutes, you have a kindergarten, a school, a grocery store, a department store, a theater. Like, there's no reason to own a car unless you have a dasha which you want to travel to, and you use your car maybe once every couple months. Like, it's just... This is how you plan a fucking city. Like, all the urban planning problems we're having now with, oh, you know, cities are meant to be built for people, but cars own the streets. Well, fucking no shit they do. You need a car to get anywhere the way that Western cities are designed. Particularly in the US and Canada. But this, like, this is just... All of our urban planning problems today were solved more than 50 years ago. Dasha is... It's like a holiday home. So often around the periphery of cities or out in the countryside, you'd have these log cabins in villages, and you'd have your little allotment where you grow vegetables or whatever. And families would use them as like a holiday home, like a summer home, basically. And unlike for us, a significant, I think even a majority of Soviet families, if not a plurality, I think a majority of Soviet families had one. But it's just... Every problem we have with urban planning was already solved. Every single one. And you look at Russian cities these days, and they've started bulldozing the green areas between these blocks to put up luxury towers and sell them off. Or, you know, everyone owns a car, and to get anywhere now you have to have a car because the public transport system's not as robust as it once was, and people, you know, there's no state planning committee, there's no Gosplan anymore to put people in apartments near where they work. So... To get from where you live to where you work, often you need to drive. And so you have to have a car, and you want to park near where you live, and the garages aren't enough for everyone to have a car. It's, you know, they planned how many garages they would need based on how many people had cars, not what happened in the 90s and the 2000s where everyone started buying them. So you have people parking on what used to be like green parkland where people grew flowers or vegetables, or there were children's playgrounds. And they're churning up the fucking grass, so, like, you look at photos of commie blocks and you're like, wow, that's really depressing and shitty looking. Well, yes, because people are using them in a way that they weren't meant to be used. You know, they got concrete cancer because there's so much more traffic and they aren't well maintained. They've got fucking mud everywhere because people are churning up the parkland to park their cars where they weren't supposed to be parked. Like, The buildings themselves have their flaws. A lot of them have, like, for instance, a lot of the Brezhnevkas, especially the upper floors, don't have good insulation. None of them have good soundproofing. So you better be a very social person and not bothered about hearing what your neighbors do. But, you know, they're livable. And they're pretty efficiently designed. There's no more space than there needs to be. Like, the stairwells, for instance, are specifically engineered. This is a neat little detail. The stairwells of any Soviet housing block, from Khrushchev onto the collapse of the Soviet Union, Khrushchevkas, Brezhnevkas, either of them, the central staircases are designed to be just wide enough that if somebody dies upstairs, you can maneuver a coffin up and down the staircase. Because it doesn't need to be any wider than that. That's the maximum functional width you need of a staircase in a residential area. Because if you can get a coffin up and down it, you can get a sofa or a bed up and down it. So they're designed to that fine level of detail. Like, every little thing is planned for, and it's like, well, if you take away the system that did that planning, of course the whole thing is going to fall apart and the wheels are going to come off. You know what I mean? It's not that the Soviets didn't plan cities around people, it's that they planned cities around a different society full of people. What about a fire rush? You can get down them. Like, it's still wide enough that you can get down it. Because, until quite late, until about the mid-70s, like, Pripyat has a couple of the early ones, but until about the mid-70s, most housing blocks were not more than 5 stories tall, because they figured out 5 stories was the maximum number before it became unreasonable for elderly or disabled people to be able to live upstairs. And it was too expensive to put too expensive, too maintenance intensive to put elevators in every block. So the original ones were low-rise, and then they started getting taller, but they also started getting fire escapes and things like that as they got taller. Where's me fucking radar gone? I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but I can't find it. I think because the sun's behind it and I can't fucking see it. But there should be a big-ass radar. Oh, right there. Yeah, the sun was behind it. The Russian woodpecker, as it was called in the West, the duga, rainbow. That's what it means. It means rainbow. Actually, no. Raduga is rainbow. Duga by itself, I can't remember. I think it might just be like a shortened form of it. But anyway, Stalker players, Rain Scorcher. That's what it was based off of. This is an over-the-horizon ballistic missile warning radar. This was built so that if the Americans started lobbing ballistic missiles at the Soviets, they could see them coming from very far away. This radar points... I think it points... where does it point? I think it points back across the Soviet Union from memory. Because there's... It might not be this one. So this is the transmitter. No, correction. This is the receiver, I think. The transmitter's 50 kilometers off my left wing. This is the receiver antenna. And it was designed so that they could pick up ballistic missile launchers from, as the name implies, over the horizon. They would have some sort of early warning. You can also pick up objects in space and all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff. This radar consumes so much power. Guess why there's a nuclear power plant here, besides the fact that Kyiv and Minsk are nearby? That's 2 capital cities and this thing. So as we can see, the scenery has been fixed. There is no more conflict. This is what it looks like in real life. Although it's missing the, fuck, what are they? It's got these weird cage-looking structures. They're like the shape of an ice cream cone with a scoop of ice cream on the end of it, but they're like a metal mesh. I say mesh, it's tubing, actually. I forget what their actual function is, because I'm not very good with radio frequency stuff. It's wizardry. But this thing is like 200 meters tall. It's enormous. If you go, like I said, BioNerd23 on YouTube, her channel, she has a video of climbing it. She also has a video of the guts of the actual processing station and the command station for it, which is some pretty hefty machinery. And it's quite interesting because one of the computer rooms, like we're talking multiple floors of a very large building here, one of the computer rooms, all of the computer cabinets, all of them are just... Every cabinet has stenciled on the top right-hand side Совершенно секретно. Top secret. Like, state secret. Absolute. Cannot be divulged to the enemy. Everything in that cabinet, behind that metal panel, is absolutely as secret as it gets. And it's just left there. A lot of it's been vandalized or scavenged, but there's enough left that you can get a sense of scale of just how impressive this piece of machinery was. It's incredible. This radar, they built several of these, by the way. This is specifically Duga 3. I think Duga 2 is the transmitter, which is over by Cherkassy, which is about 50 k's off the nose right now. But this radar was so powerful that around the entire planet it caused interference with TV and radio signals, hence the name the Russian woodpecker, because it would cause this tap, 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 tap sound, which was the pulse repetition frequency of the radar. It was that powerful. It wasn't, like I said, it wasn't the only one of these they built, but they also built improved designs after this. Like, over-the-horizon radars are so cool. We have no interest in radars in this country. It's one of the things that makes me really sad. All our, I think all our early warning is airborne. It's wedge-tails. I don't think we have really any significant ground-based radar. We have the low-frequency array for communicating with RAN subs, but other than space observation stuff, which we do have, and, you know, signals intelligence like Pine Gap, we don't have anything like this. This is the cool shit. I would do unholy things to just have one of these as a playground. Yeah, Australia's very underwhelming in the air defense department. I don't even think we have any ground-based SAMs beyond RBS 70s. I don't even know if we still use the RBS 70. I think we bought NASAMs, I think. But we don't have any substantial SAM sites. The Royal Australian Air Force is our sword and shield when it comes to air defense. There's no real ground-based element. Oh, it's so cool, man. It's so cool. Now, somewhere else around here, I don't remember where it is. I think it's south-ish of the Duga array. There should be an ionospheric station. It's called a Krug, a circle, because it is a circle. Those of you who played Call of Pripyat will remember that as the bloodsucker lair from Zaton. That is a real thing, and they exist in multiple places around the Soviet Union. The Germans were, I think, the first ones to build them at the end of World War II. The Americans have their own version as well, but you see it like a circular array of very powerful antennas. That's what it is. It's an ionospheric station. And it's actually interesting because it uses a lot of the same components as the Duga. So, for instance, those ice cream cone-shaped things I was talking about, Pom would probably know what I'm talking about and what it does. I just know what they look like. But those things, I think there's some kind of amplifier or something, they are used on the Krug as well. Those are the standing elements of the Krug. Somewhere around here. It's probably not represented in the sim, but I know it's around here somewhere. It's really close to the over-the-horizon radar. Really, really close. Speaking of big radar sets and ionospheric stuff, I'm hoping the Kharkov scenery I downloaded actually has the ionospheric research station there near the university. It's actually close to Zmievka. Oh no, sorry, Zmiev, not Zmievka. Zmievka's a hat, Zmiev is the village. And that has, no shit, a metal mesh antenna about the size of a fucking football field, just staring straight up into the sky, rusting away. It's incredible. I think they still use parts of that facility, but I don't think they use the big antenna anymore. And there's videos of people climbing on it. I think Shy got onto it once. Pretty sure Shy's done a video of it. It's so cool, man. I wish I had, like, more of a maths brain so I could understand this shit. And be a radar molester like Pom, but I'm just really interested in it. I have no idea how the fuck it works. Anyway, we're going to head back towards the southern end of the zone, because I want to go to the Rasovka vehicle graveyard, which Stalker players will also recognize. At least you'll recognize it if you played any of the mods that added cut content back in. The vehicle graveyard was cut from the original game, I think, or cut from one of the games, maybe Clear Sky. Actually, it probably was Clear Sky. Was it in default Clear Sky? I don't think it was. I don't remember. It's been so long since I played it. Anyway, it's a vehicle graveyard. And it's added back into a number of Stalker mods, the ones that combine all the games together. What began your interest in Russia and its late Soviet period? I don't know, to be honest. So my mum travelled over there in the 70s because she was part of an athletic team, and she also just liked travelling. So she went through in, I think it was like 79 or something. It was right before the Moscow Olympics. And she brought back a souvenir in the form of thyroid problems because the Leningrad nuclear power plant had a whoopsie while she was over there. So she always gave me a different perspective on it than what you usually get growing up in a Western country. You know, not that, oh, it was amazing and perfect and everyone was, you know, living a happy life with sunshine and rainbows, but more like she couldn't understand any other way that they could get this many people to survive in a country with such little useful land. You know, like, a lot of this is not good for farming, it's not good for building, it's not good for a lot of things. So she said the standard of, like, the quality of life there was maybe not up to the levels of Australian middle class, but it was like everyone had it. So I got both the good and the bad points from Mum's memories of it. And also I just find it interesting because it's different. You know, I find things interesting when they're very different and alien to what I'm used to. Also, you know, like their engineering mindset, their aesthetic design on point. So there's a lot of personal taste stuff that goes into it too. I don't know. It's unique. It is, I mean, Russian history is already interesting, but Ukrainian history, Central, like all the republics, their individual histories are already incredibly interesting. But it was such a unique country and such a unique system, nothing really like it has existed before or since on that scale. And so there's a lot that you can learn from it, both positives and negatives, I think. Yeah, it is a shame. It's a shame that they got so, you know, so hung up on... It's kind of weird, actually. I'd say it's probably a heat pumping station down there. On the one hand, the revolution drove away a lot of people who they really should have kept in the country. And on the other hand, the revolution ended, like, kind of quickly. You know, in some ways, the Soviet Union remained true to its course, but in a lot of ways, a lot of the ideals they had during the revolution were pretty much immediately abandoned as soon as Lenin died. You know, the idea of internationalist socialism, that went as soon as Stalin came to power. The idea of doing away with old traditions for tradition's sake, that came back with Stalin. Like, it's weird. It kind of rubber banded back and forth, but they could have achieved a lot more than they did. Let's put it that way. But at the same time, you know, nothing is perfect and nothing goes according to plan, so... It's also really funny, really funny, when you get in an argument with somebody about politics and they're like, oh, you're a dirty commie, you want to kill all these people. Stalin killed fucking 50 million people or whatever the fucking... I don't know how the Victims of Communism Memorial Fund, which is a right-wing organisation, by the way, you know, if you look at their funding. I don't know how they do maths, but it's very different to how I do maths, apparently. Stalin killed a shitload of people, but I'm pretty sure he didn't kill the entire population of the Soviet Union. But it's funny when you get into an argument with someone like that, and it's like, okay, you can quote numbers at me, but how about you tell me about a specific example of Soviet repression or government overreach? I can do it. The Nazino Affair. If you've not heard of the Nazino Affair, that is probably one of the most egregious crimes the Soviet Union committed against its own people. Not necessarily in terms of raw numbers, but in terms of what actually happened, it was fucking horrific. And it was because of a mix of ideology, incompetence, and just quotas. Police quotas. Oh my god, the same problem we have now with police quotas. Who would have thought? Basically what happened was they had quotas of people to arrest for counter-revolutionary activity. They just walked the streets of fucking St. Petersburg and fingered people who didn't have their documents and sent them off to start a penal colony, because one of the ways that the Russian Empire had done this too, but the Soviet Union continued this system, is to colonize an area rich in resources but very underdeveloped. They form a penal colony. The Soviet Union later started transitioning towards shock workers, so it was at least a little more ethical, but that was how they did it. And so they had a quota of people they needed to establish this new colony at Nazino, which is on one of the bends of the Ob River, out in the fucking middle of Siberia. They didn't plan it properly. Half the people that were sent there, probably more than half really, were not guilty of any crime at all. And it was so badly organized that, to cut a long story short, it ended up in mass starvation and cannibalism. If you want to fucking name, like, a horrible crime of the Soviet Union, instead of, like, making insane leaps of logic to prove how evil they were and like, photoshopping stuff or using actually pull up some of the Soviets' own records, you know what I mean? If you want to score fucking goals against the fucking tankies, pull up the Soviet Union's own fucking records. Fucking easy. And to me, if you're going to have any kind of political opinion, you should be aware of the worst excesses that your supposed political allies committed. Specifically so you make sure it doesn't happen again. You know? That's part of being fucking educated. If you aren't educated enough or fucking open-minded enough to at least look up where shit went badly wrong and your guys did some really bad shit, you shouldn't be fucking having political opinions, you know what I mean? Fuck it. Yeah, like... And some of them are really good sources, but some of them also, you can tell they have a bone to pick. So the key point isn't just to trust either side at face value. You know, oh my god, I'm starting to sound like an actual fucking historian. You don't take either side's perspective as the gospel. You consider all the sources you have available and look on the things they agree on. Like, if you want to write a book about the crimes of the Soviet Union, it's going to be a very fucking long book. On the other hand, if you want to write books about the crimes of certain other world powers, that's also going to be a very long book, but if you do it, you'll get called a dirty commie. And probably subject to NSA watch listing. Like, you can't be a great... This is kind of a sad thing with humanity, is you cannot be a great power without doing some really heinous shit. The more powerful your country was at any point in history, the more likely it's done some really just absolutely fucking horrific, morally objectionable fucking stuff. No one's immune to it. But the more people double down on their positions and refuse to learn from the mistakes of the past, the more likely it's going to happen again. Which is inexcusable. Absolutely inexcusable. Where is my vehicle graveyard? Wonder how things would have gone if Lenin lived and or Stalin didn't purge the aviation industry. Oh, dude. Or the officer corps. Like, Stalin did so much damage. I'm not going to say, like, Stalin was pure evil and never did anything right. Stalin actually did do some fairly smart things. He just had a habit of doing them in a very bad way. But, you know, things like moving the industry east, that was a good thing. The 5-year plans were kind of brutally conducted, but that was what they needed to get into the modern age. Like, Imperial Russia was incredibly backwards, to the point that Westerners don't understand it. Russians lived under essentially a system of being owned. Like, people talk about slavery in the US. Until the 1800s, the Russians lived under that system. Except it wasn't an external power owning them, it was other Slavs. Other Russians. You know, there's a lot of historical context that goes into it that people like to overlook. But, yeah, like, he did so much damage to the country, and yes, they did go on the campaign of de-Stalinization afterwards, but they didn't get some of the most damaging legacy. Like, one of the most damaging things Stalin did was adopt the policy of socialism in one country. That was part of what killed the Soviet Union, and that was a Stalin-era policy. and it was one of his few policies that they never ever reversed or recanted or denounced. After Lenin died, that was it. Internationalist socialism was dead as far as the Soviet Union was concerned. They were going to look out for number one. Which on the surface of it sounds like a good idea, but when you don't have that many friends in the world to begin with, it's not really viable. And it also brought other baggage with it, like, you know, during the revolution there was a lot more open-mindedness towards the multi-ethnic status of Russia itself, let alone what became the Soviet Union. So things like using your native language were encouraged. You know, being proud of what ethnic group you came from was encouraged. And then that was replaced later on, I think it was like the mid-late 30s, by a system of... It still wasn't, like, really bad. It wasn't, like, fucking residential schools level bad. Definitely not as bad as anything happening in the West in that specific kind of field, I guess you could say. But they did implement a policy of Russification, where Russian became the de facto language of the Union. You were taught in Russian. You might learn your native language, maybe. You know, the bigger ethnicities, like Ukrainians, for instance, you can see all the signage in Pripyat is in Ukrainian. But, you know, smaller ethnicities out in the middle of fucking Siberia were much more at risk of losing their cultural heritage. It's such a cute little helicopter. I love that thing. I really want one in DCS so badly. There was a lot of things they could have done better or could have done differently, but, I mean, you've also got to consider the human factor, which is people are generally fuck-ups, and they're not as good at what they do as they want you to think they are. This is something you learn when you kind of hit your 30s, and you look at your parents and you're like, how the fuck did they manage? They just winged it. Humans just wing shit. Sometimes they get lucky, sometimes they don't. So, a lot of, like that, for instance, a lot of shit that happened during the Soviet Union was just because lies built up on top of each other, which was actually kind of one of the driving points of the Chernobyl miniseries. So, for instance, Panfilov's 28 Guardsmen, right? This is a story of great heroism from 1941. I think it was the encirclement of Minsk, when a understrength, it was like an understrength company, but it was supposedly down to 30 men and 2 were shot as being traitors. So 28 Guardsmen, right? Held off this enormous German armoured attack. They killed X many German tanks, X many German troops. And it was this great story of heroism which propagated very quickly through the Soviet Union. And it was found even within a year to be false. They found some of the Guardsmen who had supposedly died, and their story didn't match what happened according to Pravda at all. What it turned out to be was one journalist for the army newspaper had heard this fantastical tale of heroism and basically reprinted it and invented stuff where there were gaps in the story. Pravda then reprinted it because it was too good a story to pass up, and it snowballed from there until by 1942 the lie was too big to say, oh whoops, we fucked up, and at that point they needed it for morale anyway. So it's still a thing in Russia today. If you cast doubt on Panfilov's 28 Guardsmen in Russia today, you'll get your ass kicked. People know it's false. Like, it's not like they're stupid and they don't know. They know it's false. They know it was a concocted story, but it's become a national myth. It's like Anzacs here, right? The Anzacs were great soldiers, and they did a lot, considering the shit stick they were given. But the whole Anzac story is a foundational myth of Australia as an independent nation. And so if you fucking dare question that myth to any capacity, even what you would think would be reasonable, it creates this massive backlash because it's part of the nation's identity. The same thing with Panfilov's 28. The Soviet Union did that a lot. They would also rewrite whole sections of their own history based on who was in power, you know, to make it politically convenient, politically flattering. Brezhnev was particularly bad for it because Brezhnev was a bit of a glory hound. Who would have guessed, awarding himself Hero of the Soviet Union every birthday he had? So, like, little things like that, just lies building up on top of lies until, oopsies, it's too big to undo it. That's why you should generally be honest with people, by the way, just saying. I try and be honest as much as possible because I know what happens when you're not. It is not a good mess to clean up. The vehicle graveyard should be somewhere near here. We're going to have to pick up some altitude to spot it, though, I think. Lying is for losers changed my mind. Well, just look at the Western perspective of World War II history, and that will tell you that the losers did indeed lie, and it did indeed work out for them. Meresiev. I've heard the name. I know of Panfilov's 28. I know of Matrosov that threw himself in front of a machine gun. I seem to recall Meresiev from somewhere, but I can't quite place it. By the way, I should make a note here before my Russian viewers all start trying to find out where I live and come beat the shit out of me. No, they wouldn't do that, they're chill. I should note, though, that the fact that Panfilov's 28 was a fiction does not lessen from the fact that that exact thing was happening along the front. It just wasn't documented. Like, this is the thing. It was a fiction, but it's kind of a... It's both a national myth, but it's also kind of a representational story of some of the stories that didn't get told because they were wiped out to a man. You know, there were units that were wiped out to a man, holding their ground against ridiculous odds. And those stories tended to not make it out because everyone was dead. So you have myths like Panfilov's 28 come up, and they do serve a useful historical purpose. You just need to understand that that specific thing is not a thing that really happened. This is history, right? This is how history works. Like, if you look at ancient history, most of what you read in any Greek or Roman volumes did not actually happen as written. It's an allegory or a fable. It's like the Bible, same thing, right? This is how humans record history. They will more commonly capture the feeling or the atmosphere of a time or the general themes of a time, but they'll do it through allegory. They won't necessarily get the exact number of soldiers present at a battle or the exact fucking verbatim words of a leader at their speech. Like, that matters less in the grand scheme of things than the overarching narrative, I guess. It's good to have, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying go out and fucking just make shit up. But, like, the actual narrative is what matters. It gives you the way people thought at the time, the way that people perceived their world at the time. Like, you know, the whole thing about colours. Like, certain languages don't have words for colours that we do, because they weren't commonly perceived, or they weren't seen as different to another colour. Like, that kind of stuff, like, that cultural background is really important, and that's what comes through those stories, like, you know, the fucking Iliad, or any given piece of Roman bathroom graffiti that isn't about people taking it, you know, in the back door, because some things never change. Yeah, like, that's the historical process. It happens. It's not really worth splitting hairs about. I kind of wish I had points of interest turned on so I could find this. So the city is up here, and I think it's more west, so we'll head west. We should be able to spot it from the air because it's quite colourful, but it's just a case of being in the right area. Watch a documentary of Aeroflot after the Soviet Union collapse. I have not, but I'll have to see if I can find that, because it does sound interesting. I'm sorry, by the way, I am not keeping up with chat at all. I do appreciate you guys. I'm not ignoring you on purpose. It's just my train of thought right now is, like, completely off the rails. Blindly worshipping anything without proper criticism of past mistakes. Kinda cringe. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing. Just blindly knee-jerk reacting to, oh, this thing good, this thing bad. Like, it's silly. Don't do it. And when you consider human history, you have to consider it in the context of the time. Doesn't mean you have to agree with it. Like, and this is the thing. There's been a lot of remakes of shows or films or reimaginations of things. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to understand. Why are my cocktail lights not on? There's a lot of weird. There's a lot of stuff now that's being kind of reimagined, and it's. I'm not saying that it's bad that they're kind of changing it and appropriating it is the word. You know, appropriation is bringing something from the past or from another culture and putting it into a new context so that a bigger audience can understand it. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. That's how history works. People appropriate stuff and they update it so that a modern audience can understand it. It's just important to realize that it's separate from the original source material and understand the differences. But it's important to keep in mind that you can't view history through a modern lens without context. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to justify it. You just have to understand this thing happened because this was the feeling at the time, this was the perception of the people involved, these were the character motivations of the people that did it. And this is why alternate history is kind of naff, because it often, to make alt history work, holy fuck, I don't think I've ever been this high up in this plane. To make alt history work, you have to make massive sweeping changes to the character motivations of people who were involved in that history. It's like, the fuck? It makes no sense anymore. Why are you bothering at this point? Neuhaus, thanks for the resub there. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good time, good day, good something. Words. Hope you had a Merry Christmas or whatever you celebrate. My family do the Christmas thing because we're very well integrated. We pretend we're good little Christians. And I hope next year is a lot more pleasant for you than this year has been. Where is my vehicle graveyard? What? What? Please don't overspeed. Actually, if I don't want to overspeed, I should be fully course. I'm fully fine. I think that might be it. We're gonna... Yeah, like the... And this is something that I know people disagree with me. You guys can disagree with me all you want. I'm not here to tell you how things are. I'm here to give you my perspective on things and maybe, you know, give you some new ideas to... Because this is how, like... I don't know. I've never understood people that can maintain the same viewpoint throughout their life. I'm always trying to learn about stuff and trying to, you know, trying to have a more informed worldview. And I hope you guys are getting something out of it too. Like, you don't have to believe everything I say. Fuck, don't take anything I say at face value. Go read up on it. Make sure I'm not misremembering or you know, I don't generally intentionally distort things, but fact check me. Fact check everything you hear. I mean properly fact check it. Anyway, yeah, like, this is one of the things that I brought up before, is the Soviet Union, for all its faults, was they were paranoid. They thought that it was going to be the West that attacked them. They didn't want to take over the world. What the fuck are they going to do with that? They built a buffer zone in Europe because they were so scared of another invasion. It wasn't because they were megalomaniacs, it was because they were fucking shit scared. Does that justify what they... And Russia still is, and Russia still behaves in the same way. Does that justify it? No. Do I think what Putin's doing is correct? No. Do I think what the Soviet Union did in Hungary or Czechoslovakia was correct? No. But it is what it is. It was done with certain understanding of the world situation by Soviet leadership. It was done with a certain kind of looming cultural sense of impending doom. Particularly after the Civil War, the foreign intervention in the Civil War, where basically all of Europe and the US got together to try and stomp the Red Army and didn't, because sucks to suck, I guess. The German invasion, like, this is the thing, like, if you want to understand what drove the Soviets, what made them behave the way they did, what still makes Russia behave the way it does, politically and militarily, you have to understand the historical context of just constant invasions, constantly being subjugated by some external power, and in the case of the fucking Germans, an attempted extermination. Like, it's very easy to become very paranoid and interpret everything as a potential invasion, which is basically what happened. Like, the Soviets were fucking terrified they'd get invaded, And in their eyes, if everything NATO does is a sign of aggression, then anything the Soviets do to counter it is justified, right? This is what I mean about character motivations and understanding where people come from, understanding context. It's important. You don't have to agree with it, you just have to know why it happened. I cannot, for the life of me, find this fucking vehicle graveyard. It should be easy to see. It's really brightly colored. Really, really brightly colored. And I'm pretty sure I installed it properly. I wish I could autopilot this thing, because I'd open... I'll do it anyway, we've just got to be careful, but I'm going to open Google Maps. Rasolcha Equipment Cemetery. Maps. Please don't freeze. It should be near me. Oh! Oh, I'm dumb. It's further south. Okay, no wonder I can't find it. It's on the other side of the river. We're gonna have to land soon. We might not make Kyiv. We'll find somewhere. Should be able to set this thing down on a road, to be honest. Actually, no, I restarted this thing in the air, didn't I? So it wouldn't have given me full fuel. Never mind, we're gonna cheat. We're gonna cheat because it didn't set my fucking passenger weights either. We'll set it to like, we'll call it 50. No. Or like, yes! 65, 70. We're gonna make that 175 because, I don't know about you, but I don't weigh fucking 85 pounds. Not that much, Jesus. There we go. Which plane? Yak 18T. Yeah, it's a nationwide trauma, and other countries have that too. The US, specific groups in the US have traumas like that. Obviously, the First Nations do. Minorities do. Obviously, Black Americans do, the way they've been treated. But, you know, it's not, like, necessarily even an ethnic thing. It's just based on where you happen to be and who you happen to associate with. Everyone has different traumas like that. But, anyway, yeah, like, Japan has them for tsunamis and stuff. Like, Japan actually had an issue after the big tsunami, fuck, when was it? The one that did Fukushima. They had a wave of ghost sightings. Like, people who were mentally healthy otherwise, normal people, reporting that they were seeing ghosts. And the ghosts were always drenched, like they'd just been covered in seawater. It's national trauma. Like, you know, people like to think they're these rational little robots who are never wrong and always right, and their train of thought always... Like, no. That's not how people work. We're emotional creatures. Our brains play tricks on us sometimes. If you suffer a bad enough trauma, it will distort the way you view the world for the rest of your life. And it will do that to entire cultures. It will do that to entire countries. Airplane ski? I have to look it up. Cheers for that. New chair, yeah. Yeah, I got a new chair for Christmas, so I don't completely destroy my back. Yeah, I figured if we're flying a Yak, a Soviet-era Yak, we may as well go with the Soviet-era civil registration. There we go. It's a beautiful little plane. Okay, it should be... Might have gone past it already. Fuck. Wish I kept Google open now. Hang on. We'll go right and swing around. So this is the river that Shai crossed, by the way, when he was going into the zone. And then that big clearing, the two clearings that run parallel to each other is the power line that they were following. Better come off the power before I blow the engine again. There's the radar in the distance. be around here somewhere. I just gotta find it. For the non-Cyrillic readers here, by the way, who wonder why the Soviets use what appears to be CCCP, that's actually SSSR. Союз Советских Socialistических Республик. Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. So that's what it says. It's SSSR, not CCCP. And they use that for civil aircraft registrations as well. So you'd see that on the wings of their airliners. Speaking of which, the Tupolev 134 that is being worked on for this sim is looking gorgeous. I cannot wait for that to come out. I will absolutely be buying it. Ukraine was... From memory, Ukraine was actually in Ukrainian, USSR. In Russian, too. Or was it, no, was it different in Ukrainian? In Russian it was USSR, because Ukrainian, right? Ukrainsky. Hey, Nixon. Where my fucking vehicle graveyard at? Let me... Okay, we're kind of trim level. No, we're not, we're descending. Rasov... Fuck me. Rasov... Rasocha. Sorry, I keep fucking throwing a V in there where there shouldn't be one. Yeah, the sim's fun. It's like, it's relaxing, it's chill. You can do aerobatics and stuff too, but it's just a nice chill sim. I'm gonna go with the fucking satellite imagery so I can find the fucking thing. Oh, it's on the... I need to follow those power lines. It's way down to the southwest. At the intersection of the power lines. There's like a fucking big intersection of the power lines. Right, okay. So, I just need to... Huh. It's not that one, it's... Or is it? Maybe it is. It's somewhere around here. I know it's somewhere around here. Knowing my luck, I did actually forget to install the scenery pack, but it should be... No. It's like there. Yeah, sort of there. I've been playing this for like 4 hours. I only meant to play it for about 2. Oops. Oh well. It's been a fun 4 hours. We'll be swapping over to DCS after this. MSFS is stuttering for me all the time when DCS runs very well in max settings. So I'm running this on pretty close to maximum settings, if not maximum settings. I've got my view distance pushed way out. It runs almost perfectly a lot of the time, but it'll stutter and freeze occasionally. It's when it's loading terrain chunks, I think. So once like if I fly around an area like this, excuse me, if I fly around an area like this, it's already loaded, it's butter smooth. If I fly something fast, like say an F-104, across a wide area with a lot of very densely populated cities, it chugs. So I think it's the terrain loading. So the more you circle around an area, the less jittery it's going to be. It also does make a pretty significant difference whether I'm streaming or not. It should be right in this area, because that's where that intersection is. I think that's meant to be it there, but I'm not seeing the vehicles, and they should be here. Maybe I didn't install it correctly. Oh, maybe it conflicts with the fucking Pripyat scenery. I wonder. So somewhere off my right wing right now, we should be seeing a shitload of fire trucks and excavators and BTR-80s and stuff. Where am I flying? I'm in Ukraine. We started out in Kyiv, and we're flying around the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Pripyat is behind us, and the Rasocha vehicle cemetery, where they dumped all the all the contaminated vehicles, is somewhere around here. Unless it's over there. Man, I don't know. Maybe it is over there. Fuck. I really should have left Google open. That could potentially be it. I know it's by one of the junctions of the power lines. Do they destroy every helicopter that was used here? I don't know. I don't think so. I think a lot of them just got abandoned here, but yeah, I think some survived. I know that obviously the air crews continued flying, the ones that didn't crash or... But yeah, I don't know. The Chernobyl disaster, specifically cleanup from it, is, there it is, that's it there, is, one of the main contributing factors to what destroyed the Soviet Union economically. It was already stagnant, it had been for some time, like, I'm not going to pretend the economy was doing well, but, the US likes to claim credit for destroying the Soviet Union and winning over communism. Really what happened is the Soviet Union was already in a period of economic stagnation, then they had this disaster, and within, I think, 2-3 years they had a disaster that people involved in the cleanup here said was even worse, the Armenian earthquake. It was 88, I think. They said the Armenian earthquake was worse than Chernobyl. And these are not individual liquidators, these are like General Tarakanov and Boris Sherbina, who was in charge of dealing with this shit. He died while trying to clean up the fucking Armenian earthquake. I think he had a stroke or something. Oh, that's a little airstrip. We can land there. I think we will land there, actually. Although I do want to go to Giuliani. We might land there, do a new flight from Giuliani and fly around a bit. Many of them crash? A couple. There was the famous one that crashed into the chimney. I think there were one or two others. Or crashed into the crane, sorry. It went into a tower crane. Oh, there's even a little plane down there. It's a cute little airfield. But yeah, so they had two, like, enormous disasters they had to clean up, one of which is unprecedented. One's an earthquake, so you know how to deal with them, but one was unprecedented in how much effort and money it took to clean it up. Money. Because central planned economy, right? Not quite money, so to speak. That and the social decay of the war in Afghanistan bled them dry, pretty much. The Americans certainly didn't help the situation, but the Americans claim a bit much credit, I think. Those are Mi-6s. You can see a Hind there. They used the Hind as a radiation reconnaissance helicopter. There was a specific version of the Hind modified to do that. Quite interesting. They used them, they would have used them in a nuclear battlefield as well for the same purpose. So it was convenient they had them on hand. And quite a few of these pieces of equipment, particularly like grabber cranes, like the claw crane things, those are really hot sources, not just because they got particles contaminating them directly, but because they have become active themselves. This song is such a fucking banger. I added this to the playlist last night. I fucking love it. From Yugoslavia. The Yugoslav music scene in the 80s was incredible. Dream DCS module right there. I really want a Mi-6. They needed more sensitive equipment. The one in the DCS Hind is basically just to let you know if it's safe to fucking go outside. But the radiation reconnaissance ones were fully modified for it. They had much more sensitive detectors, they had more powerful processing equipment, and they were partially shielded. They're quite impressive. There's on the 16th Aviation Army website, 16va.be, it's a Belgian-run site. You might need to translate it to English, though. There's a page on the radiation reconnaissance find. It's quite interesting. The entire troop compartment's full of equipment. Set down. If I can find my runway again. There it is. Okay, we're kind of on the edge of wide arc. I'm just going to drop the gear and the flaps now. It's a little sketch, but it should get there. The lead singer from this is now a famous actor and director. His music career didn't go so well. Not because he was bad, obviously he's not, but just wasn't very successful. People didn't appreciate his genius, clearly. Oh, that's a big fucking tree. That is a bad place for a fucking tree. No, I don't like that. It's too short, even for this thing. I'd love to land there, but it needs some trimming. Trees are too big. Would be dangerous to fly here like that in real life. The Ukrainian Air Force would probably have a fucking thing or two to say about it, but no. Radiation-wise, no. Most of the worst radioactive areas are to the northeast. Belarus is actually worse affected than Ukraine because the wind was blowing northeast when it went kaboom. Prevailing winds in this area from southwest, sorry. But unless you disturb the soil, eat fruit that grows on the trees, even that's kind of not as big a deal anymore. It's not that dangerous. Like, they do tours, like guided tours in Pripyat and around the power plant. It's not that dangerous. You just need to have a brain. Don't touch anything metal unless somebody tells you it's safe to touch and the clicking machine doesn't click. Don't eat stuff you find. If the fucking Geiger counter's going ballistic, don't put whatever it's going ballistic on in your mouth. Like, even a fuel flea, even if you find a fuel flea, it's safe to be around it for a limited period of time. Just don't pick it up. Don't put it on your clothing. Don't fucking eat it. You know, radiation is really horrible when it does get to you, but it's common sense stuff, mostly. Like, people really overestimate how likely you are to die from being near a radioactive source. On the other hand, that's somebody who has an education and knows what to do and what not to do. Somebody who doesn't have that education probably will die because they'll probably fucking eat it. The Goiânia radiation disaster is a prime example of that. They found a teletherapy machine, a machine that's used to like deliver radiation to try and kill tumors, in an abandoned cancer clinic. Cracked it open, found a beautiful vial of glowing blue dust. Anything that glows blue without a visible electricity source or bioluminescence, stay the fuck away from it. If you see something that's just out in nature and it's glowing blue and it's not like a mushroom or something, do not go anywhere fucking near it. If it's glowing blue in daylight, that's a bad time. Anyway, this beautiful glowing blue powder was so novel to these people who are just scrap merchants. Like, they don't understand this stuff, right? They figure it's probably worth a lot of money, let's take it home. The kids were like painting their faces with it because it glows in the dark, it glows in broad daylight too. You know, the wife made jewelry with it, like, it was horrific. 200 and something people contaminated, several died, many more had permanently disfiguring injuries, just because they didn't understand. People eat it for they probably would. They probably would. I would not be surprised. Voters won't accept it. Yeah. Yep. Because they don't understand. This is why education is so fucking important. Otherwise, you end up with a country full of people that think they're helping the environment by empowering oil, fucking coal, and gas magnates to continue getting stinking rich while destroying the fucking Earth. Because nuclear's scary. That's why education is so critical. Yep. Well, the issue is the LNP only wants to go nuclear because they've realized the writing's on the wall either way, right? And technically the mining powers that be in this country will still be able to get rich, they'll just have to do it off uranium instead of coal. So the LNP have finally actually come out with a reasonable policy position. God forbid, that almost never happens. But it's too much of a scary topic, right? Even if Labour didn't actively campaign against it, it still probably wouldn't be popular because people are just scared of nuclear. Meanwhile, so out near where my parents live, they're putting in wind turbines. They're doing it, by the way, the companies that are doing it, because of course it's outside contractors, it's not state-owned, because why would you want to nationalise your power infrastructure? Are you a communist? What is national security even? They're putting in these wind farms, and they're doing it at a rate which is just extortion to the farmers that own the land. Like, the rent they're paying the farmers to put wind turbines up is... it's not even keeping up with CPI. Like, not even close. So, it's just ridiculous, but at the same time, it's out in the country. Why are you putting up wind turbines or solar farms on prime farmland when it's better to build them off the coast? Build fucking wind turbines along the stretch of coast between Sydney and Newcastle. It's always fucking windy. But no, we can't do that because then it'll ruin people's views and their property value will go down. That's it, right? We'll build wind turbines where poor people are, but we won't build wind turbines where it could affect property values. Fucking cowards. Absolute fucking cowards. Fuck 'em. Would you touch one of these Mi-6s even though they're radioactive? Probably not. I mean, if you run it over with a counter first and it's not active and it's not too contaminated, maybe. Because the issue is you don't want to pick up contamination yourself. And by contamination, I mean little particles of dirt or particles of fuel. This is the thing, right? It's pervasive. It gets everywhere because the reactor exploded. It's all over the place. And so you don't want to pick up basically fallout. Fallout, past tense? You want to pick that up because it'll stick to you, and if it sticks to you, that's when it does the damage. God forbid you breathe it in or swallow it accidentally. So that's contamination. Contamination and activation are two different things. Contamination is when you pick up something, it sticks to you, it does damage, or it gets inside you and it does damage. Activation is when a material actually becomes radiologically active itself because it's being bombarded by subatomic particles. So that is what happens when you have, say, like a steel structure that's next to a very powerful radioactive source. It activates the steel. So the actual, like the reactor core, a lot of the structural elements out of the reactor core became activated just in the normal course of the reactor operating. Those are the, you know, that's a pretty critical difference, but it's one that most people aren't aware of. Contamination is something you can wash off with water. Like, you can literally wash contamination off with soapy water. That's what they do. That's why you know, CBRN units and the guys that actually did the cleanup came in with these great big spray trucks spraying soapy water everywhere. That's to try and get rid of the surface contamination. Activated materials are much harder to deal with because you have to treat them as a nuclear source. Not so hard when they're going to build a solar farm here in Nevada, but the reason they said not to is because it doesn't look nice. Yeah. It's just... And I don't know about you guys, but I really love, like, industrial aesthetics. I like, obviously, because I'm fucking waxing poetic about a massive radar built in the 60s. But, you know, like, I like that. It's interesting. Sure, if it's an area of unique natural beauty, it's a problem, but if it's just, like, a patch of desert like any other, fucking build one. Now, again, like I said, they have their own problems. They still require fossil fuels to spin up the turbines of a morning. They kill birds in droves because the bugs are attracted to the shiny light. Birds are attracted to the bugs. Birds fly through it, because the way solar power towers work is it's not solar panels like we think of. It's a series of mirrors arrayed to reflect light and focus it onto a point, and the actual the turbine is in the top of that tower. That's how it works. It's using thermal energy from the power of the sun's heat reflected and focused on a point. It's not your standard electrical solar panel. So solar power towers are a hazard, mostly to birds, because if they fly through that beam, they'll catch fire in midair, which is pretty fucking metal. But yeah, like, they have their issues, but fuck, like, better than building a coal plant. Dam near me doesn't have any downstream alarms. The dam opening, people get hurt every year from the dam and downstream flow because people in my neighborhood are rich wankers and veto the... They should not have the power to do that. They should really not have the power to do that. And especially, I'm of the opinion that if you move somewhere where something exists, doesn't matter what it is, it could be a cemetery, it could be fucking slaughterhouse, it could be a power station, it could be an airport. If something major exists and you move into an area, you should legally have no right to complain or campaign against that thing. Because you knew it was there when you moved there, and you still fucking moved there anyway. Like, the kinds of fucking shitheads that move next to airports and then campaign to get the airport closed down. Those people in Minecraft should be loaded into a rocket and fired into the fucking sun. Just... The English language is insufficient to describe my level of absolute primal loathing for people that do that shit. Built a tower in Burnaby here in which the SkyTrain is literally going through. Oh yes. They're already complaining about... Fucking Christ. Oh! Another Yugoslav banger. Yeah. People are dumb, man. People are fucking dumb. What did Japan do with the Chinooks they used at Fukushima? They're probably still using them. They probably just decontaminated them. The issue is Fukushima was a meltdown, and there was a release of radiation into the environment, but it was not a fraction of what Chernobyl is. Like, 3 Mile Island, not a fraction of what Chernobyl is. This is the thing. Like, nuclear disasters, you've got to think of them more as a logarithmic scale. Fukushima was fucking kiddie shit compared to Chernobyl. So they probably still use the helicopters, because they wouldn't have been that badly contaminated. Chernobyl, again, to put this in perspective, the reactor exploded. It was a thermal steam explosion with enough force to throw a 2,000-ton block of concrete and nuclear fuel hundreds of meters into the air, and then come back down and end up upside down inside the core. The amount of force in that explosion, to say nothing of the scattering of material, like, the core was open to atmosphere. If you run a nuclear reactor and you end up in a situation where the core is venting to atmosphere, like, that's about as big a fuck up as is humanly possible. Like, on the scale of fuck ups that people can do, I don't think there's much that comes after that one. Yeah, for a brief moment, reactor number... Not even the whole plant. So each RBMK, they're RBMK 1000s, I think. Ignalina was 1500s. Chernobyl was 1000s. 1000 means that the RBMK is supposed to produce 1000 megawatts of electrical energy. Now, it's not producing 1000 megawatts of total energy because it needs to generate thermal energy to drive the turbines. The RBMK's design spec is 3,200 megawatts of thermal energy, so that's the nominal operating power, the max operating power of the reactor is 3,200 megawatts thermal capacity, which then becomes 1,000 of electricity as it runs through the turbines. For a very brief moment, Reactor 4 was producing 33,000 megawatts of thermal energy. And consider for a moment that the RBMK is already one of the most powerful reactors ever built. Like, they don't get much bigger than that. Robol, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a wonderful New Year's. I hope you had a wonderful holiday season so far. We got in 55 minutes. 55 minutes until I'm in the future. Yeah, they actually, there was a column of ionized violet light coming out the top of the plant through the hole in the roof. That is attested to by workers that survived. We are kind of flying into the sun here, which is annoying. So we're going to land at Giuliani, which is Kyiv's main domestic airport. Boryspil is the international. It's on the east bank of the river, but we're going to be on the west bank in Giuliani. And then we're going to hop over to DCS, finally, after many more hours of this than I was expecting. And I think I'm going to grab another beer, because I am once again boiling. But again, this is the thing, obviously I support progressing beyond fucking nuclear fission as an energy source. It's not ideal. But in the interim, until we can get ourselves away from fossil fuels totally, I support nuclear power. Now, that's not to say I blindly think it has no flaws. Obviously it does, and I'm well aware of the worst things that can happen with it. Like, again, you educate yourself because you need to understand what you're supporting. And what can go badly wrong with the thing you're supporting, you know? There's Kyiv down there. Tower isn't even finished and no one's moved in. To be honest, knowing what I do about modern luxury apartment construction, it's probably a good thing that no one's fucking moved in. They do not build them like they used to. Should learn Spanish. We have plenty of expletives put to use. Usually the first part of the language I do learn is expletives. I will say Australian English does expand on English's vocabulary quite a bit. One of the things I do love about this country is they're very creative with their language. This is just preset weather, by the way. This is the default weather preset for snow. I took out the actual snow because I like the way the clouds were arranged. I moved the base cloud layer up. I moved the bottom cloud layer, which is a haze at ground level. I moved it way up into a very high altitude formation. Look at it, it looks gorgeous. This is just preset weather. So the basic presets are kind of but if you actually open up the weather menu and edit them, like, let me show you. Like, avoid overspeeding again. I can move these around. Like, I can completely alter the weather in real time. It's fucking fantastic. Absolutely fucking fantastic. I'm not trimmed very well. Let's get on top of that before I end up going for a swim. Fat Boy Sim, good name, cheers for the follow. Hope you're enjoying your New Year's. I am 51 minutes from 2022 over here. So I'm doing alright. I was worried I wouldn't be able to stay awake until midnight, because I didn't sleep well last night, but we're doing pretty good so far. I'm gonna crash out for like a whole day after this stream, but you know, all good. No spoilers, please. I'll try and avoid them, don't worry. Support the basic version. So I got the fancy expensive one just because I had the money at the time. But yeah, the basic version's all you need. You know, there's enough free content for this game that you can easily get away with that. Some of the free content's better than the paid content, to be honest. And then, you know, you just buy a couple of nice aircraft modules, you're set. Like, that's what I like about this sim, is I don't have to worry about buying weather, because the weather's already fucking stunning. I don't have to worry about buying basic scenery for entire countries like I did in FSX, because that entire country already has real scenery. All I need to do is, if I want to fly around a particular city, I'll look for scenery of that city that adds some of the landmarks. That's it. Like, all of my scenery in this is individual cities, individual landmarks, or airports. In FSX, I had gigabytes upon gigabytes upon gigabytes of nation-level scenery, which wasn't even that detailed. What I might do... I wanted to be the first DCS stream in 2022, but what I might do is we might hop in the Me Too myself so I can show you guys what I meant. I mean, it's a cute little helicopter, but obviously the art's a bit outdated. I think it was ported from FS9. And the flight model it's a free flight model running off an external app, so you can only expect so much, but it feels kind of like the DCS Gazelle in a lot of ways. So I don't find it as fun to fly, but it's a nice little helicopter to have, and it's definitely nice to look at when one flies near me. Yeah, the downloader for this takes fucking forever. The installation process is pretty fucking slow too. Welcome back to beautiful Kyiv. So, Giuliani is on the southwest side of town from memory. That should be it. UKXX, I think, is Giuliani. So, actually, no, I'm dumb. No, it's not. UKKM is Giuliani. Okay, I passed it. It's way up there. UKXX is probably the fucking graveyard. Oh my god, I'm dumb. All I had to do was fly to that fucking airfield. That's exactly what it is. It was marked on the map this whole time. Oh my god. Big brain moment. What plane is this? This is a Yakovlev 18T. If it looks and sounds like a Yak 52, that's because it's very closely related to it. It uses the same engine. It's a payware module, but it's a pretty cheap one. It's made by Nemeth Designs. Has a few little persisting issues. They have fixed a couple of my big problems with it, but overall, it's pretty good bang for your buck. It's really pleasant to fly. It looks beautiful. So, I'm quite happy with it. Is it KM or... oh, fuck me. Which one is Giuliani? It's one of these. I feel like it's probably UKKK, because UKBB, that's Boris Pil, which is the international, so yeah, that should be Giuliani. Because I remember Giuliani is actually in the city, so yeah, that'll be it. I'm not entirely certain what the wind's doing. We'll do a low pass just to check the windsock. Because we could tune into ATIS, but that's the boring way of doing it. But I also don't want to land into the sun, because that is fucking savage. For all the good those shades are going to do us, eh? I never use the ATIS in this sim. Well, no, I've used it once, I think. In real life, obviously, I used it a lot, but in the sim, just fucking do a low pass, check the windsock, all good. Well, we're getting a little turbulence down here, probably because of the trees. Xbox installer Xbox downloader installed this at near gigabit speed. Took like an hour to get it installed. 4 hours on the PC. Yeah, not surprised. How's that for a skyline? So cool. I just... Like, you'd think I'd stop being amazed at this. I've been playing it for like a year now, but just... It's so cool. I can't even visit my fucking sister at the moment because fucking COVID again. And she's only like 10 kilometers away, but I can visit Kyiv in the comfort of my own home. Okay, where's Giuliani? It should be in this general area of the city, I think. Got Omicron right now, it's really not enjoyable. Ah, fuck, dude. Well, I hope you get over it soon. My sister's not sure if she's got it, and she can't get a fucking test. She had, one of the rapid tests, but they're not entirely reliable. They throw false negatives, which is not something you want. And she can't get to a proper testing center because she doesn't have a car, and also she's disabled. But she's apparently not high enough priority for them to send someone to her, despite the fact she's fucking disabled. So, you know, hooray for eugenics, I guess. Okay, well this isn't it. This, however, is a factory. This is the Antonov factory. That's what this is. This is the Antonov factory and their airfield. Huh. That's awesome. Okay, let's fly around here. Let's have a look. They need a big hangar because they build the biggest planes in the world. And also this this helps explain some of the logistical and economic difficulties of Russia and the other post-Soviet countries. A lot of Russian military industry, well, actually, a lot of Soviet military industry was based in countries that aren't Russia. So the Russian military now has very complicated logistics, and they had whole technologies they lost. For instance, the specific method of titanium welding used on the big Tupolev bombers, the Tu-160 for instance, the reason they couldn't build more 160s for such a long time is they literally lost the technology. Because the factory that built them was in Uzbekistan, I think? I think Tashkent. Tashkent had a bunch of big aviation factories. Ilyushin, Tupolev, sorry, fucking ammunition factories. They had all sorts of shit down there, and it's not accessible to them anymore. Likewise, Antonov, Ukrainian company. So, like the engines for a lot of the Antonov aircraft are built by Progress, which is now, I think, part of Motosich. Motosich is a Ukrainian company. So the big turbofans they use on the Antonov transports are Ukraine built. Good luck to Russia trying to get those now, so they've got to develop their own alternatives, right? So, pretty much everyone came out of that situation a loser. In one way or another. And unfortunately, Ukraine's not doing very well either. They have horrible unemployment. They're enormously corrupt. Like, the Ukrainian government is comical levels of corrupt. It was never good, but it's been getting worse. So, pretty much nobody has come out of that in a good situation. I don't know what the current situation with components for Russia is. I know for a long time they did, but given the current political strife between Russia and Ukraine, I'm not sure if that agreement's still in effect. And even if it is, the Russians can't rely on it, you know? Just in case. Where the fuck did my airport go? So that was the Antonov airport. So yeah, it's probably UKKK. Which is down here, directly into the sun, of course. Is the comedian still in power in Ukraine? I think so. Do you think they'll invade or annex Ukraine? I don't think they'll invade as such. They will quite possibly intervene. The thing is, Russia's not going to try and take over all of Ukraine. It would be a bad idea. Like, Ukraine is so economically fucked, it would actually hurt Russia to do that. Which is really depressing to think about from the Ukrainian perspective. If Russia does get involved in Ukraine, most likely what they'll do is they'll make a drive down the east side of the Dnieper River. They'll try and consolidate the holdings they already effectively have with their little proxy state buddies, and they'll probably make a push to try and secure a land bridge to Crimea, because Ukraine has cut off Crimea's water supply. I mean, like, their drinking water supply and their industrial water supply. You might think, oh, it's on the Black Sea. Surely they can't have water problems. Believe me, they do. And they can't pipe it across the Kerch Peninsula. Not efficiently, anyway. So Russia needs a good land link to Crimea. That might mean just preserving the status quo, but probably not. That might mean further proxy war with their little proxy states to try and secure the area, or it might mean sending in their own troops. I don't think that there's really any intent to take over the whole country, though, because, like I said, it would actually hurt them economically, politically, and socially if they tried to annex all of Ukraine. Now, if you're Ukrainian, no matter which fucking scenario happens, you're basically looking at a shit sandwich. It's just fucking sad, man. Further brain drain Ukraine? Yeah. And the effects of that on the Ukrainian economy are fucking obvious. Do what the CIA does, empower a coup. Most likely. I don't think anyone's quite as skilled at inciting coups as the CIA, though. Fucking masters of it. Xbox version's bad with a capital bad. I could imagine. Way less modability, worse graphics, probably not very good performance. Yeah, I could totally see that. Plus, trying to fly, you know, on an Xbox with Xbox controllers sounds like an exercise in frustration. Although, God knows, some people fly combat and DCS with a keyboard and mouse, so who am I to judge? I'm going the complete wrong direction because I keep forgetting I have a compass, apparently. Do another test, might catch you later, but if not, Happy New Year all. Good luck! And, like I said, hopefully you're over it soon, with no long-lasting ill effects. A nice clean bill of health. But if you're not back, by the time the stream's over, hope you enjoy your new year, and I hope it goes better than this one did. Whoever plays DCS with a keyboard and mouse, My shitty 16-year-old joystick at least. Yeah, like I could not manage. I used to, as a kid, I used to play flight sims with a keyboard and mouse out of necessity, so I didn't get in trouble for not doing my homework. I could just tab in and out of them without giving myself away, but I couldn't imagine doing it now. Same as like now, I can't do any flight sim without track IR. Even this, like even if I was doing a tube liner in this, I have to have my track IR. It's just become so natural for me to look around now, and because I can't sit still, I am always looking around. Okay, we're getting close now. Oh my god, why is it so hot? I hate summer. The other day back home in Edmonton, it was fucking minus 38 degrees. It's like, I will trade. Like, not even joking, I will trade. Give me your minus 38, you can have my fucking plus whatever this is. It's probably not even that hot, it's probably like 30. But because my PC is such an efficient space heater, I'm dying. The Warthog's slew sensor is fucking trash as well. I hate it. I'm thinking though, since my left throttle seems to actually be holding out now and it might function properly permanently, fingers crossed, knock on wood, I might actually get the Delta Sim upgrade for it. Might be worth doing. Because I'm going to need that when the MiG-23 comes out. Oh, actually, I might as well just use the Car-23. Unless the binding's separate, which it might be. Because it should be, it's a separate system. Can we unfreeze, please, MSFS? It's probably loading a huge chunk of city. There we go. Where is Giuliani? It should be... Is that Giuliani? Come on, I know it's around here somewhere. It was literally, like, in the city. Yeah, I'm really hyped for the 23. Not just because it's my favorite jet, but like it's legitimately going to be a breath of fresh air. Really interesting aircraft, really cool, really fun to fight in, I think. The F1 as well, yeah. Like, I'm really keen to see how it turns out. Just something different. Yeah, that's Giuliani. Something different, something unique, you know? I'm all about that. '29 T2 and me too. Oh my god, that would be a feat of superhuman engineering. Where is the windsock? I think there's one down the other end. I landed here in the Spit like 2 months ago. So I'm not entirely unfamiliar with the airport. Sim crash. Well, we didn't get to land. I'm glad that Flight Simulator exists, just to introduce the experience of edging to all the people that aren't into that shit. Fuck's sake. Alright, let's fire it back up. We'll do a quick hop around the Me Too. We'll fly from Giuliani in the Me Too, and if it crashes again, then we know the scenery might be the issue. Before I do that, I've got an external app I need to start, because that's what the flight model runs through. Which folder is it in? I'm also going to grab another beer, because nothing says good idea like flying a helicopter under the influence of alcohol. one left. Yes, I did not prepare myself for New Year's quite as well as I thought I did. I thought I had a couple more bottles in that. Headphone hair? Yes, my head dent. I love that there are people that actually fell for that shit. Like, there are... For those that aren't aware, there was like a mass fucking scare that went out through the gaming community relatively recently about skull dents from wearing headphones too much, and it like compresses your skull, and it's just fucking headphone hair, right? It doesn't affect the way your fucking skull grows. It's dumb as shit. But people legit fell for it. Like a significant number of people fucking fell for it. 10 years ago? Oh, so they've revived it. It's not even new. It's a perennial classic. Love it. Tyler Onehead, yeah. So. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that lecture. It's really good because he gives you good sort of qualitative information about flying the aircraft, and there's actually some good videos of stall behavior too. However, pilots like to repeat things they hear other pilots say if they sound interesting or impressive. So the part where he says the intakes are the same as the Phantom, no, they're not. They're not even remotely similar beyond basic shape. Also, the Soviets had already used that style intake before. The gun being designed to shoot 20mm ammo, no. If you put 20mm US ammo from an M61 cannon into a fucking Gesha 23, don't be near that when you attempt to fire. It probably won't even feed, let alone fire, but don't be near it. That's not how guns work. Like, this is why I say fact check everything. And these kinds of myths get repeated a lot. Like, oh, they use the same power connectors and fuel connectors as us so they can use our captured equipment. No, everyone uses the same fucking connectors because civil aviation does. You know, there's a lot of old wives' tales in aviation, just like everything else, and pilots will repeat them without thinking. It doesn't detract from their skill as a pilot, it just means that you should not believe everything they tell you. Especially if it's related to a technical aspect of the aircraft, not a flying aspect of the aircraft. The Me Too mod is okay for a free mod in a game that doesn't natively support helicopters. The art is very early 2000s. The flight model is it's running through an external application. It feels like the DCS Gazelle, but it's a free mod. It is what it is. I don't really enjoy flying it as much because of the flight model, but it's just cool to have one. Yeah, like, he makes stuff for free. Like, that's a good enough reason. Would I buy it in its current state? No. If it got a bit of an update, would I buy it? Maybe. Hey, Seal. Rogamer14, thanks for the follow. Whoa, 25 minutes. 25 minutes until the future. So things that do actually affect bone growth. I mean, first of all, your skulls mostly fuse together by the time you're a teenager. Not completely, but mostly. I don't think it finishes fusing until you're like 30-something. There's still a few joints that aren't done yet. But things that will actually cause growth deformations and bone deformations are things like foot binding, for instance, which is a tradition in parts of China because small feet were considered to be beautiful, so they bound girls' feet up since they were kids to keep them small. If you have a part of your body constrained all day, every day for like most of your childhood development, yes, that will fuck up the way you grow. Likewise, there are different cultures in Africa, I think some in South America too, where they get like necklaces and they actually add a ring to it constantly, so you end up with this like really long looking neck. It's not like significantly longer, but it's, you know, stuff like that. If you do it from a young enough age, it's like how they reset bones, right? When you're a kid and you break a bone really badly, or if you have like some sort of congenital deformity where one leg's shorter than the other, what the actual surgical procedure to correct that is they will break the bone in question and then build a machine that pulls it apart, and they'll just turn the crank a couple times every year as you age to kind of coax the bone into filling that gap, right? So if you have a kid who's got one leg that's shorter enough than the, like, it's got enough of a margin on the other that it's disabling and it affects their quality of life, that's what they do, is they break the bone and they put this apparatus on their leg that slowly stretches the bones apart to encourage growth between, so that you end up with a normal length leg with new bone grown between, and then you can take this fucking nightmare contraption off, and other than a few scars where the actual rods went into your leg, you know, you'd never know. How did we even get onto that topic? Mangbetu truck? That might have been one of the ones I was thinking of. I used to, like, devour National Geographics as a kid. And so I have all these obscure little bits of knowledge about random tribes out in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's interesting seeing how other humans go about being human. Is this loading time? Is it 2007 HDD? No, it is me having, like, 300 gigabytes of add-ons. Actually, is it 300? I don't remember. Let me check. Let me check how big my community folder is. It's a lot. Community. It's a lot. It is actually on a hard drive though, because my SSDs don't have enough space. So it is loading off a hard drive, but with that said, it loads in about 10 minutes instead of fucking 40 like it used to when it was on an SSD. So they've done some serious loading optimizations in the last sim update. Remembers when cell phones in pockets fried your gonads? People still believe that though. You know what my favorite thing is? All those like 5G protecting amulets and shit that people sell, like half of them are fucking impregnated with, oh fuck, what isotope is it? It's not cesium. Strontium 90. Like, literally, they have vials of fucking strontium 90. They have an active source in them. Or there was one that this guy found, because he finds these and then sends them off to the regulatory authorities to get these people fucking closed down. There was one that was one of those elastic bracelets, but it was, the rubber was impregnated with, like, strontium dust. Because nothing says 200 gigs, by the way. Community folders 200 gigs. Nothing says I want to be safe from radiological hazards like wearing a fucking radiological hazard on your body day in, day out for years at a time. You know, these people are so hung up on radio frequency or microwave frequency waves, which we're subject to all the time. If you have a fucking microwave oven in your house, you're subject to microwaves. Like, when I first moved away from home, we had a really shitty leaky microwave in the place I was living, and my bedroom had the kitchen between it and the router, and so anytime one of my housemates went to microwave something, it would knock out my internet, because microwaves cook things at about 2.4 gigahertz, Guess what wavelength wireless runs on, or what frequency, sorry, wireless runs on. It's 2.4 gigahertz. You have the new fancy wireless. It's 5 point... What is it? It's 5 gigahertz, I guess, just 5 flat. But yeah, 2.4, same as what a microwave operates on. It's just dumb. Like, you will not... You're not any more likely to get cancer or fucking develop Alzheimer's or whatever because you fucking sat too close to a PowerPoint or looked at a fucking TV tower. Like, it's just dumb as fuck. But a way to make sure you do get cancer is to wear a fucking bracelet made of a fucking active source. Like, what the fuck, man? Remember an old streamer I used to watch couldn't stream when someone used the microwave? Yeah, it's exactly what used to happen with mine too. It was fucking annoying, but in hindsight it was hilarious. Oh, that's default. No, is that default scenery? I think that is default scenery. I got so much modded stuff for Europe, I don't even remember what's default and what's not. I think the little plug-in symbol is custom. We're gonna go over here during our tour, because look at how many... There's so much good shit here. That ionospheric array, where is it? Zmiev. Where is Zmiev? It's southeast, I think. It's not very far southeast. And I think it's near Chuguyev. That's not it. Ammo dump. We reckon? We reckon this is an ammo dump? I reckon that's an ammo dump. That's fucking guaranteed what that is. That's an ammunition dump. See what I mean about why would you blur this shit? Like, yeah, it's in the middle of the forest, but someone else will get it. Like, somebody will overfly it, or somebody's spy satellites will overfly it. Who fucking cares if civilians see it? The average civilian's not fucking, like, a puzzle piece motherfucker like me that knows what that is. Was it? It was southeast, I'm sure of it. Andreevka, Verbovka. Oh, it's in this area. Oh, and there was a cloud. Fuck. It's on Google Maps. I found it once on Google Maps and promptly forgot where it was. But it's in this general vicinity. And it's really obvious when you find it too.
Hey buddy, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you too, Josh. Cheers for the resub, man. Hope you're having a good one. I am looking for an ionospheric research station attached to Kharkov University. That's not an ionospheric research station, but it's interesting. It's somewhere around here, but it looks like there was a really nasty cloud overhead when they got the satellite imagery. What is it? This must be near one of the tank... Yeah, this would be near one of the tank factories. If it's named after Morozov, it'll be near a tank factory. I'll have to find it on Google Maps, and then we'll try and find it in the sim. But it's in this forest specifically, I think, this patch here. It's really cool. Jeff had some updates. Jeff stream when, Pom? Brilliant new idea that will oh no. Oh no. I'm intrigued and horrified all at once. There we go, yeah. Giuliani. Alright. Does Giuliani have a helicopter pad? I guess not, they just park them fucking wherever. Well, there's a helicopter there, so let's park there. Actually, no, I should probably start from the runway, because I don't know how to start this helicopter up. I haven't done it before. I've just hot started it, because I'm lazy. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where? Yeah. There's some new liveries in this. I think it was updated. Let's roll with the old Soviet livery. We'll just go with half fuel. We're not going to be flying that long, so we'll stick with that. We're going to just fucking change the weather. I'm going to change it to... Where is it? High level clouds. We'll just leave it at that, because I don't want to be fiddle fucking around with the weather again. And runway. There we go. Hopefully, nothing breaks. Because like I said, the flight model's running through a third-party app, so it's external to the sim. You know what I mean, Cotty? Like a parking spot for it, where I can spawn, not an actual pad to land on. Battery alternator and engine start. Yeah, that does sound pretty simple. I don't know. I might do a longer stream in it at some point, and I'll cold start it then. I haven't taken the spring off my pedals. I can't be asked, because I'm going to be hopping into DCS soon. I'll probably be flying fixed wing, but... if I really wanted to go all the way, I would take the spring off them. $14 minutes. I don't know if Canberra is doing fireworks. I assume they are, even though everyone's in COVID jail. We'll hear them if they do. Okay, well I don't have a choice anyway, it cold started me regardless. Okay, well they're all on. So, battery, alternator, engine start. DC on. I think that's all on. So I guess... Yeah, you just press the button and it magically starts the engine, I think. And I don't think all the instruments... Well, actually they might. Most of them work, but not all of them, I think. What aircraft not... Oh, because I forgot to set the flight model, hang on. I got the stupids. Load profile, me too. There we go. Hopefully I don't need to restart, since I just remembered then to load it. I forget if this thing has a functional trim button. I don't think it does. Let's go along the flight line and have a look. Cotty, I expect to see that Yak 28p in MSFS. I know I'm flying sideways. It's intentional. The goose has its landing gear up. Oops. Not sure it's meant to be like that. So I do have a model matching add-on that will spawn in airliners at airports. Hence we've got one there. And we've got one here. Sometimes it even spawns the correct airlines, though usually not. Man, this fucking ramp is hilly as fuck. Holy shit. No, the altimeter's working. Altimeter's working. It's just, or actually, is it? I swear I just saw the needle move. Maybe not. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think it is, no. See Clipwing spit? You would have, probably, yeah. Okay, so the VSI works, the airspeed works. The engine instruments seem to work. Moves wrong needle. I think you're right, it does. It's, I don't think he understands how Soviet-style altimeters work. That's probably what it is. Does the fan work? Do not know. Yep, there's your Clipwing spit. Ironically in PRU colours. I don't think PRU ever flew Clipwings. Another PRU spit over there. Look how fucking hilly that parking area is, my dudes. I feel like it probably isn't meant to be like that. I can turn labels on and off now by the... Oh, no, I can't turn it back on now. But I can toggle them. Yep, there should be a Corsair somewhere. So I've got the Spitfire, I've got the Corsair. It'll spawn aircraft I own, like, default, like, vanilla aircraft, paid modules, whatever. So we've got a Grumman Goose parked there, with his wheels up, so that's going to be an expensive repair job. So there's your Grumman Goose. He's actually started up, running his engines, it looks like. That's a free mod, by the way, the Goose. We got two of the Red Arrows aircraft right there. We've got a French Caudron. A couple of them, actually. Oh, there we go. Our label's back now. I think I spy a Jabiru, which is the plane I learnt to fly in real life. Bunch of spits. There's the Corsair on the nose. Another Caudron. There's a Jab. Another Hawk. We've got a couple of airliners. The funny thing is the model matching's, like, the default model matching in the sim is a joke. But even with this mod, it's not perfect. So for instance... The fuck? So for instance, I had a situation, he just disappeared, where I was flying with CCM, and it was alternating between CCM being a Ford Taurus, and one of the other guys we were flying with being a Ford Taurus. So that was interesting, to say the least. I was flying, you know, wingtip to wingtip with a Ford Taurus. I don't think we'll be seeing in the new year in DCS at this rate. We've got 7 minutes to go. We're going to see it through in Misfits. We'll go over to DCS afterwards, though. We will do that. I would kinda... I doubt that. The other thing is, though, the Corsair getting to a speed where it can pull 30G without ripping itself apart just because of the aerodynamic, you know, resistance, doesn't seem very likely. Whoop. Hey, Darksider. Good to see you. Hope you're keeping well. Oh shit, we even do have a fucking co-pilot. He's sweaty as fuck. which is fair because I am flying a helicopter, and we know what I'm like in helicopters. Ooh, we barely got away with that one. Yeah, I know the 21's broken. I'm actually going to go through part of what's up with it when I do launch DCS. I'll show you guys what to avoid. I'll explain through what I think is happening and what I think should be happening. It's weird. See these little jerking motions it's making? That's not me on the pedals. I think it's maybe wind? I don't know. It's weird. The wind shouldn't be pushing me around that abruptly. I'm full left pedal right now. Could be LTE, but I don't think this flight model's advanced enough to actually do LTE. No, what it is the flaps. It's bleeding off the hydraulic pressure. Like I said, I'll explain it and I'll show you what I mean, but it's the flaps. Do not deploy the flaps above about 400 kilometers an hour until they fix it. The 21 exists in a perpetual state of brokenness. It's slowly being fixed, but every now and then something breaks really badly. And a lot of the time it's something that people don't know about, like this flaps issue, for instance. A lot of people just assume that the flaps are bad to lower in flight anyway, even though they're not. But also it took a while for people to figure out what was happening. Okay. Yeah, it's really Jesus. It must be the wind. It's really squirrely. Really, really squirrely. And I don't know if I can land on a building without dying. I think it still counts that as a collision, technically, with terrain. Cool perspective of Kyiv, though. Even if you do it at 400, make sure you're straight and level on final. So I was below 400, but I dropped my flaps while in a 90-degree bank turn. You guys have seen how I make MiG-21 approaches. And it still bled enough pressure that I didn't have any controls left. So make sure you're on final, straight and level, well, descending. Don't make any violent control inputs, and then lower the flaps below 400. Yeah, it is like the Gazelle. It's very much like the Gazelle. Including, if I go full left stick and release, it stays banked. It's exactly like the fucking Gazelle. No, the sound's broken for everyone. If you use the sound mod, which I do recommend, new version coming out soon, by the way. If you use that sound mod, it will sometimes mean you don't get engine sound, but it's better than the fucking staticky bullshit you get with the default sounds. Night Owl, cheers to the prime sub. Appreciate it, man. I'm full left pedal and it does not want to turn. I think that's wind. Yep. And now it suddenly kicks drunkenly to the left. It must be the wind. Yes, it is. Wizz Air. Don't fly Wizz Air, by the way, because they treat their workers like shit. Some semblance of me too. Look, it's a free mod. It's a free mod in a game that doesn't natively support helicopters. You know, it's maybe not ideal, but it's something. Like I said, I don't really enjoy flying it as much because of this flight model, but it's pretty to look at from a distance. A big distance. There's that stadium. I don't think this flight model models VRS, by the way. Or if it does, I haven't experienced it yet. Now, having said that, this will be the day I finally experience VRS. I don't think it's going to let me land inside the stadium without considering me as crashed, but we'll see how we go. If I had to guess, the collision geometry is probably a box. It's also got no trim, at least that I've discovered, so it's very difficult to actually fly it. Because I'm using the full range of motion of my stick, and, you know, it's kind of awkward. Oh, are we gonna do it? Are we gonna get away with it? Well, the stadium doesn't have a collision model, apparently. Oh, man. Oh, well. Happy 2022, guys! I saw in the new year by crashing a helicopter through the bottom of the fucking stadium in Kyiv. I'm using a scenery pack. It's on flightsim.to. Look for Kyiv landmarks. And the same guys made a bunch of other Ukrainian scenery packs as well. Well, we are going to call it there for Flight Sim. I'm going to take a short break because I need to clean my glasses. And maybe grab a quick bite to eat. Oh, by the way, for those that want to see the external model close up, just before I do close the sim, this is what it looks like. The normal mapping is like turned up to 11. Like, this would look a lot better if the normal mapping wasn't so overdone and it had some specula to it. But oh well, it's like it's a free mod, whatever. I don't think the consequences are modeled yet, or if they are, I didn't notice them. But you will notice the engine temperature responding to what you're doing to it. It does seem to cool off a bit too fast. So it's probably still work in progress, I guess, but it is a thing now, so you can now see, like, oh, I should not be thrashing the engine this hard. And it's a good lesson to learn for when the damage does start to appear. So that's one thing, and the limit on that is 3 minutes continuous, as in you can be in it for 3 minutes solid, then 30 seconds at least of cooling time, and then you can go back into it. So 3 minutes, 30 seconds off, 3 minutes again. Total time for it is like an hour between overhauls on the engine, but you won't get an hour of use. Like, you're not going to be in the MiG that long. What's BIS an abbreviation of? It's not an abbreviation, it is actually adopted from Latin by way of French. It just means, like, two. Like, the sequel. Likewise, there was Ter. I think the Soviets only used that one once or twice, and they did it way back for, like, I-15 modifications or something. Or I-153s, I should say. Hey, Red Sea! Good to see you. What am I doing? Happy New Year to you too. Let me just load my plane up here. We'll just take a, we'll take a normal load. But we'll take a 490 tank, because I'm not going to be in the air that long. We'll get rid of these, because we don't need them. But we'll just take a normal missile load. So we're in Nalchik, so that should be channel 8 on the RSBN. Set flaps takeoff. Radio nav here is, I think, 222 or something like that. We'll just, for the arc, we'll just set that. You can already hear the engine sound's going to be an issue. Okay, engine's lit. Blown flaps can go back on. Second inverter. AC gen. Gyros. Fuel pumps. Turn the cockpit lighting on, even though it's daytime, I like having it. Auxiliary pump. This is the, that's for the NP27T, which is in the tail. That's part of the control system. That you want that on. And that's what, applies pressure into the booster system. If it detects low pressure, it will activate the NP27, which is right there below the. This box here with the inspection hatch. This is the flight data recorder. SARPP flight data recorder. That's why that box is there. If you were to remove this panel, there would be a bright orange metal thing, like a bright orange metal box. That is the emergency recorder, or the flight recorder even, the black box basically. Below that, Nasosnaya Stanция NP27. That's your booster system hydraulic pump. And we can actually see there's a lot of control system associated stuff in the tail. Tail damage bad, and this is why. In here, we have Gidro Uslitel, that's the boost chamber for the pitch channel. If that goes, you're fucked. Kachelka RP, that's the fucking rudder axis, like the rudder crank that makes the rudder move. You've got control linkages that run down Upravlение Stabilizatora, that's there's like an elbow joint there, where the control crank runs from the hydraulic booster in the tail down into that, comes into an elbow, then comes down into the stabs. Like, there's a lot of important shit in this part of the plane. If this part of the plane gets hit, eject, pretty much. Uslitel is, like, booster, amplifier. Impressive detail. This is my livery. I redid all of these labels by hand. I'm still waiting for better references on some of them. I'm trying to get as close as I can to all of the maintenance stencils. Because, like, these are just cool. I like having the maintenance stencils because it tells you what's inside the plane. So this thing, this is where you fill up the nitrogen purging system for the fuel tanks. So what happens is, as the aircraft drains the fuel tanks, it pushes nitrogen into them so that A, they won't be full of explosive fuel vapor, and B, they won't implode under pressure. So that's where you fill that up. Above that, elektrooborodowanie, filter, predvaritelnej związki booster stabilizator. That's the like the filter for the boost channel, for the or the booster for the pitch channel. That's part of the ARU system. And then if we look there, передача системы управления ARU 3B. That's your ARU. That's the control proportionality system which stops you from pulling too many G. So, like I said, the tail is full of really important shit in the MiG-21. Really, really important shit. Don't get shot in the tail. But this is why I spent so much time doing this on the livery. It's just cool to have. Like, you can point out where stuff is in the jet because it's all labeled. All of it. I've still got to do the rough met so you can see there's like a faint reflection of the old text. I've got to redo it for the new text, but I'm pretty happy with it so far. Anyway, let's get back in the jet. Let's finish our startup procedure. All I did was get the engine running. That's the trimmer effect. I'll just turn all of this on, because this is all shit that you want on the flight. When did I turn the flight data recorder on? Interesting. I don't remember doing that. Maybe I misclicked. In a good way. We're not going to bother with the radar because we're not using it. We will turn on the air traffic transponder and the IFF. We will not turn on the RWR because we're not going to use it. We're not going to turn on the... I don't know why I turned the volume up on that. Muscle memory. We're not going to turn that on. We are going to put it in cage mode though, just so we don't damage it. Not modeled, maybe one day. There's a lot of restrictions on the aircraft. Why am I doing this? I'm not going to be using weapons. There's a lot of restrictions on the aircraft that aren't modeled in DCS, like for instance, making sure the sight's caged when you're on the ground so it doesn't get jolted by the taxiway or runway being uneven. Same with the missiles. The missiles have to be powered on the ground or you will damage the seeker heads. So there's a lot of little things like that. The combat mode or training mode for the R3R guidance, that is not modeled. I'm getting in the habit of flipping the switch in case one day it is. Right, anyway. Let's give ourselves a little bit of back trim. 1, 2, 3. Because I have no stick extensions, so it's easy for me to use trim on takeoff. Normally you wouldn't. Engine sounds are bugged. Hopefully that gets fixed next patch, whenever that happens. I have to recenter my tracker. It's a little skewy again. Need to move my chair as well. I'm sitting off center. As usual. There we go. It's not labeled in the native skins. It is, but the labels are... Some of them are wrong. There's typos. There's not as many labels. So I looked... I went full autism mode on this. I found as many photos as I could of MiG-21s, especially the BIS or the MF, which is similar to the BIS in internal layout. And I looked as hard as I could for what the labels said, where they were, what font they were. I still don't have the right font, so if I ever do find the right font, I'll have to redo them all again, because fucking autism. But it looks pretty good already, I think. I'm pretty happy with it. I could literally go through and tell you what all of those labels are, but I don't think we have time for that this stream. I've already done like half the aircraft in a previous stream because I got distracted and I was like, oh, let's talk about what these labels mean. 2 hours later. Oops. The nitrogen refill panel, the one under the tail with the 2 gauges, those are gauges, by the way, in real life. They're not animated on the texture, but those are gauges telling you what pressure and temperature the nitrogen fills at. Hiro, as in Hiromachi, who works for Magnitude 3, the developer of this, he found a eBay seller who had one of those panels for sale, and he linked me it, so I just straight up copied the text, like rewrote it obviously, but took the text word for word from the actual panel, which is quite cool. There was also a really good walk around of one of the Bulgarian jets that I took, because the Bulgarians never changed the labeling, they just left it in the original Russian. That was really useful. Okay, so we're trimmed, gear safety's off, flaps are takeoff, brakes on the nose wheel. We're going to have to give it a bit of rudder to straighten out when we start rolling though, because I was clumsy on the lineup. Why is she rolling already? I didn't give her that much power. There we go. Now we give her the fucking beans. At 200, stick 3/4 back. We're going to raise the nose to about 10 degrees pitch. I usually just eyeball it right about there. Then hold that, and she lifts off the ground about 330 with this loadout. Gear up, flaps up. The nose will drop as the flaps come in, so we counter with a little bit more backstick. Stay in burner until at least 600 kilometers an hour. We're actually going to stay in burner longer because I'm going to do a zoom climb. So we're going to pitch down a bit for speed. We're going to reach about 950 true airspeed, and then we're going to pitch. Gear handles neutral out, so we don't bleed off all our air pressure. And there we go. Pitch to hold about 900 to 950 through the climb. Slowly dumping trim as I do go up, not too much. I don't want to flame the engine out from 0G. The nice thing about having the Virpil control panel, which Quantum Monk sent me, is that it actually has a neutral position. So it's literally do as you do in the aircraft, you return it to neutral. Makes it a lot easier to remember. Belly tank's empty, we're going to punch it off. I call the 490 litre tank a takeoff tank because it's basically only good for takeoff and initial climb out. And we're going to be burning off some fuel as well. I don't want to get too far from Nalchik. Really any airfield will do, but we'll stay around Nalchik. Mozdok would probably be preferable because it's got a longer runway. This will be fine. Nalchik will do. Because we're above 7,000 meters, the ARU is in its full control authority mode. It's long arm, it's called, because it moves the fulcrum of the controls to long arm, so you have more authority. It makes it very twitchy. It's kind of difficult to fly the 21 stably at high Mach numbers because of that. in DCS, the stabilize autopilot mode, which would make that much fucking easier, doesn't work properly. Probably my biggest problem with the 21, besides the radar, the ASP, the radio navigation, and now the flaps, is the fucking autopilot. This plane is twitchy, but it shouldn't be as twitchy as it is, because normally you'd be running with this in stabilize mode, which would... It's kind of like an attitude hold from what I gather from the manual, like the actual real aircraft manual. It's basically an attitude hold, and then you just... There's 8 micro switches. I have to get up and get the real stick to show you, but there's 8 micro switches arranged in this rubber boot that interact between the stick itself and the stick extension. And so when you put any pressure on the stick, it disables the autopilot, and you can control it manually, and then as soon as you release pressure on the stick, it re-enables the autopilot. It's really... Like, for a 1972 aircraft, and this autopilot system's even older, this is fucking... Like, it's really good autopilot system. Something Soviet electronics bad, apparently, according to fucking popular consensus. Right, now we're up here. We're gonna do something very, very stupid. Very, 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 very fucking stupid. The air up here is quite thin, and we're not going very fast. At least the aircraft doesn't think we are. We're just under Mach 1, but because high altitude, our indicated airspeed is quite slow. Remember, the aircraft doesn't care what your true airspeed or your ground speed is. That's for navigation. The aircraft only cares about indicated, which is how fast it thinks it's going through the air. So I'm going to do a bunch of very silly things involving low speeds and control deflections. Watch my hydraulic gauges. Bottom right is main system, top left is booster. Now, part of the flaps issue is that these aren't modeled properly. One is affecting systems that shouldn't. I'll talk about that more in a minute. But basically the booster system drives the aileron boosters and one chamber of the pitch booster, which is a 2-chamber booster. And the main system drives the other chamber of the pitch booster. So there should be no situation except a double hydraulic failure, and even that's a bit questionable, where you completely lose tail authority. There we go. Watch pressure in main system. See how it's draining off, and I'm not windmilling the engine quickly enough to replenish the pressure. It's pumping it up a little, but if I keep yeeting the stick around like a monkey... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, both systems low pressure. Oh, okay, so we did have some... So the booster is working correctly in this situation, it's just not working correctly with the flaps down. Intriguing. We're now going to, very quickly, relight the engine. I should be windmilling enough to generate pressure. You can see now, even with the engine off, it's still windmilling enough to run the pumps. But because my engine's still out, it's still restarting. I have to very gently pull out here. A big control deflection will deplete that pressure again, and I'll be straight back to where I started. So just very gentle control deflections. If you lose hydraulic pressure in either system, minimum possible control inputs, straight back to base. Because certain other systems run off of these circuits. Engine's back. We're going to climb back up. Always turn the air start system back off once you're done with it, because A, it's not good for the engine to be constantly running the igniters, and B, it's using like a limited supply of oxygen to actually get the engine running. There's like a little oxygen bottle, I think it's in one of the main gear bays, I think, and it just shoots pure oxygen into the engine intake, or maybe even into the combustion chamber, actually. It's into the combustion chamber, I think. So it shoots pure oxygen into there, and then it runs the igniter. And you have a very limited supply of that oxygen for the engine, and running the igniter for a lengthy amount of time in DCS doesn't do anything, but in real life you'd be risking a fire or an electrical failure. So it's not good. And it's also a drain on the aircraft's power at a time when your generator's probably not running. $82 kilometers from Nalchik, it's behind us, so I'm going to turn around and we'll fly back towards it, because what I'm about to do is potentially very silly. Say it's electronics, but we know it's actually a little Ukrainian guy sitting under the cockpit who works the lever. Yeah. It's a rolling display under the AOA indicator. That's the distance. That's the DME. So, RSBN is essentially Soviet TACAN, and I'm using RSBN as my primary radio navigation system at the moment. It's set to the beacon at Nalchik, which is channel 8 on the RSBN. So I'm currently 80 kilometers away and closing distance now, and the needle with the round head there is pointing me towards my beacon. And that K flag in navigation mode on the ADI tells me that it sees the beacon. And if I turn on my radio compass mode, you can hear it. Okay, we'll come out of burner. We're gonna do the silly thing again and hope I have enough oxygen left to relight it again. Because if I don't, then I'm really fucked. So we're going to... Actually, no. I'm dumb, sorry. Disregard me, we're gonna relight now. I was gonna demonstrate the fucking flaps. Consider this a relight demo then. You want to be ideally below 10 kilometers altitude, so you're in nice thick air. When you're really high up, you won't get a good relight. If you are supersonic, the engine will not relight. You have to be below Mach 1, but above about 500 indicated airspeed. Kilometers an hour, that is. Everything in this is metricized. If you're disciplined with your air start usage, you should have enough for 2 or 3 restarts minimum. I think I've had situations where I had 5 in one flight. I was testing the engine relight, so that's why. I don't usually fly that badly, but yeah, you should have enough. The main reason people lose engines is either negative or 0G. 0G is worse than negative G for the fuel system. It's not the engine that's the problem, it's the fuel system. But the other one is overspeeding. If you stay in emergency burner and you fly straight and level, you'll be past your VNE before you know it. Like this in emergency afterburner, it accelerates. There we go, fucking celery. It accelerates so quickly you can't keep up with it. Yeah, another reason to lose the engine is passing in DCS 23 kilometers. In real life it probably varies, but in DCS 23 kilometers is where the MiG-21's engine gives up and dies. We'll do a zoom climb after this. Not with this aircraft, I'll probably have to refuel it at least. If not, get a new one if I fuck this up. Right, so we are reasonably fast, right? Normally, and previously, you could deploy your flaps at any speed, they would not come down. They would, you know, fight against the airflow until you're slow enough and they drop. No issues. Now watch what happens. I'm going to slow down to 500. 500 is the speed that they suggest you drop flaps in the landing circuit. I think it's 450 to 500 from the manual, something like that. And that's not a limitation on the flaps, that's just so, you know, that's the speed where they actually do drop, so you're not wasting time dropping them early. So we're going to go take off flaps, watch my pressure gauge. It's bleeding off steadily. I'm at 450 now, it's regenerating, barely. But if I send it here... The other thing is, too, you're decelerating through the downwind when they command you to do it. Once the flaps are down, it doesn't matter. See this? Once the flaps are down, it does not matter. It's not affecting anything once they're down. It's only when they're deploying or when they're retracting. I just retracted them and the pressure dipped momentarily. I don't know if you saw it, the needle twitched. It wasn't a very big change, but it did change. Now I'm going to drop them to takeoff. And I'm going to make some reasonably gentle maneuvers because, you know, people use these in combat, me included, because they give you a little more low-speed handling. You lose some turn rate, you sacrifice that for better low-speed handling. Now watch this. See what the RPM needles are doing? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can't do anything now, except, well, Actually, I can't do anything because I can't retract the flaps either because I got no pressure in the main system to do it with. This aircraft is toast. This, I can't be sure because the sound bug means I can't hear the compressor stalls, but this I suspect is because the main system controls the flaps, the gear, the anti-surge doors, the nose cone, the afterburner pedals, one chamber of the pitch boost, it's the backup system for the aileron boost, and I think that's it. So it's probably surging the engine because the anti-surge doors are not operating correctly because there's no pressure in the system to run them. Also, the nose cone, I think the nose cone is still in roughly the right position at this speed. It should be about 20%. We're about Mark 1, so it should be about 20%. But, yeah, it's... Why am I circling that? It's causing engine issues. And I think that's probably feeding back into the inability to pump more pressure into the system, and it's probably dumped a lot of its... I don't know if he's simulating it venting to atmosphere. It doesn't, from what I've been told. It vents into a reserve tank. So, this has been a big kind of thing with the MiG-21 guys, trying to figure out if it's a bug, if it's a feature, if it's right, if it's wrong. I think it's a bug. I think it's mostly incorrect, but it's interesting because it illustrates other things that are correct about the MiG-21. But Overstratos, who is the guy behind the MiG-19 and the MiG-23 at Razbam, he actually worked on MiGs in the Cuban Air Force, and so he said the hydraulic system should not have issues with dropping the flaps at this speed, which is what I'd already heard anyway and what the manual suggests, given there's no limitations on flap deployment. And he said that if there's any overpressure, it should bleed back into the tank, so you don't lose the fluid overboard. So this is not right, what it's doing here. There are a few other interesting things. One other thing which is not right is, I have no very much time to demonstrate this. I'm moving the stick side to side, I have no ailerons. If I go here and turn the aileron booster switch off, I should now have ailerons, but I don't. There is a mechanical linkage, but it's not modeled correctly. So, or it's more likely it is, but it's bugged. So, with no pressure in the system, you can't move the ailerons with the booster circuit on. If you turn the booster circuit off, it changes some valves around, and then you can move the ailerons with a pure mechanical linkage. It's slow, it's sluggish, you get aileron reversal, whatever. You can do this in the MiG-21 in DCS. If you have hydraulic pressure in the system, you simply turn the booster off, and you can fly it with the ailerons unboosted. You can do the same in the MiG-19. It's not pleasant. I would not recommend it. So it's half right, but it's not functioning completely the way it should. We can also go into the external view and unpause. And look at the pedals. I'm at burner, mill thrust, the nozzle should be closed. Oops, sorry, there we go. The nozzle should be fully closed at mill thrust, but it's not. Flight idle. I'll actually put the camera, I'll put the camera in the nozzle so you can see it more clearly. Have Donut mention it. Have Donut was for a MiG-21 F-13, which is quite significantly different from Abyss. If it was going to be mentioned somewhere, it would be a report on either Abyss or an M or an MF, one of the third generation MiG-21s. What am I doing? Need to get the camera lined up. There we go. By the way, this is the turbine. This is the turbine. This is the limitation on the emergency afterburner. This thing's integral strength, because your hot exhaust gases are coming through the turbine to drive it and then out into the afterburner. So if you have a big heat source here, it's going to affect back down the nozzle enough to hit the turbine and cause issues. This green thing is the flame holder. This is where the fuel sprays out from and where the flame actually forms. This is also how you identify a an R25 from an R13. The R13 has bars that run out from the center. They look kind of, you know, like kitchen tongs or barbecue tongs? How the metal's kind of like wavy, like a clamshell? They look like that. They're straight, but they've got that like scalloped edge, and they run out radially from the center. The R25-300 has concentric ones. Anyway, let me put the camera here. It should be fixed so it won't bobble around as much, and I'll also pause my track IR. And we can, there we go. So we're at idle. Now we're going to mill. The nozzle should be moving. Afterburner. Probably shouldn't ignite, to be honest, in this condition. Whoops. That little pipe, by the way, is where the excess fuel drips out of the engine after it's shut down, or when you do a cold crank. But yeah, this aircraft is now toast. There is absolutely nothing we can do to save it. We're never going to get that pressure back in the main system, and because the main system is, for some reason, locking up the pitch, or the pitch booster, which it shouldn't be doing, I can't recover the aircraft. And, you know, not that it would matter because the NP-27 is not the issue here, but no amount of switch fuckery I've found can fix this. So the only recourse left to us is to bend the aircraft. So this is what's causing problems for people in the MiG-21. It got me yesterday. I was playing on Enigma server. Off stream, I always have my best runs. I had a fucking amazing run yesterday. But one of my sorties, I RTB'd to a road base, and like I said, I did my usual approach with a fucking 90-degree bank turn, bleeding all my speed at the last second, and I dropped the flaps. I thought, I'm slow enough, I'll be fine. No. The combination of rapid and, you know, hard stick deflection to pull the nose around, combined with the bank, combined with the flaps dropping, even at that speed, was enough to bleed off the pressure, and I had to eject on short final. I don't think this is working as intended. I don't know for sure, because Novak forgot the patch notes, but I don't think he meant to put this in. I think probably what's happening is when he implemented the windmilling, so the thing I showed you where the engine, if it's not windmilling fast enough, you won't get the pressure back, that was not modeled properly originally. It would only lose pressure as you basically rolled to a stop on the runway, so there was no risk to making a dead stick in the MiG-21 with the engine out. So I bug reported it, and he fixed it very quickly, like very, very quickly actually, like almost within the day. But this appears to have tagged along with it somehow, so we now have this issue. Don't know when it's going to be fixed. I put a bug report in for it yesterday, so hopefully he sees it soon and can figure out what's going on. Or if this is intended behavior, which I doubt strongly, but if it is, I'd be curious to hear what causes it, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. And it's not like, so the afterburner issue where the afterburner won't ignite when the blown flap system's running, that is not mentioned in the pilot's manual anywhere. Not that I could see. Not my copy, anyway. I have, I think, an Egyptian copy of it. It's missing some information. It's missing the R60 stuff, because I never got them. But it should be a more or less functionally complete MiG-21 BIS pilot's operating handbook. It does not mention that anywhere, but that's because you should not ever need to go into afterburner with the blown flaps in operation. The procedure for a go-around in the MiG-21 is mill power. Like, it's everywhere it stresses mill power. So probably they trusted the pilots not to, like, lick the canopy enough to do it and, you know, fuck their engines over. But this, I feel, is a serious enough issue that if it's real, it would have been in the manual, regardless of procedure. It's like, this kills your plane, and possibly you. Holy shit! Conti, she's for the gift subs, man. Happy New Year. Holy shit, man. What else was I going to show you? Oh, the emergency afterburner. Was it Shift R to restart the mission? 21 PF would be nice. Any early 21 to be honest, but I do really like the PF. Maybe the PFM, so at least you have the option of the gun pod. I think, from memory, I think Hero said that the Poles modified the PF to carry the GP9 though. We'll take the same loadout and just go medium 490 tank. Get rid of that shit. Cool. Forgot that. That's going to beep at me when I turn it on. It's going to annoy the shit out of me. Okay, flaps take off. Set up the RSBN again so I can find home. Oh, actually, you know what? Doing the emergency afterburner thing involves me flying in a circle for 10 minutes. It's boring. Let's just go to space. Let's just fucking go to space. So we're going to set that to 5, because we're going to go to MyCop. And the engine sound is bugged again. Joy of joys. Don't need those open. I'm not going into combat, and I just instinctively flip all the combat switches. We'll just set that. I forget what MyCop's nearest ARC station is in the 21, but it doesn't really matter. Not like I use ARC anyway. We're going to be a good boy and turn the nav lights on. So people can see me, I guess. Transponder, IFF, don't worry about the SPO. They should have those on since we're going to be flying through cloud. I don't know what temperature it is, that doesn't need doing. That does need doing, or we'll get lost. That needs caging, and... what am I missing? Lights. That's what I'm missing. Cool. I'm so used to starting this thing up for air-to-air combat that if I try and not start the weapon systems, I have no idea what's going on. I get like all fucked up from it. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1 for luck on the trim. Yes, I do use a sound mod. It does improve the sounds. It also makes the current bugged state of the sounds more tolerable. As you can hear, my engine is very quiet. It shouldn't be like that with the sound mod, but that's because of the bug introduced last patch. I've been using the sound mod for years though, so if you want to see what it sounds like normally, just check out any of my recent streams before this patch dropped. You want to go to the pub in Poland that has a MiG-21 from the ceiling. Fucking sounds like a good time. I'm really bummed because for those of you that have been around a while, I was going to go to TwitchCon Amsterdam in 2020, and then 2020 happened and I couldn't fucking go. It's really pissed off because I really wanted to meet a bunch of people over there. But I also wanted to meet a MiG-21 because there's an aviation museum that I think G-Man lives near, or Zabby, one of the two of them lives near it. They're going to go take me to see it, and you can walk right up to it and put your dirty mitts all over it and everything. I was so hyped, and I couldn't. It does, it really does feel so long ago. Oh, ghost beer. Yeah, because it's a green bottle. Magic. I'm drinking darkness itself. think I pushed my chair over a bit. There we go. Stupid hole in the... yeah. Hole in the top. Why they put it there? It's the cause of all my fucking problems. Brakes. Trim. Safety pin. We're good. Brakes and run them up. Send it. Turn the control indicator on too so you can see what I'm doing. She's a little reluctant to raise the nose this time. Okay, flaps up. Before I get fucked for having them down, because hooray. We're only on the small fuel tank, so this is going to be interesting, trying to get the mic off. We should have the range to do it though, I think. We want to stay kind of level-ish. $900. 950. I'm gonna start. Oh, we're a little fast now. Don't want to be at 1,000. I'm gonna start climbing. Okay, there we go. There's 950. Just give her a little bit of nose down trim. And then just gradually add in. Oh, no, not 0G. If you do need to force the nose down like this, just add a little bit of backstick every couple seconds to give her a spurt of fuel to the engine. Like, you can fly this thing inverted, you just have to always be adding 1G here and there to help it feed. Takeoff tank's empty. Okay, we're at Mach 0.85, we're at 5 kilometers. I'm gonna come out of burner. And I'm gonna kind of cruise climb up to 10 kilometers or 11 kilometers, and then we're gonna make a high-speed dash from there. Hey, Boiler! Cheers, man! Yes, it's 50 minutes so far we've endured of 2022, and nothing's exploded yet, except for fireworks. Hope you have a good one too, man. Good to see you. Lord Chive! Happy New Year to you too. 8 hours to go. Well, that sounds like just enough time to get prepared. Much unlike I was. This is probably not going to be the most efficient way of doing this, but it should work. We got 300 kilometers to get to Mycop. Well, 297. So, beacon's a little right of the nose. We've got the beacon captured. We know that's Mycop we pointed at. And we can see the DMA counting down. Up would be a problem, but it is counting down. And I need to actually make sure I'm still climbing. Oh, did Enigma's server go down? I was gonna hop on there. Mind you, Alpine should probably start... Well, no, it might not, because everyone's gonna be out being, like, you know, social and having a life. We'll see. Maybe people will be on there. It's the problem, everyone's probably too busy out partying where they're allowed to restart servers and stuff when they go down. It's life without DCS anyway. I'm being attacked. I can stop anytime I want. We're getting pretty slow here, so I'm going to plug in the burner. If I wanted to be more fuel efficient, I would have done the whole snake thing where you do the zoom climb earlier, like the S-turn earlier, but I can't be asked. I should have plenty of fuel to make 270 Ks on this, especially because I'm going to be accelerating to Mach 2.1 during this. First 2 F5 guns PvP kills today, nice. Yeah, like I said, I had a really good run on there in the 21 yesterday, but I wasn't streaming because I never am when I have a really good run. I got the tap view at least. I can prove that it happened. So remember, we're in a combat load at 21. We have 2 R3Rs, 2 R60s, and we took off with a belly tank as well. And we're gonna go to space. 260 Ks, 2,400-ish liters of fuel. Plenty. You can glide for a long distance from fucking 30 kilometers, trust me. Okay. 11 kilometers, we're going to roll inverted so we don't flame the engine out. We're going to dive for speed to get through the sound barrier. Very uncoordinated rolls, but you know. Who needs coordination when you have speed? Back down through 10k. Try and get it to about 1.1 indicated before we begin climbing back up to 11 or 12, just so I know I'm securely through the sound barrier. And from here, it's just a matter of accelerating. A lot. And getting my tracker recentered. Yep, that is spoken about at length in the pilot manual. It's not really simulated in game, to be honest. It gets twitchy because of the ARU, but it doesn't really simulate the instabilities at supersonic speeds. It might if I had turbulence turned on, maybe. I don't know. Don't think so, though. Okay, we're a bit below 11. The reason I go for 11 is because at 10 kilometers, my VNE hits before my maximum indicator mark does. So I want to hit Mach 2.1. I want to hit that before I hit 1300 indicated. $216 kilometers to go. 2,000 liters of fuel. We are going to have plenty when we get there. Mach 1.3. We're still climbing. I'm going to trim the nose down to level the aircraft off. Or at least get it close to level. It's kind of hard to get it level at this speed. Because the ARU is so twitchy. There you go, we're at 11,300. Mach 1.4. Look how fast this thing accelerates. Once it gets supersonic, the supersonic acceleration of the MiG-21 and the MiG-29 and the MiG-23 when that arrives is fucking bananas. The American Mark II jets in the game will tend to get to Mach 1.4 pretty easily, but then they'll struggle to get past it, and the more you accelerate, the slower they get. The MiGs are the absolute opposite. They'll struggle to get through the sound barrier, but once they're through it, nothing slows them down. Dropped about 100 meters of altitude because I'm a bad pilot. 1.7 coming right up. There's 1,000 indicated, so we should be okay limit-wise. VNE's 1300, engine flames out at about 1350. 1350 to 1400, somewhere in that range. There's 1.8. I'm climbing slightly. Well, I'm climbing quite a bit. .9. No, they didn't. It's just the sound mod makes the bug less noticeable. .2. We're going to go for maximum altitude, so it's going to be a pretty steep pitch up. I'm not going for distance, I'm going for height. 1200 indicated. We're going to be pretty much sitting right on our limit. .1. Up we go. I don't want to get too much AOA on the aircraft because that'll turn me into an air brake. Remember, we got a delta wing on this baby. So we're gonna pitch up, pitch up, pitch up. Keep the AOA around 10 or less. I'm using the trim here to help me. And we're gonna put her up to a nice steep angle. We'll put her up to about 50. And then I'm just going to watch the AOA and trim nose down as I get close to stalling. 23 Ks, there goes the engine. So I'm going to throttle right back because I'm going to have to relight on the way back down. Okay, now we start nose down trimming. Because we are very, very, very slow and very, very, very high. I don't want to wing stall it. Keeping an eye on the AOA. Look at this shit. I'd like to see you do this in your F-18. Spoiler, you can't. It's not fast enough. This kind of altitude is Mark II jets only. What did we peak at? 30,047 meters. That is over 100,000 feet, I think? Or close to it. No, it might be slightly less. It's certainly over 90,000. My record in the MiG-21 was it 30,800 and something? Which is a lot. The clouds don't render far enough. I can see the edge of the cloud render box from this altitude. Get rid of the controls indicator, we don't really need it anymore. That's the wrong button, there we go. And we're combat loaded, so if we needed to kill something up here, we could do it. Theoretically. I don't know if the missiles would even work this high up. Okay, let's unpause. Remember, I've got the engine not windmilling quickly enough, so I've got to be really gentle on my controls until it is. And then once it is windmilling quickly enough to generate pressure, I can maneuver a little more. I need to turn... Actually, no I don't, because my gens are out, so the RSBN's not going to be reading accurately. There we go, RSBN's back, gens are back on, which means we're also going to have our pumps running for the hides. Or we should anyway. We've still got just over 1,100, I think even 1,200 litres of fuel left. We are in a supersonic engine out dive. And just for those curious, we have no engine currently, but it still makes a sonic boom in DCS. Okay, there we go. Mach 1.8. Mach 1.8 in an engine out dive. After you engine start in midair, how fast can you put the afterburner on? Immediately, once the engine catches. Give her a bit of nose down trim. Okay, glide speed in the MiG-21 is 490 kilometers an hour for best glide. Best range speed with a running engine anyway is about 600 something, 650, I think. Depends on loadout though, but we're pretty clean. We're just air-to-air, so it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, we're down at 10 kilometers, 30,000 feet, or thereabouts. We're still supersonic, so we're not going to relight just yet. We're just going to chill. We're just going to trim. We're not going to fly at our best glide speed, because I won't be able to relight the engine if I'm that slow, but we're going to try and sit around 600-ish, 650-ish. We've got 72 kilometers to go to Mycop. I might not even need to relight my engine until I'm on final. We're now subsonic, so I can relight anytime I want to. I'm going to open the cover on my switch. I actually have a guarded switch that I use to relight, just so I don't bump it by accident. So I've got that open, so it's ready to go. 60 kilometers out now, and we're actually building speed. The limitations on the MiG-21's ability to deal with an SR-71 are its short-range missiles, the missile fuses not being able to deal with something closing that quickly, and the radar. But in terms of can the aircraft get into position to fire at one? Yes. Could it actually kill one? Very unlikely. MiG-23, likewise, could easily get into position for it. Missile fuses probably weren't up to it. Su-15, missile fuses couldn't do it head-on, but they could from a stern conversion. And the MiG-25 obviously had no issue with it. The reason SR-71s were not shot down is because the Americans aren't stupid. They didn't cross the Soviet border with them. They knew that there would be consequences if they did. Nobody wanted an international incident, so they just took pictures of each other, which is, you know, good. That's the best outcome, is they just sat there and took pictures of each other. None of that's to take away from just what an impressive achievement the SR-71 was, but the mythos around it is out of step with the reality of it. It was a fantastic way of getting reconnaissance quickly when you needed it, instead of waiting for a satellite orbit to line up, but it wasn't invulnerable. And they learnt that over Vietnam when an A-12, which is smaller, faster, and flies higher than an SR-71, was damaged, not critically, but it was damaged by fragments from the SAM as a S-75 or SA-2 in NATO speak. A single fragment was found in the fuel tank. The missile detonated a couple hundred meters behind it. And if a basic bitch S-75 can reach an A-12, a fucking S-200 could absolutely reach an SR-71 with no problems. The U-2 is such an awesome plane. I've always had a soft spot for it. Like, literally ever since I can remember, I've just thought that planes with bicycle undercarriage are the coolest shit ever. Samson might do it this year. I'm really tempted. I have not actually played it. I'm gonna have to learn it. But yeah, I think we'll have to do that. Heard a conspiracy, the CIA defueled and tampered the fuel gauge of the U-2 flyover, so it would flame out over Russia in order to sabotage peace negotiations. Why would you need to do that when they just shot one down instead? Like, why would you need to cause one to flame out and crash land when the Soviets just shot one down of their own volition? You know, like, not a very, well, I guess it is a good conspiracy theory, because most good conspiracy theories make no fucking sense. That was it. That was not what happened. The Soviets shot it down cleanly. Like, there's no doubt in anyone sane's mind that the Soviets shot that thing down. Because the Americans got overconfident, underestimated Soviet radar and SAM capabilities, and they found out the hard way. The interesting thing is, everyone involved in that tried to claim a piece. The Su-9 pilot that attempted to ram it because he was flying a fresh new plane from the factory, he didn't have any weapons on board. He messed up his intercept, not his fault, the ground controller misvectored him. This is why voice command for Mark II intercepts is not a good idea. He tried to claim that his turbulence broke a wing off. Yeah, everyone involved tried to claim a piece of that. It's pretty funny. I'm going to relight my engine now because I'm getting pretty slow. I may have left it too long, actually. I'm not windmilling quickly enough. That's what I get for talking. Come on. Come on. Oh, I fucked up. She's trying. She's trying. She's trying. She's trying. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Barely got away with that. And that's why we pay attention to what we're doing. Well, there's the runway. We'll just turn onto it from here. Below 600, gear down. It's interesting, the speed to extend or retract the gear is 600 by the manual. You can get away with 650 in DCS. But the speed to fly with the gear extended is 700. So you can fly with the gear extended at 700, but you cannot extend or retract it above 600. I mean, you probably could, but you'd risk damage to the aircraft. Now we line up, so we make sure we're not putting in any big control inputs. And now we drop the flaps. We'll go straight to landing. Put the power back on because the blown flap system needs... See, it's already dropped my pressure. This is worrying. The blown flap system needs power through the engine to tap the air off the compressor. A little more AOA because I'm a little fast. Well, I'm a lot fast, actually. There we go. Yeah, much like the well-known mechanical fault, which happened mysteriously after a missile hit the plane, right? The classic. I did that with landing flaps. If you're low and fast, you can get away with takeoff flaps. I usually just use whichever I think is appropriate. So if I'm low and I'm fast, I'll use takeoff. If I'm really slow and I'm worried I'm not going to make it, I'll use takeoff. But if you've got a decent approach, just landing. Get your power on. Normally I'd shut the aircraft down fully after landing it, but I kind of can't be arsed, so I'll just park it up here and then see what's going on in multiplayer. As long as I don't have to restart my game, it started throwing integrity check errors for the A4 mod, which is annoying. And it doesn't like when I play single player before multiplayer. I have to do it the other way around. You may also notice that when ED redid the airfield taxiways and aprons, they didn't move the taxi lights. So some of the taxi lights are in the middle of the fucking taxiway where you're going to run them over. Oops. Find the engine start, because it's some real panic. Yeah. I have it bound. Like I said, I've got a guarded switch that I have it bound to. Just so I don't bump it and lose all my oxygen. Oh, actually, actually, before I shut down, or before I despawn, whatever, I'll show you something with the ailerons. I should have shown this in flight. I have enough fuel that I could. Hang on. We'll demonstrate this, then we'll do a quick takeoff, just because I want to show you in flight. Maybe top off the fuel a little too. What button box? It's the Virpil landing gear lever one. So that's the one with the landing gear lever attached to it. What am I doing? Not that. I want menu, ground crew. Please don't be a neutral airfield. It's probably going to be a neutral airfield. Okay, I can't refuel, so we're going to have to go with what we've got. But aileron boosters are off, but I have hydraulic pressure, and I can move the ailerons. And you can see it's not having any impact. When I put in pitch it is, but when I just do roll, no. And the other thing you'll notice is with that aileron, or not aileron, with that hydraulic issue, even when you've got no pressure in the main system and the controls stop responding, moving the stick, you still see the boost system acting like it's moving the controls, so it has to. I'm sure it's a bug. I'm utterly convinced at this point. Neutral out my trim. We've got just about enough fuel for a quick circuit. Theory is that moving 3D objects like lights and changing texture of the countryside are two separate things with an ET. Yeah. Maybe. Or they just forgot. It's interesting too, since they changed the terrain textures, up in the northeastern part of the map, there's a lot more, like when you're really high altitude, you'll notice the textures change to like kind of satellite imagery, but it's really shitty and low res. And these like false lakes start appearing. They appear as lakes from high altitude, but there's no water there at all when you get low. There's one near Tbilisi actually. But anyway, up in the northeast, you get this really obnoxious patchwork quilt of like really high res good textures, and then really shitty ones that aren't even the same color. Like, it's just, oh. I'm gonna grab myself some caffeine next before I fucking put myself to sleep. Yeah, we got about 1,000 fuel. That's fine. Okay, flaps. Gear safety trim was set. Just gotta do the brakes when I line up. Still got plenty of air in the system. This is what I mean, Jeff. Like, you should not really be getting below about 100 kilograms a centimeter squared for brake pressure. Don't hog them, just tap them. That's what I do. Just tap them. Little corrections. And if you can correct with the rudder, do that instead. If you need to make a really narrow turn, you hold the brakes and then put on power and pivot around the inside wheel. You can just about turn around in your own length on the 21. I'm going to open the controls indicator again because I'm going to be playing around with the aileron boost system, so you'll be able to see my inputs versus the actual effect they're producing. Okay, we're going to turn them, actually no, we'll start with them on. Okay, 600, so we're going to just point ourselves this way, and we'll do at, you know, about 800 kilometers an hour, I guess. Wait for the speed to stabilize a bit. At mill it this way, she'll just about super cruise. Okay. Now I have a pretty intense saturation reduction on my roll curve, because otherwise the MiG-21 is just too brutal in roll. It's too twitchy. So this is not. You can see that there's part of the range of motion I'm not using. But we will now turn the booster off, and you can see it's really sluggish at 900 kilometers an hour, and it's getting worse the closer I get to transonic speed. So if I slap on the burner for a bit, there's 1,000 kilometers an hour indicated, 1,100, 1,200. So I still have a bit, but it's not a lot. And if I really try and get the speed up, around 1,300, I've got almost no authority, but at 1,300 I'm going to lose my engine anyway. Turn on stay. Oh god. Science time. Oh. Jesus. And it over-rolls too with the stabilizer on. Oh god, that's awful. That's horrible. Alright. Booster's back on. Look at the difference in roll response. It just snaps. Just snaps. The other thing too, I'm not sure if it's simulated in DCS or how well it's simulated. I haven't tested it. I need to set up turbulence for it. But you should also run into aileron reversal at that speed. Where'd my runway go? Over my left side. How do I not see it? Where did it go? I think that's it there. Yeah, that's it there. That's a runner. Very low on fuel here, so we don't really have enough for a go-around. We're gonna drop the speed brake, air brakes. Sorry, I had a moment. .600 gear. Yeah, no, I know. The MiG-21's radar won't give you a lock warning. It will give you a search warning, and it will give you a launch warning. It's been broken for fucking ages. It took a while for people to confirm it, but it's been broken for ages. I had suspicions for a while. Okay, 400. We'll go half flap to start with. Just because I am... Okay, make sure the brakes are in. I am pretty low here. We're going to start putting power on. Now we go full flaps, because the boundary layer control will actually give me more lift. Kind of offsets the drag of the flaps, and lets me come in a bit steeper so I can see the runway better. This is also why you don't use flaps if you have a flame out in the 21, because dropping the flaps turns you into an air brake, you'll die. So if you lose the engine in the 21 and you have enough hydraulic pressure to actually make the landing, do not drop flaps. Wait until the last moment for gear and do not drop flaps, no matter what. We aren't going to have a chute because we already used it on the first landing, so we're just going to have to use the wheel brakes. Clickable MiG-29. Oh, she's still at flying speed. Holy shit. Yes, ED have said they're doing a 29A. For some reason, the English-speaking DCS community doesn't believe them, but they are doing a 29. Just full any, you have around 80% RPM. It depends. So you're basically using the throttle directly to modulate how much lift you have and what your rate of descent is. So if you look on the throttle, you've got... like, fucking... hang on. Let me just shut the engine off so I can show you without afterburning myself into oblivion. I'll grab a drink after this because I'm getting a bit dopey. I need to stay awake. Oh, I still have my emergency burner switch on for some reason. What am I doing? Engine stop. Turn the pumps off. I should not have done that without turning off the gyros. I know. I don't give a shit. Fuck it. See if I care. Okay. So we got stop, which is idle cutoff. There's a detent. Maligaz, minimum power. There's a detent here. So there's a detent between idle cutoff and minimum. Then there's another detent between minimum and SPS, or the blown flat position. The throttle has to be past the detent there, in this range, for the blown flap system to be operating. Right there. The detent stops you from coming backwards, by the way. It's not a forwards detent, it's a backwards detent. And then you got a push through, which goes into afterburner. So you have to have the throttle kind of in this position. Now that would be giving you spoilers, wouldn't it? We can't have spoilers. Okay, I guess we'll do some dogfighting. Alpine server does have a couple people on it, but it's a mission that generally requires a lot of people, and there's like 6 of them. So we'll hop on here. Alpines might fill up in a couple hours. It usually does fill up a couple hours from now. Hope you're having a good one, Legolas. Hope you had a good Christmas, and hopefully New Year's will be good for you as well. My 2022 so far has actually been okay, because it's been an hour and a half, and I've spent it chilling with you guys. We'll see how the rest of it goes. We lost our EWR, so they're blind. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's not fun when people do that. Like, I get why they do it, it's smart, but it's not fun to fight against. Alpino, thanks for the follow, and SC, EasyG, and Johnny, oh my god, how many people did I miss? Sorry. Johnny71, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate it, guys. Hope you're enjoying the show. Hello, can I get into the mission, please, DCS? Or is it gonna do that shit to me again? Oh no. Why are you like this? I'll give it another minute. Should have loaded in by now though. Hey Pavel, cheers, you too man. Good to see you. Oh, that's a bit hot. Don't do much with Christmas. Yeah, ours was pretty quiet this year as well. Nice and relaxed. Yeah, DCS is not playing nice with me. Is it actually? No, not responding. Don't know why. Hey 3 Shy, going well man. Happy New Year. Did a bit of MSFS, well a lot of MSFS, a bit of test flying in the MiG-21, and now I'm going to try and get into a dogfight server, but DCS doesn't seem to want to let me in. 1.5 hours left. I am 1.5 hours into 2022. I should put my telescope outside, but my USB hub died due to the cold. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know what it's like over there, but back in my hometown, it was -38 the other day. And up where my dad used to live, like where my dad's farm is, it was fucking -44. Good shit. Can tell time. Oh, don't worry about it. My concept of time is so nebulous. It doesn't make much difference anyway. Someone on the Korea server. Only one someone though. Let's try again. Yeah, but you've got like a body of water near you to modulate the temperature a bit. Ain't no big body of water. Well, there is lakes, but Alberta's a bit too far inland to benefit from coastal currents. I don't know what climate classification is. It's like continental. Is it continental temperate? I don't think it's continental temperate because it's fucking plus 40 and minus 40 is not very temperate. Coastal currents aren't helping right now, it's fucking cold in Vancouver. Yeah, but it's Vancouver, so like your standard for cold is not that bad. Why can I not get into the server? Oh, don't tell me it's doing this integrity shit, integrity check shit again. I'm trying to remember how I fixed it last time. It's probably corrupted some of the map textures. That's what it was last time. The winter ones, it always seems to be. Real cold almost happens. Yeah, I don't know if I call that real cold. Why is it taking so long? Maybe we won't be doing this. Yeah, DCS is not loading. Just don't want to play with me. In fact, it doesn't want to play with me so hard, I can't even click on fucking Task Manager. This is not so great. This is really not ideal. DCS, please. I would like to have my PC back. There we go. No, DCS is on strike. DCS machine broke. Give me a moment. I did update something else. I think it's probably an integrity check issue. So I've had this problem with DCS where it'll just randomly corrupt one of the map texture files, and then that will integrity check me out of various servers. I'll probably have to do a repair on it later. Weird though, because it was working fine earlier. I updated IL2, and that has new clouds now, so we might see what's going on there. If the servers there are empty, then I don't know what we'll do. Maybe poke ready or not or something. I've been playing a little bit of it. I haven't done any multiplayer in it yet, but it's pretty neat. It is very, very reminiscent of SWAT 4. That's not what I wanted to launch. Why are you launching? You are not IL2. Jesus. There we go. That's IL2. Yeah, the bots are kind of annoying. I would definitely rather play with people. I just haven't had a chance to get any of my mates together to play it yet. So I've been mostly playing it at weird hours of the night. Oh shit, finish is almost full. Fuck yes. We do an aisle too. First time I've played in a while. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get in though, because I think they have reserve slots in finish. Oh no, one just opened. Fingers crossed. And my green screen's playing up for some reason. Let me see if I can fix that actually. Camera. It's probably that white balance is off. Oh shit. Oh, that is definitely not helpful. Fuck it, that'll do. Close enough. Oh, they're still going on with the mosquito thing? They fixed the typo in the Anton, what else do they want? I also, like, I've said it before on stream, but I don't understand what they think they're going to achieve with that. Like, why is ED gonna give a shit? If their community's mostly single-player driven, and most of their sales are single-player driven, why are they gonna care about one multiplayer server? Like, unless you're getting, like, Enigma server level of population around the clock, you're not gonna... Don't tell me this isn't gonna load now. Oh, please. Oh, there we go. Autumn. Cool. Oh my god. The Germans are outnumbered. Is it late war? If it's late war, that would be why they're outnumbered. Like, plane set wise at least. Oh, no. Don't want that. There's the tanks. See what the plane set is. That's why the Axis is outnumbered. Time to ruin my stats by flying on 09, which I am dog shit at. I could fly a Dora, but I'm pretty dog shit at that too. Let's take the spaceship. I don't think I've flown a K4 before. Pretty sure I haven't. We'll just... I know that the meta thing is to reduce your fuel, but we're just gonna leave it. Skill pods, no thanks. I don't think I've even got my fucking cockpit stuff set up for this. There we go. This is the Great Battles. So the maps from, was this Stalingrad? I didn't even pay... No, this is, sorry, Kuban. Didn't even look at the map on the way in. This is Kuban. But, like, all the modern IL-2s are part of the same series anyway, so... gonna end in disaster. Oh shit, I'm gonna... Oh, now the fun begins. Christ, it feels like it's gonna tip over any second. Ah, yes. Yes, I love ground looping. Thank you, Misha Smith, for this fucking amazing design. What? Oh, I forgot about that. That's an annoying bind. I can't bind the neutral position on my gear lever. And the down position doesn't really work either. So the neutral position is down, which is very, very irritating. From Slavyanskaya, so I want to fly east, which I am not doing at the moment. Let's smack the minute after takeoff. So at least I knew that the guy with 5 FPS on playable roof. Yeah, 5 FPS is not ideal for air combat, oddly enough. Heading kind of the wrong way here. I feel like I should probably not fly through this, I should get over it. It might just be. Whoa. He's friendly, but he's also very smoky. I'm not sure if that's exhaust smoke or smoke. It's exhaust. Let me tell you how much I love not having rototrim. Is there communication in this game? There can be. Most people just use text chat. There is a version of SRS that works with it, which I keep forgetting to install. But yeah, people coordinate in this. Lights are down there, and they're off my 2 o'clock. Close. So I'm about down here. Left a bit. I feel kind of like even if IL2 had full-on, you know, properly integrated voice comms, like SRS but native, people would still talk through chat because that's just how they've always done things in IL2. Okay, there's a big forest there with a road running through it, which would be most likely that guy. So my targets are just northeast of that. I'm glad that by this stage of the war, the Germans had finally decided that artificial horizons were a good idea, actually, and put them in their 109s, because the early 109s did not have one. Which was a tremendously big-brained fucking idea. Oh, this storm. Oh. Shit weather over the objective, huh? Oh shit, I forgot to change category, didn't I? Oops. Watch me get shot down as I do this. Oh, I gotta tab out and everything. Oh no. There we go. Whew. Saw an explosion down there. Probably artillery or a tank. Oh, hello. There's the front line. See ground units engaging, but I don't see any aircraft yet. Shit. There was something here. Operational word was. There. It's a shadow. And there is the plane that is casting it. Okay. At least I think it was a 109, it looked like one. I did have a job interview last week, yeah. I didn't get it. Went pretty well, but didn't get it. That's another 109. Why does he look like he's turning onto my tail? Concerning. My dude. Something behind us is picking. Oh shit, hello. You're not friendly. He's not stupid, he's not going to turn. shit. I'm pretty much screwed at this point. Yeah, I'm done. Cool. Yep. Late war. Really fun. I put in for a job at the hospital. Yeah. Oh wow, now the Allies are outnumbered. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't really enjoy the late war playing set at all, to be honest. It's kind of shit. If you play as the Allies, everything just gets fucking vultured by Tempests. And if you play as the Axis, you get vultured by Tempests. Is, Enigma servers back up? Yeah, we'll do some DCS. I'll try IL-2 again some other day. It's just... late war's kind of shit. I would probably play Unfinished a lot more if they just got rid of the late war playing set altogether. It doesn't help I don't know what I'm doing in a 109 though. Ah, and now IL-2 doesn't want to close. Love to see it. Can I have my cursor back, please? Thank you. Big crime by ED to not develop early Spitfires and 109s when they have London for the channel map. Yeah. I kind of doubt it's going to happen though, to be honest. With the early 109s and Spitfires, that is. They should have given us an earlier 109 to start with. It should have been like a Gustav or something. But no, we get the spaceship instead. Servers filled up a lot. Too bad I couldn't get into it. I'd like to actually do some Mirage stuff, but... nobody on blue. Alright, let's see if DCS will play nice this time. Whew. Just getting into DCS World War II, I'd rather get a Mozzie than a 190. Yeah. I don't have any of the German stuff in DCS for World War II. Not because I don't like it, it's just I'm not very good at it. I did try out the Dora and the 109 during one of the free trial events, like the last big free trial event for everything. It was interesting. I might pick up the 109 at some point, I'm still not sure about the Dora. A little more surprised about no compass in Russian planes. They've got the directional gyro. It's kind of like the 21 though. Like the 21 has the actual gyro compass, but it doesn't have a compass. So if you lose your gyros in the 21, you're fucked. You're totally lost. Open Server seems to be really dead the last week. It's not like I played much DCS at the moment. Well, I mean, over Christmas I'd expect it to be pretty empty. Before I went away for Christmas, it was pretty quiet. But the population's been kind of fluctuating, I think. Some of the regulars are still on extended breaks. I haven't seen Kirk in ages. Shame. Probably in the not too distant future, the nuke event will be run again. I was hoping to have it run start of December, but I ended up being busy, and Alpin didn't want to run it if I wasn't going to be there, since I'm the one that came up with Red's battle plan. So, probably January at some point, we'll try and do the nuke mission again. We'll have to make sure we get people in for it. It's going to be passworded. I think he said he'll password it this time, so it should be somewhat organized, but just gonna make sure he puts out a thread for it more than a week in advance. Keep dozing off, and every time I wake up you're playing something different. Yeah, IL-2 did not go so well. I found another 109 and I thought he was gonna team kill me, and then a Mustang found him, and right as I was trying to pull onto the Mustang to clear his tail, it just fucking accelerated away from me, and then another one turned up and murdered me. I think my DCS install's fucked itself. Because it should be loading into the server by now. Cool. Well, this is a good start for 2022, huh? What's it actually doing? Not responding, no shit. 10% CPU. 6 gigs of memory. Yeah, it's not loading. And I am not gonna do a full repair while I'm streaming. It's a waste of fucking time. Very cool, DCS. Thank you. So yeah, we're not playing DCS today, apparently. I have to fix that off stream. Well, that is annoying, actually. I could still do single player, I guess. Yeah, let's do single player, fuck it. I've been working on a mission. I think what's happened is just something's tripping the integrity check. Probably a map text just corrupted again. I don't know why they do that so often, so I'll just have to run a repair tomorrow, I think. And hopefully that will fix it. I've restarted DCS multiple times. If it trips an integrity check as I'm loading into the server, it will freeze the game. That's the issue. Like, if it kicks me back out straight away, then yeah, restarting the game fixes it. But if it's hanging every time, I can't get into a server to begin with. And I can't go back to the menu either. Mission... And if this doesn't load, then I know there's something really wrong with the game. Zoom is on the center pylon of the A4, it's laser accurate. It makes sense. The pretty much shooting straight down the center of the plane. Make it nice and easy to aim compared to on the wings. So I think we'll fly this, and I've been going for nearly 8 hours, and also I'm tired, so I think after this mission I'll call it for the stream. I was planning on getting some High Fleet or some Ready or Not in. I think we'll do that next stream maybe, to see how we go. I was not planning on playing MSFS for so long, and then I was not planning on DCS being problematic. Click no drop. Wonder if that's intentional. Just loading slow in general today. It's weird. I wonder what my PC temps are sitting at. January, cheers for the follow. And Happy New Year. Okay, we're loaded in at least. That's a plus. What is my PC looking like temperature-wise? It's a little warm. Actually, no, not really. Those temps aren't bad for a 5800. Just DCS being DCS. Yeah, the B-52 is from Flaming Cliffs. Don't need to do anything with the loadout because I've already got it set up in this mission. It's a frequency here. Did I remember to put it in the briefing? Of course I didn't. Why would I remember to put it in the fucking briefing? What's the default? It's like 127 point something. My radio doesn't go that low. Whatever, we'll just leave it on transmit, receive, and guard. Stand by. Stand by. No, I made this one. But I did take some inspiration from the canyon run on your one. I won't be doing it because I'm in the other A4. So there's two different strike packages going in with this. The seed one just goes straight in, and the other one doesn't. Words. The other one goes through the valleys. Hey Josh. Yeah, DCS won't let me play multiplayer today apparently, so we're doing a quick mission in the Skyhawk and then I think I'm going to head to bed. Why not? We'll turn all of that up. Stables on. For this loadout, we'll go like +6 flat, or +6 trim, sorry. watch this tail strike me because the cat on this is a bit janky. And then, I don't even know exactly where I am. I'll figure it out. I'll just navigate there visually. Lights are actually working. Yes, they are. It's my loadout. 2 Shrikes and 2 rocket pods. Hang on, I'm gonna see. Just fucking whatever with that. I haven't actually learned the systems on this properly. I really should at some point. It's on the backlog. Nope, that is HMAS Vampire. And Vendetta's on the other side. And Voyager is unfortunately on the bottom of the sea after having an unfortunate run-in with this carrier. The most effective guided anti-ship missile that Australia ever fielded, the HMAS Melbourne. Oh fuck, that's gonna screw up my alignment. Right, let's see. Oh! That's hooked me up. That's promising. Is the JBD up? I cannot tell because it is behind me. I assume it is. Oh, there's the tail strike. It's a bit of an issue with the Melbourne's catapult. I don't think there's a way around it. Fly more or less east. It's weird how that jumps to its maximum position as soon as I move the encoder. Jesus, Saber. Pripyat how to work the autopilot. Yeah, it's quite neat. Oh, I'm dumb. That's why. There we go. Don't need to cover them. Level off at about 15,000, I think. Don't need to really go that high, but... I don't think I can set a TACAN on the Melbourne, or if I can, I haven't figured out how to do it yet. I'm pretty dog shit at mission making. It's like the first kind of serious attempt I've made. But I can usually just kind of nab my way home by feel, and then find it visually because it is smoky as fuck. $15,000, almost exactly. This thing is nice. Just... there we go. Get that sweeping a little higher up. It's porpoising a little. New ground radar. It's alright. You don't get much detail out of it though. Like, you can kind of vaguely tell the shape of the terrain. Maybe there's some tricks to it I'm not aware of. Actually, there probably is. I'll turn the gain down, maybe. No, that doesn't seem to help. If I turn the detail down, probably not either. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably a trick to it. I do also have it set to 40 mile, which is likely not helping with resolution. If I lower the gain, I don't see really anything on it. There's Godata. With this song going, because Yoki used this in the Su-15 video, but with this playing and looking down at Godata, beautiful mental images of Su-15s taking off and landing from that runway. Because Godata Bombora was the Su-15 base. There's actually, in that video that he made, there's a couple of shots of Su-15s taking off and landing on that runway, and you can see the mountains in the background. There's a really nice one of one coming in over the water on approach. Sukumi should be down there. I can actually see it. That's the runway, that's the taxiway. So our target is over that way. So we want to come right a little bit. Make it 100. Might even need to be more than that. I think like 102. Alright, we'll make it 108. There we go, that's more like it. I mean, this is still a very early implementation of this radar, so maybe it's not done yet. Now I get to just chill for like 10 minutes while it flies itself into the target. Once we get close, I'll probably drop low level. I kind of want to bait a launch so I can see where exactly the site is. What I'm going to go ahead and do, while we're on the way into target, is I'm going to go into external view, and we're going to go, first of all, look at our little group, like our little mini naval group we took off from, and then we're going to go check out the target. So here we go. This is where we took off from. There's Vampire. There's Melbourne with our plane guard. And here is Vendetta. I haven't really put anything at the airfields on this part of the coast. But if we go down towards our target, towards Sanaki. So the idea is that the flight of Skyhawks that takes off from Sochi, after the seed strike goes in, they come down and hit Sanaki. And at Sanaki there's a bunch of AAA, and also, oh, look at this, a squadron of, we'll call them J6s, but MiG-19s, parked up on the ramp. These are not the target. The actual target is the runway. But, to complicate this, I'll probably add more to this, by the way, as I kind of come up with ideas for it. If I can find where I put it, it's over here somewhere, I think. It becomes really obvious when it shoots at me, but it's somewhere reasonably nearby. Here it is. This is what we're going for now. The MiG-21 is a lot of fun. Just beware that there is currently an issue with the hydraulics if you drop the flaps at high speed. Be very careful dropping the flaps. Watch your hydraulic pressure. If it starts bleeding off, put the flaps back up immediately. I'm like 99.9% certain it's a bug, but it will kill you if you're not careful. So here's our early warning radar, and it's protected by AAA. And then our fire control radar. And it's actually dispersed. It's not like the default fucking template. where they're all so close together, one hit will take out the whole site, it is dispersed. And at some point I'm probably going to put a revetment around the fire control radar too. The main reason I didn't is just because I didn't have a revetment the right shape or size. And then I also want one for the reloading trucks. But yeah, that's our little S-75 site. The autopilot has gone Amstrad. In fact, it has disengaged itself somehow. Zinc Yoku, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, the SamSite asset pack is awesome. Okay, we're actually getting pretty close, so I'm just gonna get rid of the autopilot. I'm just gonna check my external tank is now empty. I don't know how to get rid of my tank. Hang on, let me check. That is not how I get rid of my tank. The only way I know how is to do the emergency jettison. Is it bomb? No. No. Okay, well, you know what? Make sure that's the only thing I got selected. It is. That did it. So then we will, not that it really matters, we got rockets. I'm going to select Shrikes. Already set to the right mode. Every time I fly this after a break, I have to get used to the rate of roll again. It's absolutely insane. Oh, I want that. A little bit below the nose. Oh, it's picking up the early warning radar. So I've got another early warning radar site I'll have to show you. It's on one of the hillsides. Yeah, the selector set for the Shrike. Bombs and GM we've got the right thing selected, we've got Shrike selected. We're good to go. The issue is just whether they fucking hit or not, because they're horrible. It sees something. Might actually be the SAM site it's seeing. Oh no, I have P-37 set up on the hillside, so there's a P-37 over there, so uh-oh. I see a bad light on. Although I do want him to shoot at me so I can get an idea of where he is. I don't want him to hit me, ideally. Oh, here we go. There it is. master arm is on. Just gotta watch my range. The Shrikes don't reach very far. I'm kind of still a bit far out being down this low. So what I'm gonna do is a little closer. He's probably gonna lock me up here in a second. If I'm just high enough, he'll see me. Might actually be too close. Something just blew up. I think it went long. Or it might have actually hit the revetment. It's the early warning radar. The tracking radar's still up. They might have both gone for the same one, which is bad news for me. There's the AAA. I don't remember what the correct depression is for the rockets, so we're just going to eyeball it. Fuck. Long. Yeah, we got the early warning radar, or the acquisition radar. think the maps before this. Yes, they are, but it doesn't show my waypoints. Happy days. We are fat with bombs. There's no more noticeable steering on this, by the way, so I'm steering purely with toe brakes. We're not very well lined up, of course. So what I think I'll do is I'll probably work on the mission a little more, and at some point we'll have like a whole community flying day, I guess. I'll put up links to all the mods that you need. It's basically the SAM asset pack, the 2 RAN ships, the Daring class destroyers and the Melbourne, and then the A4, obviously. I may or may not add more stuff, though I'm not sure yet. Oh god, now we're all over the place. I set half flaps, don't really need full because I'm not leaving off the carrier. Hey Breezewind. So from here, I need to follow the big valley. I'm gonna get so lost. I guess I could always do the easy mode navigation trick once I get closer. This river. No. I want to go down the coast to Gadauta, and then we'll go into the valley at Gadauta. I think that's where I got the waypoint set up anyway. Throttle it back a little. Set up the autopilot. Get the radar on. And we'll start turning this stuff on too, because this is pretty important. to run the mission properly, we need more people. I've still got some stuff I want to work on as well. Maybe throw in a few nasty surprises here and there. Hey CCM, good to see you. Happy New Year. Although I know it isn't for you yet. I've been having constant problems with DCS so far this stream, so we're just doing some single player stuff. Happy New Year from the past. Cheers, man. We're in a Skyhawk. Very heavily bombed up Skyhawk, in fact. Suppose I can turn the lights off now. Check. That one. Drop interval. Yeah, we'll pull that there. I think that's what we want is salvo, I think. We'll crank up the delay a little, just so we chain them all the way down the runway. Automatic, I guess that's automatic weapon release system. We're not going to bother with that, we're going to do it manually. I think that's how that works. I'm trying to kill a runway, so I don't need that much accuracy. We'll see how we go. Okay, so I want the valley before Godauta, which is the one I'm just flying past. Maybe I do want it on. Okay, well we'll go single then. So it's just dropping single bombs. I'm probably gonna fuck this up, we'll see. I haven't used the Snake Eyes in the Skyhawk for a very long time. Since the EFM testing, I think, actually. External tanks nearly empty. I feel like I may have already missed my turn off. Should be following the river. I'm doing 350 knots, but I feel really slow for some reason. I feel like I'm flying a fucking Hornet. I think that I want to follow this more or less east. Well, we'll find out one way or another. We'll pop up somewhere, and hopefully it will be the right general area. I'm gonna go ahead and just make sure it came off because I have no way of checking. Yep, okay. bombs. Yeah, it's all me. It's clearly all me. Yeah, this is 420 knots apparently. It feels really slow. It's what the MiG-21 does to a motherfucker. If I'm not going Mach 1, I feel like I'm slow. Be careful I don't pull too hard and stall myself with this heavy bomb load. Or, you know, accidentally rip the bombs off the pylons. I assume that's modelled on the Skyhawk. I would not be surprised if it is. So I think here I want to keep following the river. We're going to do a little bit of cheaty here. Okay, yeah, I'm in the right general area. I think what I might do is I might, I know you can set up mobile TACANs, I might do that. So you can use the TACAN to fly the waypoints. That'd be quite cool. Yeah, I can save 2 waypoints, I think. I don't know how to set them up, though. I also don't know how to get to display the waypoints, like, tell me which way to fly to hit them. Yeah, we'll keep following this and we should at some point hit the Inguri. Just like a nav computer. Oh, you're right. I completely forgot that was the thing. Но душа моя раздета и летает в небе где-то, рвется в сторону рассвета, только там туман и дым. Я, наверное, спел 100 песен, раз уж мы сегодня вместе, вряд ли нам грустить уместно. Я пою, и каждый слышит то, что он хотел услышать. I'm not sure if I'm meant to still be following this river or if I was meant to fork off the other side, but as long as we get in the right general area, which we should. This will spit us out nearby. Just need to keep going east. If I go south, I'll pop out at the coast. Should I take it a little easier on the throttle? Don't want to burn all the way through my fuel. Because if I have enough fuel left, rather than going for the airfield, I'll try and make it to the Melbourne, just so I can at least attempt to carry a landing after I fucked up in my Navy Skyhawk.
Осень, вечер, ветер тучи, в доме свет опять отключен, и луны озябший лучик. Робко светит сквозь ветра, одиноко, хмуро, скучно.
Roll rate, I'm barely touching my stick.
собой мир заключен, ненадолго до утра ночь. Такое время года, что не глядя на погоду, гости в дом ко мне приходят, пьют прозрачную не воду, а в душе моей к восходу то ли кома, то ли кода ночь. Такое время года, ночь, такое время года, ночь, такое время года, что не глядя на погоду, гости в дом ко мне приходят, пьют прозрачную не воду, а в душе моей к восходу то ли кома, то ли кода, ночь, такое время года, ночь, такое время года.
They'll definitely add some aircraft, like there'll be some air traffic, friendly and hostile maybe. Add a bit more ground activity too. I don't want to make it like a PC killer of a mission, but I do want there to be a bit of immersion. Yeah, it is. Multiplayer isn't cooperating with me tonight. I think I need to do another repair on the game. It just kept freezing when I tried to load into servers. Not yet. Still on the way in. It's going to be a bit of a flight. So we still got to make it... well, we're kind of close. Exactly, do you use a terrain following radar? You look for where there's reflections and where there's no reflections. In the F-111 it's a bit different. It actually gives you like a spline that tells you where the ground height is, and you just avoid the spline, but also it's automatic in the F-111 anyway. You can actually use the F-5's radar as a kind of gimpy terrain following radar, or like at least a collision avoidance radar. Like if it's really cloudy or just shit viz and you're in the mountains, I would not recommend it. It's not that good, but it can be done. Hey, Commander Matt, cheers, and Happy New Year to you too. But you see how I'm getting a reflection, like an actual sort of radar image of the valley in front of me, but I'm not getting anything off the mountains to either side. Same concept in the F5, except the F5 it's usually the other way around. You've got a gap where you can squeeze through. Yeah, the Mirage actually has a couple of terrain avoidance modes. It's quite nice. I am just cheating my navigation here because I haven't set up the nav computer properly. So we'll clear this ridge. I think we've got one or two more ridges to clear after that, and that should put us over the Ingiri Dam. And then we'll just hook a right, follow the Ingiri River past Zugdidi, and then hop over the hillside. Fucking roll rate, goddamn. I still cannot get used to how quickly this thing rolls. if I take a right now, it should almost put me straight over the dam. On the other hand, if I just follow this valley, I should get an opening, so I need to hop over the top of the hill and expose myself. Because there is a radar pointed directly this way. I was kind of toying with having some red player slots, so you could have like a couple of red fighters, you know, maybe have them on late activation or something so they can't, you know, so they're not too overpowered. Let's see. The sounds for this, by the way, like, remember what I said earlier about Heat Blur being pretty much the dev for audio feedback? These guys do the same thing. What am I doing? Check this. Yeah, oh, we overshot it actually. I want to go back over that mountain. So if I get spotted, it'll probably be while I do this. I think we're still okay though, we should still be screened. Where? Damn. Should be this valley, there's a river. Is this the... This is the direction I came from. I misnapped badly, even cheating, I still misnapped it. Should be down here. This looks about right. Yep, there's the river. Yeah, I overshot it, so I came in that way and I should have turned right there, but I went straight. There she is. I'm sorry, Saber, but a bit of feedback is a small price to pay for my favourite recording of one of my favourite songs. So now it's 2022. I am 3 hours into it. I heard some fireworks from the general direction of Canberra, but I couldn't see them. Close to the water there. I got my master arm on now. Yep, A4. More detailed map of the target area on the name board. I might need to make some custom ones for this. I know roughly where I am, but I'll try to here-ish. And Sanaki is behind one of the low hills That's power line. Yeah, I know. That's the low altitude warning system. That's a radar altimeter. Snarky's behind the hill in front of me. That's the small hill, and then Zugdidi, and then Snarky. I'm probably going to get slam dunked by AAA on the ingress. If I survive this, I'll be very surprised. If I don't survive it, then I'm tempted to just set up a carrier landing for the sake of it. I did a really good run of this mission the other day. Wasn't recording it, of course. And went to try and record from the track file, and it bugged out almost immediately, so... just DCS things. I think my chamber's probably safer to approach from. Neither of them are going to be very safe. Which side is it closest to the hillside? I think it's on the... I'll come in from this end. If the objective was to bomb the flight line, I'd just pop over the top of the hill, but it's to bomb the runway, so I've got to come in lengthways. Which complicates my life greatly. Okay, quick check. We're in bomb position. Master arms on. Pylons are selected. I hope to God I've got this thing configured right. We're just about to see the airfield, I think. Should be this hill. See it yet. I always have trouble spotting it coming in from this angle. It is definitely this hill. Oh, there's the sand side, okay, yeah. Or was it? Shit, no, it's the other hill. Fuck, it's that hill there, I think. Yeah. Hey, Modded. Oh. I forgot those guys were there. Yeah, I misjudged it. It's the wrong hill. Should be off the nose somewhere. More AAA. I definitely got to set up waypoints here. There you are. Oh, this is already ropey. Oh, bad orange stuff. Very bad orange stuff. Well, we hit it at least. Not sure that's supposed to be there. It's a mission I made. No strollers, no. There's no man pads at all. Well, I feel like we should probably not be flying in this state. So, yeah, I think that probably shouldn't be happening. So we might just yeet out of it, but we'll inspect the damage. Damage model still has some work to go, I think. Just a question for you. Talking to some guy, it says the MiG-19 is awful on Enigma server. He was stating this due to the fact they had all aspect Fox 2s and the MiG-19 was not a turn fighter. Maybe going crazy as it's been a bit since I last flew, but it outrates the hell out of the F... Absolutely, yes. It fucking outrates the shit out of the F5. The only advantage the F5 has against it at the moment, other than being able to pull its nose a bit better so it can scissors better, is that the 9P5 lets the F5 shoot head-on. If the F5 doesn't get that head-on shot at the MiG-19, it's basically fucked. Like, if you can't kill F5s with the MiG-19, skill issue. Wasn't a very good bomb draw. I mean, we kind of created the runway, so this strike's meant to be, I think, 4 Skyhawks going for the runway and 2 for the SAM site. So 4 Skyhawks going for the runway would damage it reasonably well. I kind of feel like maybe I should add another 2 going for the flight line. And the flight line would be a pretty easy attack too, because you just come in over here, over the hump, past their radar site, and then just right here, you've got it coming over the town, past the big factories, hit the cooling tower, and from the cooling tower you just turn right over the silos and boom, yeah, straight down the flight line. And just snake eye the shit out of this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna real quick get this thing started up. I'm gonna get rid of the weapons. We won't actually, I'll just remove payload. I won't remove the pylon. Alright. We're also gonna be overweight for this, but whatever. I won't do it tonight, but I'll have a look at them, yeah. I'm gonna go to bed after this. I think I'm getting pretty tired. Oxygen, not that we really need it for this. I usually just turn these all on out of habit. Actually, I can put these on like medium brightness. Did I remember to get rid of the belly tank? No, I did not. Gonna do a landing. This is the HMAS Melbourne. It's a mod. Huey is struggling a bit to keep up. I need to work on his waypoints a bit. There's probably a function where I can tell him to follow the ship directly, but I'm dumb, so I didn't do that, and I've actually plotted out waypoints for him that almost exactly match the ships, because I'm dumb. So that's something I could probably improve. Why are you... Get rid of that. He says ground power is now off, but the cart's still... Oh, there we go. Now it's on. Saying the MiG-19 doesn't have enough fuel to do an afterburner engagement with it. He's wrong. He's wrong. Skill issue. Yeah, like, a lot of the time you don't actually need to be an afterburner, you can just fight in mill. Like, especially against a less experienced F5 pilot, you can just stay in mill. Like, you don't even need the afterburner, really. There we go, now it's lined me up. Yeah, it's like the 29. Like, a lot of the time you really don't need the afterburner at all. I'm not going to really attempt to do a proper case 1 because I can't do a case 1 to save my life. I'll just get her out kind of off the side. Did I forget to turn the stab org on? Yes, I did. Big brain. Enter at 900 in afterburner. It'll stabilize around 800, so enter at 900, afterburner, 7G, and then from there maintain around 800 to 850. You're more so paying attention to the Gs though, you want to be holding around 7G. There is an auto throttle for this, but I'm not going to use it because I don't trust auto throttles at the best of times. But that's what the APC light's for. Way fast, so we're going to pop the speed brake. Air brake, whatever. Why do they call this speed brake? Ah yes, I need a brake for my speed. Oh, now I'm way slow. I wasn't paying attention. Wasn't paying attention. Oopsies. Saved it. Barely. It's probably because I'm full fuel. I'm not used to landing with this much fuel. That's probably what it is. I don't remember if this has a fuel jettison or a fuel bump. Okay, well we don't need the speed brake at least. That's something. Speed brake not necessary at this weight. More altitude, I'm way off angle. I'm gonna... Oh, hello Huey. No, that's fucking sketchy as fuck, I'm not doing that. That is really sketchy. On the left. Oh yeah, on that panel somewhere. Shit, where is it? I want my spoilers armed as well. Fuel dump. Yeah, I did a not quite a perfect carrier landing yesterday, but I did a pretty fucking good one, and of course I wasn't streaming it. Can never land on the boat when I'm actually doing it in front of an audience. Just tell him he's wrong and that every actually good fucking pilot knows he's full of shit. Like, just don't even bother, dude. You don't want spoilers for carrier landing? Oh yeah, I guess if I have to, like if I have a bolter. Fair. It's still mega heavy. It feels like it's not really dumping much fuel. Or not that it even is. Oh, this has got a really fancy control indicator, holy shit. Okay. We might go half flap this time because we're so heavy. Full flap is just too much drag, I think. Get rid of the speed, or the air brakes too. Unfortunately, the Huey's in a really awkward position. I need to do something about that, I think. Okay, 3 greens, flaps half. Oh, we're sinking. We're a bit low. Please no ramp strike. Crunch. We're down at least. That was a horrible landing. I mean, it was a landing, but it was a fucking horrible one. Maneuvering this thing on the deck is interesting. Remember, it has no nose wheel steering, it's toe brakes only. And the toe brakes aren't the most responsive things on Earth. Just turn everything off the quick way. Probably should have pulled my brakes in, but oh well. So I need to figure out how to make that Huey actually follow at the proper distance for the ship. He does early in the mission, but this late he starts getting further and further away. I know Mugger had the same issue with trying to make a setup like this on his server ages ago, so I might know how to fix it. Figure something out. Is that a... No, it's not. It can't be. Oh my god, it fucking is. It's a fucking bar. Of course, on an Australian ship. Of fucking course. What do we got in here? We got any good shit? He's just been down to Uncle Dan's and got a photo, I think. It was Uncle Dan's though. This is at least what you can buy in this country. Except Foster's. No one's gonna fucking drink Foster's. Why would you even load on the ship? We got VB, we got Tui's new. We got Ted's. 4X. Yep. Got all the normal stuff right here. And just the same on the other side, I guess. I don't even think that's an Easter egg. I would not be surprised if the real Melbourne had a bar like that. Would not be surprised at all. Just on the stern. Some sort of light, I guess. Is that the eject your fucked light? If you can see this, you're too low. Here's your highly technologically advanced LSO platform, by the way. Pretty nice model, quite detailed. And then we've got the Darings. I've been on one of these, HMAS Vampire, which is docked at the Maritime Museum in Sydney. Although this is the 1970s upgrade, I think, and Vampire had 80s upgrades when she was converted into a training ship. Was the last of the gun destroyers, the Daring class, at least for the Royal Navy and the Royal Australian Navy, which also use them. It's a nice looking little fleet we got here though. So yeah, I think I'll do some more tweaking to the mission, but I'm pretty happy with it. I just need to work on my Skyhawk flying skills at this point, especially my landing skills. If it wasn't such a long flight in, I'd be tempted to do the seed run again and not fuck it up this time, but whatever. We'll make some tweaks to the mission first, I think. Anyway, with that said, let me find somebody I can drop a raid on. Oh, Pom's on. I'm gonna send you guys to Pom for sure. Been forever since I've been able to drop a raid on Pom. Thank you very much for watching, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me for the start of 2022. Hope you all have a wonderful year. I hope it was a lot better than the last couple of years have been. And I will see you probably in a couple days. Enjoy Pom. I think this is his last stream before he goes back to Great Lakes for another 5 months. So yeah, catch you guys later. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, wherever you are. For you guys who aren't in 2022 yet, have fun tonight. Catch you guys later.